The first sign was often nothing at all, a small patch of skin on the arm that had gone numb, that you could pinch or prick or hold a candle near and feel nothing from. No pain, no heat, no warning. In a world without much understanding of disease, a person might not even notice it for months, might only find out by accident, a burn that didn't hurt, a cut they never felt happen. And that quiet little absence, that one dead spot of skin, was the opening move of the disease that medieval Europe feared more than almost any other. Leprosy worked in silence at the start, through the failure of the body to feel, and by the time anyone understood what that silence meant, it was already too late to do anything about it. That's the strange cruelty sitting at the center of it, where most of the diseases we're going to talk about today come crashing in with fever and blood and screaming pain. This one slips in through numbness. The body's alarm system simply switches off, one patch at a time, and the rot that follows is able to do its work precisely because the person can no longer feel it happening. Welcome in. Thank you for being here, and a real thank you to everyone supporting the channel, because these longer videos take quite a while to put together, and your support is what actually keeps the lights on around here. While you're getting settled, do me a favor and drop a comment. Right. So today we're spending some real time with 6 diseases that shaped what it meant to be alive in the medieval world, and more to the point, what it meant to suffer in it. Leprosy, tuberculosis, syphilis, dysentery, smallpox, and a strange burning sickness called ergotism that turned people's limbs black and made them fall off while the person was still breathing and talking. None of this is comfortable. That's sort of the whole point of it. These were the things people truly feared, the things that emptied villages and killed kings and turned ordinary human faces into something children fled from in the street. And the people who endured them were exactly that, people, with names and parents and children and a deep animal terror of what was happening to their own bodies. I'm going to try to keep them human the entire way through, because it's easy to turn a medical history into a list of symptoms and forget that every symptom was happening to somebody. Let's stay with the one we started on, the slow one. Leprosy is, in its own way, the cruelest disease on this whole list. And not because it killed fast. It didn't kill fast at all. There's almost something patient about its arithmetic. The bacterium behind it grows so slowly inside the body that a person could carry it for years, sometimes as long as 20, before the first visible sign ever showed up on the skin. And only about 1 in 10 of the people exposed to it actually developed the disease at all. So you have this long, invisible, patient process, this thing quietly taking root in the cooler parts of the body, the skin near the surface, the nerves in the hands and feet and face, all while the person goes about their life, marries, works, raises children, with no idea that anything is wrong. After all that waiting, it begins to surface. The early signs were easy to miss, or easy to mistake for something harmless. A stuffy nose that wouldn't clear up, a little unexplained bleeding, pale patches on the skin, or reddish ones that didn't feel quite normal when you touched them. What set leprosy apart from nearly everything else we're going to talk about today was simple. It went for the nerves. It killed sensation. Once those nerves near the surface of the body died off, the affected parts went numb, and a numb body is a body that has lost its ability to protect itself. Think about everything your sense of pain quietly does for you in a single ordinary day, all the work it does that you never once notice. It snatches your hand off a hot pot before you've even decided to move. It tells you the inside of your shoe is rubbing your heel raw. It stops you leaning your bare arm on a sharp edge. It makes you shift your weight off a sore spot before that sore spot becomes a real injury. Every minute of every day, your body is sending you 1,000 tiny warnings and corrections, and you obey them without thinking. Now take all of that away. A person with advanced leprosy is walking through the world with all those warnings switched off. So they start accumulating damage they never feel arriving. A leper could burn their fingers in a cooking fire and only realize it later, from the smell, from the look of the skin. They could wear a hole clean through the sole of their foot, walking on it wrong for weeks, without ever once feeling the warning that should have told them to stop. Small injuries that you or I would notice and protect turned into deep, open ulcers, because nothing inside told the body that anything was wrong. Infection set in again and again. And over time, the body, between the constant infections and the disease itself slowly reabsorbing the bone, would shorten the fingers and the toes, joint by joint, year by year. That's where the old image comes from, the one where you picture pieces of a leper just dropping off onto the ground. The truth is slower and a great deal sadder than that horror story version. Repeated unfelt injury, repeated infection, and the body quietly eating its own bone from the inside, so that hands curled inward into claws and grew shorter, and feet did the same, until a person who had once been whole was reduced, a little at a time, from the fingertips inward. The mechanism was gradual and almost gentle in its slowness, but the result, seen from across a street, looked exactly like a human being, slowly being erased from the edges. And it changed how a person could live and work in 100 small ways that added up to something total. A craftsman who needed his hands, a weaver, a smith, a farmer, lost his trade as his fingers went, not because his strength failed all at once, but because he could no longer feel the tools in his grip, could no longer tell how hard he was holding something, kept injuring himself on the work without knowing. A person who walked everywhere, as nearly everyone did, found walking turning dangerous. Every unfelt stone in the road, another wound waiting to happen. The disease didn't just disfigure, it dismantled a person's entire ability to make a living, to feed themselves, to do the ordinary things that filled a life. And it did it so slowly that there was time to grieve each loss as it came. Then there was the face, the part that did the most to make leprosy the thing it became in the medieval imagination. In the more severe form, the form where the bacteria spread widely through all the cooler tissues, the face itself began to change. The skin grew coarse and thick and lumpy. Deep folds appeared across the forehead. The nose broadened and spread and distorted. The earlobes thickened and hung. The eyebrows and the eyelashes fell out, leaving the face strangely bare. Physicians eventually gave this transformation a name, the lion face, because of that heavy, swollen, furrowed look it produced. A face that had stopped looking entirely human and started looking like something else. The cartilage inside the nose was destroyed by the disease, so the bridge collapsed inward and the whole center of the face sank. And because leprosy so often took the nerves that let a person blink, and the nerves that let them feel their own eyes, the eyes dried out, scarred over, and in a real portion of cases went blind. More than 70% of patients had some involvement of the eyes. A meaningful number of them lost their sight completely, on top of everything else the disease was doing to them. Let me just say plainly what the advanced disease meant for a person, without dressing it up. A person in the late stages had lost the feeling in their hands and feet. They had lost fingers and toes. They had a face that no longer resembled the face they'd been born with, sunken and lion-like and bare. They might well be going blind, and in a huge number of cases, they were still completely lucid, still entirely themselves on the inside, still aware of every single thing that was happening to them, still able to remember what they used to look like, still able to grieve it. That's the part that's hard to sit with. The mind stayed clear and present while the body became a stranger the person was trapped inside. I should be honest with you about the word itself because the medieval sources are notoriously slippery here, and I'd rather tell you that than pretend the records are cleaner than they are. Medieval people used the word leprosy for a whole grab bag of skin conditions: psoriasis, eczema, severe cases of other infections. Sometimes things we'd now recognize as entirely separate diseases, all of it could get swept under the same terrifying label. One historian put it about as plainly as it can be put, that for practical purposes, a medieval leper was simply whoever got called a leper and was treated as one. So we have to be a little careful, but the skeletons keep it from being just a story about misdiagnosis. When archaeologists dig up the cemeteries attached to the houses where lepers were sent to live and die, the majority of the skeletons do show the real disease, the genuine bone changes of advanced leprosy. So the fear, however muddled it got, wasn't built on nothing. The actual disease was real, and it was living among them. What did they think caused it? A bit of everything, honestly, because medieval medicine was a magpie that picked up shiny ideas from everywhere. Some thought you caught it through ordinary contact, some thought it came through sex. Theories involving venomous worms circulated, along with theories about eating spoiled fish and theories about breathing bad air. But underneath all the medical guesswork sat a much heavier belief, and that belief shaped absolutely everything about how lepers were treated. They thought it was a punishment, a visible mark stamped on the body by God Himself, a sign of sin, and especially the sins of the flesh, lust and pride and greed. The Book of Kings had a story about a servant named Gehazi who was struck with leprosy as punishment for his greed and his lying, and that one story did an enormous amount of work in the medieval mind. If your body was visibly rotting, the logic went, then surely your soul had rotted first, and the rot was just working its way to the surface for everyone to see. And yet they carried a strange double feeling about it, because medieval Christianity almost never did anything in a simple, single-minded way. At the very same time as they treated lepers as cursed and unclean, they also half believed that lepers were, in some way, blessed. The reasoning went like this: a person suffering this much, enduring what looked like purgatory while they were still alive and breathing, might be paying off the debt of their sins right here on earth, and might therefore be heading straight to heaven when they died. Some truly holy figures sought lepers out on purpose, washed them, kissed their sores, tended them as an act of devotion, precisely because there was something Christ-like seen in their suffering. So a leper could be, in the very same breath, the most unclean person in a town and also the one standing closest to God. People didn't seem to find that contradiction nearly as unbearable as we might. Both things could be true at the same time. And the leper had to live inside both of them at once, cursed and holy, exiled and somehow sacred. Sit for a moment with how strange that must have been to live inside. A person whose own neighbors crossed the street to avoid them, who could not enter the church with everyone else, who carried a clapper to warn the healthy away, was at the very same time being told by that same religion that their agony might be making them holy, that they were perhaps closer to salvation than the people doing the shunning. Some lepers seem to have taken real comfort in that, leaning into the idea that the suffering had a purpose, that the slow ruin of the body was somehow buying the freedom of the soul. Others surely found it a thin and bitter comfort, a story told to people who had already lost everything, to make the losing a little easier to swallow. The records rarely let us hear which way any one leper actually felt about it. But the framework was there, woven right into the culture, holding out to the afflicted both the worst and the best things a person can be told about themselves, and often from the very same mouth, in the very same breath. As for what the physicians actually did once a person was sick, the honest answer is that they did very little that helped, and some of it made things worse. They bled people, because bleeding was the answer to nearly everything in the medieval physician's mind, the great corrective for an imbalance of the humours. They prescribed special diets, advised against certain foods thought to feed the disease, and recommended baths. Ointments were applied, and stranger remedies still were tried, including, in some texts, the blood of various animals and preparations that strike us now as closer to magic than medicine. None of it touched the bacterium. None of it could. The most useful thing a physician could realistically offer a leper was an accurate diagnosis, and even that, as we've seen, was a kind of sentence rather than a help. The disease ran its long course no matter what anyone smeared on it or drained out of the patient. So the leper houses were never really places of cure. They were places of waiting and of prayer and of being kept apart. And the prayer was, in its way, the most honest treatment on offer, because at least it didn't pretend the body could be saved. When somebody fell under suspicion, there was usually a process to it. Communities set up little panels to make the call. A priest, sometimes a physician, and sometimes other lepers, who knew the signs better than anyone because they were living them. And the decision carried enormous weight because a confirmed diagnosis didn't simply mean you'd get medical care. It meant the end of your old life, completely and permanently. So in serious cases, especially when the person was someone important, the examiners actually held off. They waited. In one famous case, the physicians of a royal court deliberately delayed naming the disease in a young heir, watching for further signs, because they understood that the moment somebody said the word out loud, the person's entire future would change shape. A kindness was buried in that hesitation, and also a kind of dread. What changed, when the word was finally said, was this. The leper went through a ritual that declared them dead, not metaphorically dead, in the eyes of the law and the church, actually dead. Sometimes the ritual was acted out as a literal funeral for a person who was still standing there breathing. The roots of it went back centuries to old Germanic laws that described a leper as being like a dead man, a person whose property could be inherited by their heirs as though they'd already gone into the ground. By the high medieval period, this had hardened into full ceremony, with a name, the separation of the leper. The afflicted person would be brought to a church. In some versions, they were made to kneel beneath a black cloth, the way a body might lie beneath a pall at a real funeral mass. In some accounts, they were led out to a grave, an actual open grave dug into the churchyard, and made to stand down in it while the priest threw earth over them. The accounts vary on how far this went, from a full symbolic burial up to the neck, to just a ceremonial shovelful of dirt cast over the feet. But the meaning was identical, no matter the version. You are entering the ground now. You are leaving the world of the living, and you are not coming back to it. Then the priest read out the rules, and the rules are devastating in how specific they are, because what they describe is a human being carved out of ordinary life, one small ordinary thing at a time. You may not enter a church. You may not enter a mill or a bakehouse or a marketplace or any gathering where people come together. You may not wash your hands or your belongings in any stream or spring or fountain that other people use. You may not drink from a public well. If you want to buy something, you are not permitted to touch it. You must point at it instead and let the seller handle it. You may not walk down narrow lanes where you would be forced to pass close to another person. You may not touch children. You may not eat or drink in company, except in the company of other lepers. And you may not lie with anyone but your own husband or wife. One version of the rite said it about as starkly as it has ever been said, that the leper must from now on consider themselves dead to the world and separate from the living, their life now belonging to God and set apart from the company of other people. Read that list again slowly sometime and notice what it actually strips away. Not just the grand things, the small, daily human ones, handing over a coin and taking the warm loaf into your own hands, cupping water from a cold stream on a hot day, taking the shortest path home through the close little lanes of a medieval town, standing near enough to your own child to feel them lean their weight against your leg. All of it gone by formal decree, sealed with a shovel of dirt and a few sentences of Latin. The disease took your fingers slowly over years. The ceremony took everything else in a single afternoon. Then they handed you an instrument, a bell or a wooden clapper or a rattle, and you were required to sound it whenever you came near other people. In some places it was called a Lazarus bell. The clapper was a set of wooden paddles fixed to a handle, and when you shook it, it made a flat, hollow, knocking sound that carried down the road ahead of you. It served two purposes at the same time, and the two purposes sit very uneasily together. It warned healthy people to keep their distance and clear the way, and it also announced to anyone feeling charitable that here came a person who needed alms. So the sound of an approaching leper was, all at once, a warning and a plea, a noise that said, "Stay away from me, and please help me," in the very same breath, over and over, every time the person had to move through the world. Lepers often wore distinctive clothing as well. In some places, a marker stitched onto the chest, and when they were allowed near a church at all, they watched the service through a narrow slit cut into the wall, a leper's window, so they could see the altar and the host raised without ever setting foot inside the building with everyone else. The places they were sent had a name: leper houses, lazar houses, leprosaria, and these places are worth a closer look because they were among the very first hospitals in all of Europe built for a single disease. They had their own chapels, their own graveyards, their own priests, and they ran on monastic lines with rules and daily routines and hours of prayer. One detail people consistently get wrong is this: they weren't always tucked away out of sight in some distant wilderness. A great many of them were deliberately built right on the main roads, at the crossroads, exactly where the traffic passed, precisely because the residents depended on the arms of travelers to survive. The living dead were placed where the living would have to see them, and, with luck, where the living would give. Wealthy patrons funded these houses. A king of England was a steady, reliable supporter of one. And there was even a grim little class system operating inside the walls, where a wealthier leper could buy himself a more comfortable private cell, and even bring along a servant to look after him, while the poor crowded together in the common hall and made do. Life inside one of these houses ran to a strict rhythm because they were modeled on monasteries, and the people who founded them firmly believed that order and prayer were good for the soul, even if they could do nothing for the body. The residents rose for prayer, ate at set times, often had rules about what they could wear and how they should behave, and were expected to live almost like monks and nuns, with a daily round of religious devotion structuring the hours. For some, that structure must have been a mercy of its own kind, a way of belonging to something again after being cast out of everything they'd known, a community of people in the same condition who understood exactly what each other was living through. For others, it must have felt like a prison with a chapel attached. The houses controlled the residents' contact with the outside world, decided who could come and go, managed the alms that came in. A leper who had been a free person with a trade and a family and a place in a village now lived under rules again, fed and housed but supervised, kept apart, his old life formally ended and this strange half-life put in its place. And when he died, he was buried in the house's own graveyard, in ground set aside for lepers, apart even in death from the people he had once lived among. These houses existed in great numbers. One famously prolific English chronicler put the count across the whole of Europe at something like 19,000, with a couple of thousand in France alone. England by itself had at least 320 leper houses founded over a few centuries, and the very earliest known English example held remains that have been dated back to 1,000 years ago and more. So this was no late development, it was woven deep into the period. Now, I'd hold that figure of 19,000 fairly loosely, because medieval chroniclers were not exactly rigorous with their big round numbers, and a number like that has a whiff of the symbolic about it. But even if you cut it down hard, the scale of the thing was still enormous. This was an entire parallel system, an infrastructure of exclusion and of care, two things you would think could never sit together, existing side by side across a continent. The church itself wrestled with how to handle these people, and a great council in the 12th century formally addressed their situation, affirming that lepers had the right to their own churches, their own priests, and their own burial grounds, since they couldn't share in those of the healthy. So even the formal machinery of the church was built around the assumption that these were people who had been permanently set apart, given a shadow version of ordinary religious life to live out at a distance. A military religious order was even born out of it, the Order of Saint Lazarus, which began as a leper hospital just outside the walls of Jerusalem, and whose early members were leper knights. Leper knights, men who had been warriors, who then contracted the disease, and who went on fighting under a banner that took its name from Lazarus the beggar in the parable, the very same root that gives us the word Lazar house. A knight with his hands already going, his face already changing, still strapping on what armor he could and riding out. They existed. The disease reached every level of society, and one of the best documented sufferers happened to be a king, the only reason we know his case in such detail. A young ruler of Jerusalem in the 12th century was diagnosed as a boy, when a tutor noticed he felt no pain when other children dug their nails into his arm. They crowned him anyway, around the age of 13, and he ruled for roughly a decade as the disease took him apart, winning a famous battle as a teenager, then gradually losing the use of a hand, then his sight, until he had to be carried into his own campaigns on a litter and have his hand guided to seal his own decrees. He died in his early 20s. What his case shows, more than anything, is that the disease made no exceptions. It did to a crowned king exactly what it did to a beggar at the city gate. The same numbness, the same slow ruin of the hands and the face and the eyes, just better recorded because of who he was. For every leper whose decline got written down, there were thousands whose identical suffering left no trace at all. And it's those thousands the disease really belonged to. The ordinary person who started losing feeling in a hand and knew, with rising dread, exactly what it might mean. Because everyone in a medieval town knew what leprosy looked like and what happened to the people who got it. A stretch of time would follow, maybe a long one, where a person noticed the early signs and told no one, hiding the numb patch, keeping gloves on, avoiding the examiners because to be named was to lose everything. People did exactly that. Concealed it as long as they could, kept working and living among their families, terrified of the day someone would notice. And the families often knew too, and kept the secret alongside them, because the alternative was watching someone they loved be declared dead and led away. The fear ran deep enough that it could turn ugly fast. In hard years, in times of plague or famine or political panic, lepers were sometimes accused of monstrous things, of poisoning wells, of plotting against the healthy, of conspiring with outsiders to spread the disease deliberately. Whole episodes are recorded where lepers were rounded up and punished on the strength of rumors like that, scapegoated for disasters they had nothing to do with, simply because they were already the most feared and the most powerless people around. A group that had already lost their place in society, already been declared dead and set apart, made an easy target when a frightened population went looking for someone to blame. The disease took their bodies, and the fear of the disease, in the worst moments, took whatever safety they had left. Leprosy faded out of Europe after the 14th century or so, and the honest answer is that nobody is entirely certain why. People have put forward all sorts of explanations. The strict isolation may genuinely have worked to some degree, slowing the spread. The Black Death and the other fast, savage killers may have swept away the lepers right along with everyone else, since a person already weakened by one disease tends not to survive a second catastrophe arriving on top of it. Diet may have changed, along with housing and the clothing people wore. There's a long-running idea that the rise of tuberculosis actually killed off a lot of leprosy sufferers and gave a kind of cross-protection to the survivors, though the more recent research suggests the truth is messier than any single clean explanation like that. Most likely it was several different things at once, working in different regions at different times, for different reasons. The disease itself never fully left the world, but the leper standing at the crossroads with his clapper, his face changed, his hands gone, that particular figure that every European once knew on sight, slowly stopped being part of the everyday landscape. As the disease retreated, the great network of leper houses was left half empty, with chapels and graveyards and cells built for a population that was no longer arriving. Many of the houses were quietly repurposed, turned into ordinary hospitals, almshouses for the poor, or simply allowed to fall into ruin, their endowments redirected to other uses. The clappers and the bells fell silent. The rituals that had once declared the living dead stopped being performed because there was no longer a steady stream of people to perform them on. It's a strange thing to think about, an entire elaborate machinery of fear and exclusion built up over centuries, slowly winding down, not because anyone decided to be kinder, but because the thing it had been built to handle was simply, for reasons no one fully understood, going away. The fear outlived the disease for a while, the way fear tends to, but eventually even that faded, and the leper houses became just old buildings with odd names, their original purpose half forgotten by the people who walked past them. Tuberculosis, on the other hand, never had the decency to fade. If leprosy was the disease that took you apart from the outside, where everyone could watch it happening, tuberculosis was the one that hollowed you out quietly from within, so slowly and so privately that for centuries people half romanticized it, even as it killed more of them than almost anything else on this list. It was so common, so woven into ordinary life, that it barely registered as a distinct catastrophe at all. It was simply there, in every town and every village, taking a steady toll year after year, a background hum of death that everyone lived alongside. People didn't flee from it the way they fled from a leper or barricaded their doors against a plague. Partly because it moved too slowly to feel like an emergency, and partly because it was everywhere, so there was nowhere to flee to. You couldn't outrun something that was already in your own household, already in your own lungs, waiting. They called it consumption, and that word is doing precisely what it sounds like it's doing. The disease consumed you. It ate you from the inside while you watched it happen. A person with consumption grew thinner and thinner and paler and more tired until they seemed to be made of less and less of themselves with each passing month. The Greeks had their own word for it too, phthisis, from a verb meaning to waste away, and they had noticed the very same brutal pattern thousands of years before the medieval world ever did. It struck the young with particular cruelty, people in the absolute prime of their lives, 18, 20, 30 years old. The age when a person is supposed to be at their strongest and most full of life, and instead they simply faded out, day by day, in front of everyone who loved them. What it actually did inside the lungs was relentless and patient. A chronic cough that would not stop, that went on for weeks and then months. Then the cough began to bring up blood, just flecks at first. Little spots of bright red against a handkerchief, and sometimes a great deal worse later on. Chest pain, a fever that came and went, burning and then receding, and the night sweats, drenching, soaking sweats, where the person woke in the dark with the bedding wet through, the fever burning itself off while they slept and leaving them shivering and exhausted in the cold damp of their own sheets. They lost their appetite entirely. They lost weight they couldn't afford to lose, the flesh melting off the bones. And all of this went on for months, sometimes for years, a long, slow decline with false recoveries folded into it, little merciful stretches where the person seemed to rally and get better, and everyone around them let themselves hope, before the slide quietly resumed. At the very end, it was, in the plainest terms, a slow suffocation, the lungs too ruined and scarred to do the one job they had left. Hippocrates himself, centuries before any of this, had called it the most widespread disease of his own time, and had noted that it was almost always fatal, and that it fell most heavily on people between roughly 18 and 35, meaning on exactly the people a community could least afford to lose, the young parents, the workers, the ones who were supposed to be burying the old rather than being buried by them. That pattern held all the way through the medieval centuries. A household would watch its strongest young adult fade over a year or two, helpless to stop it. And there was a peculiar cruelty in the slowness of it, in the way the disease left the mind perfectly clear right up until near the end. The consumptive often knew exactly what was happening to them, could feel themselves growing lighter and weaker, could see the fear in the faces of the people sitting with them, and had a great deal of time to think about all of it. A fast death is its own horror, but a slow one, with full awareness, watching everyone you love watch you go, is a different kind of weight entirely. The great physician Galen, whose ideas hung over all of medieval medicine like a low ceiling that nobody could see past, had looked inside diseased lungs himself and found the little hard lumps, the tubercles that would one day give the disease its modern name, and he had warned, correctly, that the disease could pass from one person to another. Through all the medieval centuries, it kept its old inherited names, consumption and phthisis, and it kept doing exactly what it had always done, which was to take people gradually, in their own beds, surrounded by family who could do absolutely nothing useful except sit with them, wipe the sweat from their faces and empty the basin. No cure existed, barely even a treatment worth the name existed, just the watching and the waiting and the slow disappearing of someone you loved. People tried what they could, of course, because doing nothing for a dying relative is more than most can bear. They moved the sick to warmer or drier air when they could afford to, on the reasonable instinct that climate seemed to matter. They fed them rich, fattening foods to try to put back the weight the disease kept stripping away, milk and eggs and broth, a losing battle against a body that wouldn't hold on to anything. They tried syrups for the cough, herbs of every description, bleeding, the same humoral remedies applied to everything. Some of it might have brought a little comfort. None of it stopped the disease. And there was a quiet confusion running underneath it all, because even though careful observers from Galen onward suspected the illness could pass between people, in practice, families stayed close to the sick, sharing the same rooms, the same beds, the same air, nursing them to the end. So the disease spread the way it always had. Household to household, often taking several members of the same family one after another over the years, each one watching the last go and perhaps already carrying it themselves. But tuberculosis had a second form, one that didn't go for the lungs at all, and this one connects to one of the strangest and most theatrical rituals in all of medieval kingship. When the bacteria settled instead into the lymph nodes of the neck, they produced a condition called scrofula, and scrofula was visible, out in the open, in a way the lung disease never was. It began as swellings in the neck, lumps, often painless at first, sitting there under the skin. They grew. The skin stretched tight over them, and then it broke, and what had been a swelling became an open, weeping, draining sore that would not close, leaking fluid, foul-smelling, sitting there on a person's neck for the entire world to see and recoil from. The name scrofula itself comes from a word for a young sow, a brood pig, either because pigs were thought to suffer from something like it, or because a row of those swollen nodes running along the side of the neck looked a little like a sow's swollen underside. It is not a flattering comparison, and the people who carried the disease knew exactly how they looked to everyone who passed them. One quality of scrofula made it different from everything else and turned it into the stuff of royal legend. It rarely actually killed you, and it very often got better on its own, the swellings receding, the sores eventually closing over, sometimes for no reason that anyone could see or explain. A disease that disfigures you horribly and frightens everyone around you, and then sometimes simply vanishes on its own, is just about the perfect raw material for a miracle. And the kings of medieval England and France understood that perfectly, so they touched people. The kings themselves, and in England sometimes the queens who ruled in their own right, claimed that God had granted them, and them alone, the power to cure scrofula simply by laying their hands upon the sufferer. The disease even picked up a second name out of the whole business, the king's evil, an evil that only the touch of a king could drive out of the body. In England, the story reaches back at least to Edward the Confessor, before the Norman conquest, who supposedly cured a woman of the swellings in her neck by touching her, and the story goes that he ordered the people he touched to be looked after at his own expense until they recovered. In France, they traced the gift back to their own sainted king, the very same Louis we are going to meet again later, dying in a North African camp before this is over. And the practice was not some small, occasional thing. One English king is recorded as having touched well over 500 people in a single month, and more than 1,000 across a single year. They would line up, the afflicted, with their swollen necks and their weeping open sores, sometimes for hours, and the king would move down the line, laying his hands on each of them and making the sign of the cross over them. And a contemporary eyewitness to one French king described the crowds of sufferers physically pressing in around him, desperate to be touched, and sit with what that ceremony actually was for a moment, from both sides of it. For the sick person, it might be the only hope they had been offered in their whole life, a journey of days to reach the king, a long wait in a press of other desperate bodies, all of them with the same ruined necks, and then the brief, almost unbearable moment when the most powerful man in the kingdom reached out and laid his bare hands directly on your open sores, the thing that everyone else in your life had been recoiling from. And for the king, it was a performance of his own holiness, his own God-given right to rule, carried out by touching the untouchable in front of witnesses, demonstrating that he was so favored by heaven that the king's evil itself fled from his hands. Two very different needs met in the same gesture, the sick reaching for a cure and the crown reaching for legitimacy, both of them depending on a disease that mostly cured itself anyway. Eventually, the ceremony came with a gift attached to it. The king would hang a gold coin around the neck of each person he had touched, a coin pierced through and strung on a ribbon to be worn like a protective charm for the rest of the person's life. The coin had the image of Saint Michael on it, driving his spear into the dragon. People kept these touch pieces and treasured them. The quiet engine that kept the whole thing running was simple. Because scrofula so often faded away on its own, every single time someone happened to get better after being touched by the king, it looked like proof. Proof that the favor of God really did flow down through the royal hand and into the sick. Which was, for a king, an extraordinarily useful thing to be able to demonstrate to your subjects, especially if you happen to be a king whose claim to the throne was a little bit shaky, a usurper, or the founder of a new line who needed God to publicly take his side. The disease that healed itself quietly became the disease that loudly proved you were meant to rule. And the sick people standing patiently in that line with their ruined necks were, without ever knowing it, performing the legitimacy of the entire monarchy with their own bodies. Medieval medicine had nothing real to offer for either form of tuberculosis. They didn't know about the bacterium, and they wouldn't for centuries. So they reached for what they had, which was the same toolkit they reached for with everything. Humoral theory, the idea that the body was governed by 4 fluids that all had to be kept in careful balance, and the treatments that flowed from it, bleeding the patient, adjusting the diet, this or that herbal preparation, visits to the tombs of saints, the holy coins and the protective charms. None of it touched the actual disease in any way. Consumption simply kept on consuming. And it would go on doing exactly that, century after century after century, long past the end of the medieval world, killing quietly in bedrooms while the louder, more dramatic diseases got all the attention and all the fear. Speaking of louder diseases, let me take you over to Italy now, to the very tail end of the medieval period and the first uneasy years of whatever you want to call what came after it, because something arrived in Italy in the 1490s that horrified people who genuinely believed they had already seen the very worst the world had to throw at a human body. In the summer of 1494, the King of France marched an army down into Italy to make good on a claim to the Kingdom of Naples. It was a large force, tens of thousands of men, and the great majority of them were mercenaries, hired soldiers gathered from all over the continent, Swiss and German and Spanish and Italian and more, the usual mixed and rootless crowd that always followed the money to wherever a war was being fought. And following along behind the army, as armies have always been followed throughout all of human history, came the camp followers, including a number of women who sold sex to the soldiers to survive. The army reached Naples in the early part of 1495, held the place for a few months, and then, as the whole campaign began to fall apart, the king disbanded his forces and sent them home. And the mercenaries scattered back toward every corner of Europe they had come from. They carried something home with them. Within just a few years, it had reached France, Germany, Switzerland, the Low Countries, England, Scotland, Hungary, and Russia, and within a single decade, it had traveled along the trade routes as far as India and even China. A brand new disease, or at the very least a disease in a form that nobody alive had ever seen before, and it moved through the population like fire through a dry field, because not one single person on the continent had any resistance to it whatsoever. The earliest descriptions we have come from the military surgeons who saw it first in the troops. It often began modestly, almost innocently, with a sore on the genitals that didn't even hurt very much. From there it bloomed into something out of a nightmare, pustules and sores erupting across the face and then across the entire body, foul-smelling abscesses opening up everywhere. And the descriptions that survive from the time are genuinely difficult to read, because this early version of the disease was vastly more violent and more grotesque than the slow chronic illness the very same disease would eventually settle down into. One careful summary of the contemporary accounts says that the pustules could cover the body from the top of the head all the way down to the knees, that the disease caused the flesh to fall away from people's faces, and that it killed within just a few months of the first sore appearing. The bones ached, a deep, boring, gnawing pain in the bones themselves, and it was always worst at night, so that sleep, the one small mercy a sick person might hope for at the end of a terrible day, was exactly the time when the agony rose to its peak. The disease ate into the roof of the mouth and into the nose, destroying the palate, collapsing the features of the face inward. People's faces, in the most literal sense, came apart while they were still living behind them. A German scholar who caught the disease himself around the year 1501 wrote about it afterward, and he did not reach for delicate or careful language. He called it so cruel, so distressing, and so appalling that nothing more terrible or more disgusting had ever before been known anywhere on the earth. He described 1,000 abscesses clustered around his own genitals and the agony of the mercury treatment he then had to endure. Another man, a humanist scholar who suffered with the disease for years and eventually wrote an entire treatise about his own body and what was happening to it, described his pustules as standing out from his skin like acorns and oozing a matter so foul and so stinking that anyone who came within range of the smell genuinely believed they had caught the disease themselves just from breathing the same air. These are not distant, detached clinical observers describing strangers. These are men describing their own bodies in their own words, trying with everything they had to make the rest of the world understand what was actually happening to them. Nobody wanted to own it, so everybody named it after somebody else, and the naming turned into its own little war between nations. To the Italians and the Germans and the English, it was the French disease, the French pox. To the French, naturally, it was nothing of the sort. It was the disease of Naples, the Neapolitan sickness, something those Italians had given them. The Scots had their own grim word for it. The Russians called it the Polish disease, and the Poles, refusing to accept the blame, passed it further along to the east. It was, depending entirely on where you happened to be standing, always somebody else's fault, always the filth of the foreigners next door. The French also gave it the name the Great Pox, specifically to set it apart from smallpox, and that distinction is going to matter, so hang on to it, because smallpox is coming up shortly. A polite, mannered name for it even circulated at court. The disease of palaces, the malady of the magnates, because it spread very happily indeed among the very same powerful people who liked to pretend they were far too refined to suffer from anything so vulgar. What unsettled people most, beyond the horror of the symptoms, was the speed and the strangeness of it. To the people living through the 1490s, this looked like a brand new affliction, something that had simply never existed before, appearing out of nowhere and racing across the whole known world in a matter of years. That was frightening in a way that's easy to underestimate now. The old diseases, however terrible, were at least familiar, woven into the expected shape of life and death. This was something the ancient authorities, the great physicians everyone trusted, had never written a word about, because it hadn't been there to write about. Cities began passing rules to deal with it. Some moved to expel the infected, or to shut them away, or to regulate the brothels where it was understood to spread. Hospitals were founded specifically for its sufferers, places where people whose faces and bodies were coming apart could at least be housed and tended, often by religious orders, since the disease left so many of its victims too disfigured and too poor to fend for themselves. And because it carried such an obvious mark of shame, tangled up with sex and sin in everyone's mind, the people who had it often faced not just the agony of the disease, but the judgment of everyone around them, blamed for their own suffering, treated as having earned it. The same pattern we saw with leprosy played out all over again, the sick body read as proof of a corrupt soul, the suffering taken as a verdict. Now the treatments. And this is where the whole story manages to get, if anything, even grimmer, because what they did to people in the name of curing it could be considerably worse than the disease itself. The two main options were a special wood imported all the way from the New World, brewed up into a bitter drink, and mercury. Mercury was the big one, the one everybody remembers. They rubbed it into the skin as an ointment. They gave it by mouth as pills. And most dramatically of all, they fumigated people with it, sealing the patient inside a hot, closed wooden box or a small sealed room and filling the space with mercury vapor for days at a time, sometimes for weeks on end. Mercury makes a person salivate enormously and sweat very heavily. and the physicians took that flood of drool and sweat as clear proof that the poison was being successfully driven out of the body. In reality, it was mercury poisoning layered on top of the original disease, the body desperately trying to flush out a metal it had no way to expel. The side effects were savage. The inside of the mouth ulcerated and came apart. The teeth loosened and fell out. The patient drooled uncontrollably, became dangerously dehydrated, shook with tremors, suffered damage to the nerves and the kidneys, and in a great many cases the treatment itself did the killing that the disease hadn't yet gotten around to. The grim little proverb that came out of the whole miserable business was that one night with Venus led to a lifetime with Mercury. A single encounter, and then potentially years of being slowly poisoned in a sweatbox in the name of being cured. Spend a moment inside that sweatbox, because it's a particular kind of misery that's easy to skate past. A person already suffering from a disease that covered them in oozing sores and ached in their bones at night was now also shut inside a hot, sealed, airless space, breathing poison vapor for days. The mouth filling with sores and the teeth going loose. Pints of saliva pouring out day after day, the body desperately trying to flush out a metal it couldn't get rid of. The trembling hands, and the whole time, the patient and the physician both reading these signs of poisoning as encouragement, as evidence the cure was taking hold, which meant the worse you felt, the more they pressed on. People went through this repeatedly, course after course, because the disease kept coming back. It's one of the bleaker corners of the whole history, a treatment that mimicked progress by making the patient sicker, embraced precisely because it produced such dramatic and visible effects. The name we still use today, syphilis, came from a poem of all the unlikely places. In 1530, an Italian physician, who was also a poet and an astronomer, published an epic poem about a shepherd named Syphilis, who was cursed with the disease by the sun god, and somehow the name of that fictional shepherd peeled off the page and attached itself permanently to the disease itself. The same man coined the lasting term we still use for some of its later lesions, those soft, resin-like growths that appeared in the disease's later stages. He also wrote about the disease with a clarity that was ahead of his time, describing how it spread and how it ran its course. So the disease that rotted the faces off of living people got its enduring name from a piece of gentle pastoral poetry about a shepherd. The medieval and early modern world was absolutely full of these strange juxtapositions. Beauty and horror handed the very same pen and told to get to work. And the disease itself was changing, even in those first few decades, and that's part of why the early descriptions read so much more like a horror story than the chronic illness people would later come to know. A disease that has just jumped into a population with no resistance to it tends to be at its most savage, killing fast and visibly, and then, over the generations, it often settles into something slower and less immediately lethal, because a disease that kills its host too quickly burns out its own chances to spread. By around the middle of the 16th century, only a few decades after that first explosion at Naples, the disease had already largely shifted into the slower, more chronic form that we would recognize, the form that does its damage over years and decades rather than over a few horrifying months. So the people who caught it in 1495 caught something distinctly worse in its raw, immediate cruelty than what came after. They were at the front edge of it, taking the full force of a disease that hadn't yet learned to take its time. Where did it actually come from, though? And this is a real, live, unsettled argument among serious people, so I'll lay it out honestly for you, rather than pretending it's been neatly solved. There's the idea that the cruise of Columbus brought it back home from the Americas in 1493, which lines up rather suspiciously well with that explosive outbreak in Italy in 1495. There's the competing idea that a related disease was already quietly lurking in the Old World long before that, often misidentified as leprosy or as something else. And there's a third idea that all of these related diseases are really just one single disease wearing different clothes in different climates. The genetic detective work has swung back and forth over the years. Older studies tended to point toward a New World origin. More recent ancient DNA work, including some very recent findings indeed, has tilted things back toward the diseases having deep, ancient roots in the Americas, while still leaving wide open the specific question of whether the venereal, sexually transmitted form of the disease existed in Europe before 1493 or not. So I'll just leave it where the actual evidence leaves it, genuinely contested, with intelligent and careful people still disagreeing in good faith. What is not in any dispute at all is what the disease did to the bodies of the people who caught it in those first few terrible years, and that part needs no debate. Now I want to come back down from the level of kings and continents and famous physicians, because there's a disease on this list that did not care in the slightest whether you were a beggar in a ditch or a crowned monarch, and it killed more of both than any battle in the entire medieval period ever managed. It simply doesn't get the attention it earned because it's undignified, and history has always been a little squeamish about the precise way it ends a person. The bloody flux, dysentery. The word itself sounds almost too clean and clinical for what the thing actually was. A person with dysentery had diarrhea, but that word doesn't begin to carry the weight of it, because this was bloody and full of mucus, and it came with cramps so severe that they doubled grown people over and left them gasping, and on top of that, a constant, agonizing, completely useless urge to keep going, even when there was nothing left inside to pass, a straining that the physicians of the day had their own name for. In the very worst cases, a person could lose more than a full liter of fluid in a single hour, the body emptying itself out faster than anyone could possibly pour it back in. An old medical description of how the stools changed as the disease advanced, reached for words like rotten and insufferably offensive, and spoke of an atrocious, unrelenting pain. The smell of it filled rooms, filled tents, filled whole encampments, and there was no escaping it. Death usually followed. You died of the dehydration, of the steady blood loss, of the infection finally breaking out of the gut and getting into the rest of the body, poisoning the blood, reaching the liver or the lungs and shutting them down. It was a degrading way to die, because there's a particular and specific cruelty in a death that strips away every last shred of a person's dignity in their final days, that leaves them soiled and cramping and ashamed and helpless in front of the very people who are trying to care for them. Kings died this way. Saints died this way. and the ordinary soldier in the ditch died this way in numbers that are genuinely staggering once you actually start looking for them in the records. What made it so relentless was the way it fed on itself. A person sick with the flux is losing fluid faster than they can take it in, growing weaker by the hour, and the more dehydrated they get, the worse everything else becomes. They're desperately thirsty, so they drink, and if the only water available is the same contaminated water that's already moving through the whole camp, they're just taking in more of the thing that's killing them with every cup. The sick fouled the ground and the fouled water made more people sick, and the cycle simply turned and turned. In a crowded camp or a besieged town, there was often no way out of that loop at all. You couldn't leave, you couldn't get clean water, you couldn't isolate the sick because there were too many of them, and nobody understood that isolating them would even help. You just watched it spread, tent to tent, house to house, knowing more would fall ill tomorrow and having no idea how to stop it. Dysentery was the great killer of medieval armies, and above all of sieges, so reliably and so predictably that it earned itself the nickname, the siege disease. The reason behind it is grim and embarrassingly simple. A siege meant that you took thousands of men, plus all their horses and pack animals, and you parked the entire mass of them in one fixed place for weeks or even months at a stretch, all of them eating, all of them producing waste, all of them drinking from water that was getting more thoroughly contaminated with every single day that passed, with no real sanitation, no proper latrines, and no understanding whatsoever of why people kept falling sick and dying. It was a nearly perfect machine for breeding and spreading a disease that travels through human filth. And over and over and over again, across the whole period, more soldiers died of the flux in their own camps than ever died with a weapon in their hands on the field. When the English king Henry V laid siege to the town of Harfleur in 1415, before the famous battle that everybody learns about in school, he lost thousands of his men. And the great killer that emptied his camp was dysentery rather than any French arrow or sword. Something like a third of his entire army was gone before they ever reached the famous battlefield, either dead in the mud or invalided home in disgrace, their own bowels having accomplished what the enemy could not. And that, of course, is precisely the part that the heroic, triumphant version of the story tends to quietly skip over. The mud, the stench, the men squatting and groaning and weeping in the latrine pits, dying slowly in a way that no poet who ever lived wanted to put into a stirring speech. It happened again and again across the period, at siege after siege. At one long English siege in France in the previous century, reinforcements had to be sent over constantly just to replace the men being lost to disease and desertion, the army quietly bleeding men into the latrines the whole time it sat outside the walls. At another siege a few years after Harfleur, it's been estimated that something like 1 in 16 of the besieging soldiers died of dysentery and smallpox together, the two diseases working the camp side by side. The pattern was so consistent that a commander planning a siege had to think of disease as an enemy in its own right. An enemy that would attack his own side, that grew stronger the longer he sat in one place, and that no wall or weapon could keep out. You didn't have to lose a battle to lose an army. You just had to stay still long enough, and the kings themselves were not safe from it, and that's almost the most striking thing of all about it. King John of England, the one everybody loves to hate, the villain of the Robin Hood stories, died of it in 1216. He was in the middle of a war against his own rebellious barons, with everything going badly for him, and he fell ill with dysentery and grew steadily worse until he could no longer travel at all, and he died in a castle in the dead of night. Later, legends dressed the death up considerably, claiming he had been poisoned, or that he died from gorging himself sick on peaches or on a surfeit of new ale, because apparently dying of the flux just wasn't a dramatic enough end for a proper villain. But the flux is, in all likelihood, simply what took him in that castle. Henry V, the great victor of that famous battle, the celebrated warrior king, died of it too. 7 years on from Harfleur, he was laying siege to yet another town through a long, cold, wet winter in a filthy camp, and he caught the very same disease that had thinned his army back at the start. He grew so weak that he could no longer sit on a horse. The conqueror, the man who had humbled all of France, the figure of English military legend, had to be carried in a litter, which for a king of his particular pride and reputation would have been a humiliation all its own. He was taken to a castle just outside Paris, and he died there in the late summer of 1422, around 35 years old, leaving behind an infant son, only months old, that he had never once laid eyes on, and now never would. Genuine debate ran at the time about exactly what had killed him. A few different diseases got floated by the chroniclers, but dysentery is by far the most probable answer. Picked up in the muck and filth of a siege he was actually in the process of winning. The Black Prince went the same way. Edward, the heir to the English throne who never lived to be king. After a hard, grinding campaign down in Spain, he came home chronically and seriously ill, and one chronicle makes the horrifying claim that a huge portion of his army died of dysentery and other diseases on that single campaign. He lingered on for years afterward, sick and declining, carried in a litter to direct yet another siege when he could barely sit upright on a horse, and he died in 1376 before his own father the king, so that the crown skipped right over him to his young son. The traditional story is that some chronic form of dysentery slowly wore him down across all those years. Though I'll be honest with you that more recent medical detective work has questioned that and floated several other possibilities, malaria and other long-term conditions among them. The record of a person's symptoms read across the gap of so many centuries is never anywhere near as clean and certain as we would like it to be. But a long, wasting, undignified illness, very possibly with the flux somewhere at the root of it, took a prince in the very prime of his life and quietly rewrote the entire succession of a kingdom. The greatest soldier of his generation, the man France had feared, spent his final years being carried about like an invalid, his body emptied out by something he'd most likely picked up from bad water on campaign, dying by inches in his own country while everyone waited for a rain that never came. The Crusades, in particular, were a feast for the disease. Armies of men crossing into hot, unfamiliar countries, drinking water their bodies had never encountered before, living in crowded camps with no sanitation, exhausted and often half-starved, made just about the most vulnerable population imaginable. Crusade after crusade lost more men to disease and to dysentery especially than to all the fighting put together. The great enemy on those expeditions was rarely the army on the other side. It was the latrine and the well and the invisible thing that moved between them. Even a sainted king couldn't outrank it. Louis IX of France, the same king whose royal dynasty claimed the healing touch for scrofula that we talked about earlier, died on crusade in North Africa near the city of Tunis in 1270. His army had landed in brutal, punishing heat into a place with bad water and no possible way to keep a large camp clean, and disease tore through the men like a scythe. Dysentery and a savage outbreak of scurvy on top of it. As many as 1 man in 6 in the whole host died there. The chronicler who had been with the king on an earlier crusade left behind an account of the scurvy that is hard to shake out of your head once you've read it. He described how the men's gums rotted and swelled up so badly that the barbers had to physically cut away the dead, necrotic flesh from inside their mouths just so the soldiers could chew their food and swallow it. And he wrote that he heard grown men crying out and weeping under the barber's knife like women in the pains of childbirth. The king's own son died in that camp. Louis himself, weakened by his constant fasting and by his own relentless religious discipline, sick like all the rest of them, died there in the late summer, around 56 years old. Modern study of his actual remains points to severe scurvy as a major factor in his death, which complicates the old tidy story a little. But the broader picture stays exactly the same. A king, a saint, a man the church would later canonize, brought down in a stinking, dysentery-ridden camp by the very same forces that were killing his anonymous foot soldiers all around him. The flux did not pause to check your title or your holiness before it took you. He had actually suffered dysentery once before, on his earlier crusade, when he was captured by his enemies gravely ill with the flux, so weak he could barely sit a horse. The disease had nearly had him once already, years before it finally finished the job. And for all the kings and crusades, the flux did its heaviest work far from any battlefield, in ordinary homes, on ordinary people, and above all on the very young. The same disease that thinned armies also moved quietly through towns and villages every summer, through the markets and the shared wells and the close quarters of poor households, and it killed children in particular by the cartload. A small child who catches the flux dehydrates terrifyingly fast, far faster than an adult, and in a world with no understanding of how to replace the lost fluid safely, a healthy toddler could be gone within a few days of the first symptom. Whole families would lose more than 1 child in a single bad season. The grief of that, repeated across countless households in every generation, simply doesn't make it into the chronicles, because it was undramatic and ordinary, the everyday background death rate of the medieval world, the quiet, constant subtraction that everyone lived alongside and nobody could explain or stop. The bloody flux killed more medieval people than any sword ever did. And the great majority of them have no names we can read, no tombs we can visit. They were the babies and the children and the poor, taken by bad water in the heat of summer and then forgotten. Why was it so absolutely constant, this disease? Because the medieval world had no real grasp of sanitation as we would understand it. No water treatment, no germ theory, nothing at all to connect the latrine pit and the drinking well, except the invisible disease that traveled silently between the two of them. Now, medieval cities did sometimes have surprisingly strict rules about anything that might foul the public water supply, so it isn't that nobody had noticed that water mattered somehow. But the actual underlying mechanism, the thing that connected the waste to the sickness, was completely invisible to them, beyond their ability to see. So the flux was simply a permanent part of life, and a permanent part of death, the unglamorous, ever-present companion of every army that ever marched and every crowded town that ever stood. The disease that filled more graves than the sword and got the very least credit for it of anything in this whole story. Now, smallpox. If dysentery was the disease that nobody wanted to talk about, then smallpox was the one that nobody on earth could possibly ignore, because it left its permanent signature carved into the faces of the survivors for the rest of their lives. And in the medieval period and the centuries on either side of it, an absolutely enormous share of the population carried that signature on their skin. The disease came on hard and fast once it finally got going. After a stretch of incubation, 10 days or so, where the infected person felt nothing at all and went about their life normally, there would come a sudden, violent onset, a splitting headache, a deep grinding ache in the back, a high burning fever. Then the rash began. Small red spots first, that rose up into raised bumps, that filled with clear fluid and became blisters, that then filled with pus and became the dreaded pustules. And they spread relentlessly over the entire body, thickest across the face and the limbs, but truly everywhere, and crucially not only on the skin. They erupted inside the mouth, they erupted down the throat, they erupted on the surface of the eyes. The pustules invaded every pore and every opening of the body, and they gave off a particular, distinctive, sickening smell that the nurses and the family members who tended the sick learned to recognize instantly, and then never managed to forget for the rest of their own lives. For roughly a month, the disease ran its full course, the pustules eventually drying and scabbing over, and in the people who survived it, the fever finally broke, and the scabs dried up and fell away, and left their marks behind. And the part in the middle, the worst of it, was simply agony. Consider a body where every inch of skin is occupied, where there is nowhere to lie that doesn't press on an open sore, where the pustules in the throat make it painful to swallow, and the ones in the mouth make it painful to eat or drink, and where the fever burns on top of all of it. No position brought relief. No part of the body was left out of it. People in the grip of the full disease often couldn't bear to be touched, couldn't be comfortably moved, couldn't do anything but endure it and wait to see which way it would go. And the waiting was its own torture for the family, because for the first week or so of the rash there was often no way to tell whether this was going to be a case the person survived or one of the bleeding cases that almost nobody survived. You just sat with them and you watched the pustules and you hoped. The death rate of the serious form of the disease was brutal, varying from around a fifth of those infected to well over half, depending on the exact form and on the particular population it struck. And in small children, it was worse still, in some times and places, killing the overwhelming majority of the infants who caught it, a fact that hollowed out families with a regularity that's hard for us to really feel now. The forms of the disease that bled, where the pustules turned dark and purple with blood pooling under the skin, were very nearly always a death sentence, with almost nobody surviving them. And even survival itself came at a heavy and lasting price. The pustules left behind deep, permanent pits in the skin, the pockmarks, especially across the face, permanent and unmistakable and impossible to hide. And the eyes, when the disease got into them, scarred over badly, so that a real and substantial portion of survivors came out the other side of the illness blind. In the centuries when smallpox was at its absolute height, the corneal scarring from this one single disease was among the very leading causes of blindness across an entire continent. In some accounts, a full third of survivors lost their sight to it. So you could fight your way through the fever and the pustules and the smell. You could survive the thing that killed so many around you, and still come out of it having lost your face and your eyes both. The clinical understanding we have for telling smallpox apart from other rashes owes a tremendous debt to a brilliant Persian physician of the medieval Islamic world, a man often known in the West as Rhazes, who lived around the 9th and 10th centuries. He wrote a treatise on smallpox and measles that was the first really careful, accurate clinical account to clearly separate the two diseases from one another, describing the distinct course of each one, telling physicians exactly how to tell them apart at the bedside. He also understood something that would not be fully explained for another 1,000 years, that a person who survived smallpox simply never caught it again. They were immune for the rest of their life. This was actually old knowledge, reaching all the way back into antiquity, where survivors were the obvious and natural choice to be sent in to nurse the sick, precisely because everyone already knew from long observation that they could not catch the disease a second time. His work was translated into Latin and went on to shape the way European physicians handled the disease for centuries afterward. The disease was already firmly established in Western Europe well before the height of the medieval period. A bishop in 6th century Gaul left an eyewitness account of an outbreak, and around the same time another churchman gave the disease the Latin name that would stick to it for a very long time. So smallpox wasn't some late arrival. It had been moving through Europe, killing and scarring and blinding, for the better part of 1,000 years before the period we're talking about even ended, and a disease that's always present, endemic, never quite gone, has a particular effect on the people who live under it. It stops feeling like a catastrophe and starts feeling like a fact of life, a tax that childhood simply levied on a family, with no telling in advance which of the children it would take and which it would merely mark. Parents in many places half expected to lose at least one child to it, and counted themselves fortunate if the survivors came through with their sight intact and only a moderate scattering of scars. The treatments were, as you've probably come to expect by now, a strange mixture of the useless and the frankly bizarre. Following the old inherited advice, physicians for a very long time relied on heat, wrapping their patients up tightly in heavy blankets to make them sweat, on the theory that this would help bring the pox out faster and more completely. My personal favorite among all the strange medieval treatments, though, is the red one. An English royal physician in the early 14th century wrote, in all seriousness, that smallpox ought to be treated with the color red. The patient was to be wrapped in red cloth. The bed was to be hung with red. The curtains red, the hangings red, everything within sight of the sick person red. He claimed with considerable pride that he had cured a son of the King of England this very way, and had brought him through the disease without leaving so much as a single mark on his skin. And the strange thing about it is that the red treatment stuck around for centuries afterward, long outliving the man who first wrote it down. An English queen was wrapped in red when she fell ill with smallpox. A law passed in colonial Massachusetts much later actually required that a red cloth be hung up to mark an infected house. No medicine whatsoever lived in the redness, of course, but the belief in it outlived its author by a very, very long time. The one piece of practical wisdom they did have, and it was real, was the knowledge that a person who'd already survived the disease couldn't catch it again. So when smallpox broke out in a household or a village, it was often the survivors, the ones already pitted and scarred from their own bout years before, who stepped in to nurse the sick, carrying the bedding, cleaning the sores, sitting with the dying, because everyone understood they were safe to do it. Something quietly moving sits in that, the scarred tending the soon-to-be scarred, the people the disease had already marked, taking on the dangerous work precisely because it had already done its worst to them. Beyond that, though, medieval care for a smallpox patient came down to keeping them warm or cool, keeping them fed and watered if they could swallow, and waiting. No way existed to stop the disease, no way to ease the worst of it, no way to spare the eyes or prevent the scarring. A family could only tend the body and hope, and try not to let the rest of the household catch it, which, in a single crowded room with no understanding of how it spread, was very nearly impossible. People understood smallpox the way they understood nearly all of these afflictions, as something that had been sent to them on purpose. In Christian Europe, a great many people believed that God himself had sent it as a punishment for sin. In India, there was a goddess associated with the disease, one who both sent it and could be persuaded to cure it. In Japan, it was blamed on a particular demon, and people tried to appease it with shrines and offerings. Across the whole of the medieval world, from one end of it to the other, the disease was a constant and unavoidable presence, so common, so woven into ordinary life, that surviving it and then carrying the scars was simply part of what a great many human faces looked like. We have grown so completely used to faces without pockmarks that it's easy to forget how recent and how fragile that change actually is. For the overwhelming majority of human history, a great many of the faces around you, in any crowd, in any market, would have carried the permanent memory of this one disease written across them. And now the last one, and the strangest one of all, the disease that almost sounds invented the very first time you hear someone describe what it did. Ergotism. They called it Saint Anthony's fire, and the holy fire, and the sickness of the burning ones, and once you actually understand what the thing did to a human body, you understand exactly why the idea of fire kept turning up in every single name they ever gave it. It came from bread. That's the quiet horror sitting underneath all of it. It came from the daily bread. Specifically, it came from rye, which was the bread grain of the poor, when that rye got infected with one particular fungus. The fungus grew on the grain in damp, cold conditions, especially after a wet winter followed by a soggy spring, forming little dark purplish growths right where the healthy kernels of grain should have been. People harvested it, ground it up together with all the rest of the grain, baked it into their bread, and ate it, with absolutely no idea that anything was wrong with it. And the poison locked inside that fungus did one of two terrible things, depending partly on where in Europe you happened to live, and which of its compounds happened to dominate in your particular bread. The first form of the disease went after the blood vessels. The poison clamped the small vessels in the arms and the legs tightly shut, choking off the supply of blood to the hands and the feet. So it began with a sensation of burning, an intense, searing burning and tingling in the extremities, even though nothing at all was actually on fire, the dying nerves screaming out that the limbs were being cooked alive. Then the burning gave way to a deep coldness as the blood stopped reaching the tissue altogether. Then the tissue simply died. The fingers, the toes, the hands, the feet, and in the worst cases, the whole limbs turned cold, then dark, then black, and dried out and mummified right there on the still living person, and eventually the dead, blackened, mummified limb would separate itself from the body at a joint, and the precise detail the medieval writers couldn't stop returning to was this, that the dead limb came away without any pain at all, and without any bleeding, because the part was already entirely dead before it dropped. A person could lose a hand, a foot, an entire arm or leg, the limb simply detaching itself, dry and black and lifeless, while they went on living and breathing and talking. One early chronicle described a great plague of swollen blisters that consumed people with a loathsome rot, so that their very limbs loosened and fell off of them before death finally came. The second form of the disease skipped the limbs entirely and went straight for the nervous system instead. Convulsions, violent, painful muscle spasms that twisted and contorted the whole body into shapes a body shouldn't make. A crawling, creeping, maddening sensation on the skin, exactly as if things were moving around underneath it. Splitting headaches, vomiting, diarrhea, and madness. Real madness, hallucinations and full psychosis, people seeing and hearing things that simply weren't there, and behaving in ways that terrified everyone around them. The poison in the fungus is, as it happens, chemically related to LSD, so the visions were not in any sense a metaphor or an exaggeration. People were quite literally tripping, in agony, convulsing, in the middle of a famine, with no possible way of understanding what was happening to them or why. And there's a rough geographic split that historians have long noticed in the records, where outbreaks to the west of the Rhine tended toward the gangrenous, limb-destroying form, while outbreaks to the east of it tended toward the convulsive, mind-destroying form, most likely for reasons to do with which specific toxins dominated and what else people in those regions were eating alongside the rye. To the people living through a convulsive outbreak, with no notion of fungus or poison, what they were seeing must have looked like the world coming apart. Whole villages where people fell down, twitching and seizing, neighbors clawing at their own skin, swearing they could feel things crawling on them that nobody else could see. People raving, seeing visions, screaming at things that weren't there, the children as well as the adults. And all of it arriving together, in a cluster, in the same village, after the same wet harvest, eating the same bread. If you had no concept of what was actually causing it, the obvious explanations were the ones your whole culture handed you. A curse, a possession, the work of the devil, or of someone in league with the devil. People reaching for the only frameworks they had, in a community that had quite literally been poisoned together, all of them looking for someone or something to blame for a horror with no visible cause. The outbreaks came in waves across the centuries, and they came at their very worst in the hungry years, in the famine years, because that's precisely when desperate, starving people ate every last scrap of grain they had, including the spoiled, dark, fungus-ridden portions they would have thrown to the pigs in any normal year. The records reach back a long way. There's a 9th century chronicle that describes a great plague of swollen blisters consuming the people with a loathsome rot, so that their limbs loosened and dropped away before they died, about as clear a description of the gangrenous form as you could ask for from 1,000-odd years ago. The records describe a terrible outbreak in France in the 10th century that killed thousands, with the traditional figures running well up into the tens of thousands, though I'd treat those exact numbers gently, because medieval death tolls were almost never actually counted with any care and tend to balloon in the retelling. The dating of these early outbreaks gets reported inconsistently from source to source, too, the same event sometimes sliding by decades depending on who's telling it, so the broad picture is more trustworthy than any single date. Another such outbreak swept through the Rhine Valley in the 11th century. A chronicler writing around that time described an epidemic that turned people's limbs black as coal, an epidemic from which the sufferers either died miserably or else survived having permanently lost their hands and their feet to it. A later historian, writing about one of these medieval French outbreaks, described the scene without flinching from any of it, the cries and the screaming of the suffering, the sight of charred, blackened limbs being shed from living bodies, and a stench of rotting flesh hanging over everything that he said was simply, flatly unbearable. Whole regions of poor farming families, eating their own daily bread, watching their own bodies and the bodies of their children blacken and dry out and come apart at the joints. And it wasn't only people. The animals suffered it too, cattle losing their hooves and the ends of their tails to the same blackening rot, their milk drying up, dying alongside the families that depended on them, so that a bad year of ergot could hollow out a whole community, its people and its livestock at once. Out of all that horror came an order of monks who dedicated themselves entirely to caring for the sufferers. The Order of St. Anthony, founded in France around the very end of the 11th century, after a nobleman's son was said to have been cured of the disease at the shrine of St. Anthony the Great, the ancient Egyptian hermit. The order spread enormously across the continent, eventually running on the order of several hundred hospitals scattered across France and Germany and Scandinavia, staffed by thousands of brothers, a vast network of care built up around this one strange burning sickness. The brothers of the order wore black robes, and they rang little bells as they went about collecting alms for their work, and by a special church privilege they were allowed to keep pigs that roamed freely through the medieval streets, so that the bell and the pig both became part of the imagery of the saint himself. They didn't only feed the sufferers either, they gave them a special medicinal wine, infused with herbs and steeped with the relics of the saint, which they believed carried his healing power, and the long pilgrimage to reach a hospice in the first place may itself have done some good, simply by getting people moving and improving the circulation in limbs that were starving for blood. And at their hospices, the sufferers and the grateful survivors left behind their amputated limbs, the blackened, dried, mummified hands and feet, displayed openly at the shrines, kept in some places so that their former owners might one day reclaim them at the resurrection of the dead at the end of all things. A chapel wall hung with the dried, dark relics of people's own lost hands and feet, left there as offerings and as proof of survival both. It's an image that stays with you, and here, right at the very end, is the quiet, accidental mercy buried in the heart of the whole grim story, the one thing in this entire video that comes anywhere close to a happy turn, so let me give it its proper moment. The monks actually helped people. They genuinely did. And they had absolutely no idea why it worked. When a sufferer came to one of their hospitals, the monks took them in and they fed them. They fed them bread made from wheat and food grown fresh in the monastery's own gardens, food that was completely free of the rye fungus that was the actual source of all the agony. So simply by removing the poison from the person's daily diet, just by feeding them clean, uncontaminated bread, the symptoms eased off and the disease retreated and the burning stopped. The monks thought it was the saint doing it. They thought it was the holy relics, the blessed wine they administered, the long pilgrimage the sufferers had made to reach them. And the people who got better thought exactly the same thing, and they gave heartfelt thanks for the miracle, and they left their own blackened hands hanging on the chapel wall as tokens of their gratitude and their survival. They were entirely right that they had been saved. They were just completely wrong about how it had happened. The real cure was the clean bread, handed over by men who sincerely believed they were channeling the power of a long-dead saint, and who, precisely in their not knowing, in their total ignorance of the real mechanism, did more genuine good for the suffering poor than nearly any of the trained physicians in this entire story managed to do, with all of their elaborate theories and their bleeding and their mercury and their red cloth. A theory floats around here, and I want to flag it very clearly as a theory because it's debated and it's a long way from being proven, that some of the famous episodes of so-called bewitchment in later centuries, the convulsions and the visions and the strange, frightening behavior, might in fact have been outbreaks of convulsive ergotism, breaking out in communities that ate a great deal of rye after an especially wet growing season. Some historians have made a careful case for it. Other historians find it entirely unconvincing and have argued against it, and I'm not going to stand here and pretend to you that the matter is settled because it isn't, but it is a haunting thought to sit with. The idea that the crawling skin and the seizures and the visions All the things that people once confidently blamed on curses and on devils and on witchcraft may sometimes have been nothing more than a fungus quietly growing in the daily bread, poisoning the very poorest people at the very worst possible moment, when the harvest had already failed and there was nothing left in the house to eat but the one thing that was slowly killing them. That's where I'll leave the burning ones, in the chapel hung with their own blackened hands, fed clean bread by monks who were certain they were performing a miracle, and who were, in the only way that could possibly have mattered to a starving family, watching their children's fingers turn black, exactly and completely right. Thanks for staying with me through all of that. If you made it this far, you've got a stronger stomach than most, and I appreciate you spending the time down here in the darker corners of the medieval world with me. Tell me in the comments which of these 6 got under your skin the most, because it's never the one I expect. If something here stuck with you, hit subscribe so the next one finds you. Look after yourself, keep an eye on your bread, and I'll catch you in the next one. The stake went into the ground first before the prisoner was ever brought out. A long shaft of oak, taller than a man, sharpened at one end and then deliberately blunted, the point rounded off and rubbed with grease until it shone. A sharp point would have been a mercy, and mercy was not the assignment. The crowd gathered the way crowds did in a medieval town when word went round, and the executioner worked without hurry, because hurry was the enemy of everything this was meant to do. When the body finally went onto the stake, it did not die. That was the achievement. A man with skill could thread the wood up through a living person and miss everything that kills quickly, the heart, the great vessels, so that the figure raised upright against the sky stayed awake and breathing and aware for hours, sometimes for the better part of a day. And the whole point of all that careful labor was that you, walking past on the road below, would see it and would carry the seeing home and would think very hard before you ever risked becoming the next shape on the next stake. That patience is the thing to hold on to, because it runs through everything we're going to talk about today. None of this was rage. None of it was a mob losing control. The cruelty was slow and skilled, and written down in advance by people who treated it as a craft and a duty, and, in some places, a paid trade with its own rules and apprenticeships. The site was chosen with the same care as the method: a crossroads, a town gate, a bridge, somewhere on the edge of the settlement where every traveller entering or leaving would pass beneath it, and every market day crowd would have to walk by. The body was not hidden away to die in a cell. It was put exactly where life was busiest, so that the dying and the living shared the same road for as long as the dying lasted. That part tends to stay with you longer than the blood does. That is what survives when almost everything else about a person is gone. We don't know that man's name. We don't know what he was supposed to have done. We know he spent his last afternoon asking passers-by for the one favor none of them would give him, and that's all that's left of him, and somehow it's enough to make the whole thing real. Quick thing before the first stake goes up. I've got one question I actually want answered in the comments. Which of these 5 methods had you heard of before today, and which one is brand new to you? I'm curious how much of this is common knowledge and how much got quietly forgotten. Tell me down below, and tell me where you are while you're at it. Right. Long road ahead, so let's not rush it. We're going to walk through 5 ways that people, real people, were put to death in the medieval and early modern world. Impalement, the breaking wheel, sawing, pressing, and the long English horror called hanging, drawing, and quartering. Some of these you've heard of. Some of them turn out to be far stranger and far less certain than their reputation suggests. And one of them, when you actually go looking, mostly dissolves into legend, and I'll show you exactly where it dissolves and what's left when it does. I'm not going to dress any of this up, and I'm not going to pretend the people doing the killing were monsters from another species, because they weren't. They were administrators. They had rules. They had paperwork. That's the part that tends to stay with you. Let's start with the stake. Impalement is one of the oldest ways human beings ever found to kill each other on purpose, and slowly, and in public. It goes back to Babylon, back into the 2nd millennium before Christ, and it really comes into focus with the Assyrians, who were not shy about it. The kings of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, men like Ashur-nasir-pal II and later Sennacherib, did not hide what they did to rebellious cities. They carved it into the walls of their palaces. If you've ever seen the reliefs from Nineveh, the ones the archaeologist David Usishkin studied so carefully, you've seen the siege of a town called Lachish in what's now Israel from around 701 BC. And you've seen the defenders of that town up on stakes outside the walls while the Assyrian war machine rolls past underneath. They didn't put that on the wall by accident. It was advertising. This is what happens. Look at it. The Assyrian version was often a little different from the one most people picture. They tended to drive the stake in under the ribs rather than running it the full length of the body, which killed faster and made a clearer image, a row of figures pinned against the sky. And these kings were proud of it. That's the part that's genuinely hard to absorb across 3,000 years. Ashur-nasir-pal II left inscriptions where he describes, in his own boastful voice, flaying rebels and impaling others around the walls of their cities. And he's not confessing, he's bragging. It's a press release. The reliefs aren't a record kept by some later critic. They're the official art commissioned by the men who ordered the killings, hung in the throne room where ambassadors would wait, so that a foreign envoy sitting there cooling his heels would look up at the wall and see precisely what it cost to defy Assyria. The deterrent worked on you before you'd even said a word to the king. The Persians used it too. Herodotus tells us Darius impaled a few thousand Babylonians after putting down a revolt, and whether the number is exact or not, the practice was real and well understood across the ancient Near East. It was the punishment you used when you wanted the punishment itself to do political work. And you can already see this early, the whole grammar of the thing. The death is public. The death is displayed. The death is placed where the largest number of people will be forced to reckon with it. Everything that comes later, the wheel on the pole, the head on the bridge, the quarters nailed to a gate in 4 towns, it's all already there in the row of stakes outside Lachish. The technology changes, the logic doesn't, and impalement never really went away. Most of these methods have a beginning and an end. A century where they peak and then fade out as tastes and laws change. Impalement just kept going, century after century, all the way into the modern era in some places. The Ottomans used it as a standard deterrent, a stake, kazak in Turkish, and they were still doing it in the 19th century. After a revolt in Serbia in 1814, Turkish authorities are recorded as impaling 200 prisoners at Belgrade. 200. In 1814, when there were already steam engines running in England and the Napoleonic Wars were winding down in the same Europe. It turns up again in the Bosnian and Cretan and Herzegovinian uprisings of the mid-19th century. The same horror in roughly the same corner of the world, generation after generation. That overlap between the very old and the uncomfortably recent is one of the quiet shocks of studying this stuff. We tend to file impalement under ancient, under medieval, safely behind glass. It was being carried out within living memory of people whose photographs exist. Let me tell you what actually happened to the body, because the mechanics matter, and because the people who designed this knew exactly what they were doing. The stake was wooden, sharpened and often greased with lard or oil to reduce friction as it went in. The point was frequently rounded rather than needle sharp, and that sounds at first like a strange mercy until you understand the reasoning, which is the opposite of mercy. A genuinely sharp point pierces organs and slices through major blood vessels and lets a person bleed out relatively quickly, which is the last thing the executioner wanted. A blunt, rounded point doesn't cut those organs and vessels so much as push them aside, sliding past them, parting the body's interior and shoving it out of the way rather than severing it. Which means the major plumbing of the body keeps working. The heart keeps beating, the lungs keep breathing, and the person keeps living. The stake usually entered through the rectum or the groin and was then guided, deliberately, by a man who knew what he was doing, along the line of the spine, threaded up through the torso so as to miss the heart and the great arteries, until it emerged somewhere up around the shoulder, the base of the neck, sometimes through the mouth. Then the whole stake, with the body now fixed on it, was raised upright and the bottom end planted in the ground. And the condemned person hung there in the open air, held up by nothing but their own body weight, settling slowly down the shaft under gravity, the wood working a little deeper into them with every hour they remained alive to provide the weight. Death came from internal bleeding, from the catastrophic infection that follows when the bowel is perforated and its contents leak into the abdomen, from sepsis, from shock, from the body simply failing piece by piece. But because the major vessels had been spared and the person was upright and conscious, it took a long time. Hours at the fast end, days at the slow end. There are accounts from the Dutch colonial world in Batavia of prisoners kept alive on the stake for 6 to 8 days. I don't repeat that number to shock you. I repeat it because somebody, some executioner, developed the skill to make that happen, practiced it, got good at it. And that skill was considered a professional qualification. Think about what that means as a working life. A man who went home at the end of the day and, if anyone asked what he was good at, could say, honestly, that he was the one who could keep them alive the longest, that this was the part of the job he'd mastered. A description of the craft of it, the best one we have in plain words, comes from a novel rather than a court record, and I should be upfront about that. The Yugoslav writer Ivo Andrić, who won the Nobel Prize, wrote a book called The Bridge on the Drina, and in it he describes the impalement of a Serb who'd sabotaged the Ottoman bridge works. It's fiction. The man and the scene are invented, but Andrić was writing about a practice his own region remembered all too clearly, and the procedure he describes lines up with the real Ottoman method. In the novel, the executioner, a Roma named Merjan, hammers an oak stake about 8 feet long, tipped with iron and greased with lard, and after every couple of blows he stops and checks, leans in and looks to make sure the point is following the right path through the body and hasn't caught any of the more important organs, because catching one would kill the man and ruin the work. And it comes out, finally, by the right shoulder, beside the ear, with the man still alive. I flag that it's a novel, because it matters that you know the difference. But Andrić didn't invent the carefulness. The carefulness is the documented part. The executioner who pauses to check his angle, who treats a human being as a piece of difficult joinery to be got right. That's not the author's imagination. That's the historical fact the author was dramatizing. Now, the name that everyone reaches for the moment you say the word impalement is Vlad. Vlad III, Prince of Wallachia, the man the Romanians later called Țepeș, the Impaler, though nobody called him that to his face while he was alive. In his own time he was Vlad Dracula, son of the dragon, after his father's membership in a chivalric order called the Order of the Dragon, and yes, that's where the other name comes from too. Though Bram Stoker and the vampire business is a story for a completely different video. Vlad ruled Wallachia, which sat right on the fault line between Christian Europe and the expanding Ottoman Empire, 3 separate times, and the middle stretch, from 1456 to 1462, is the one that built the legend. His childhood goes some way to explaining the man, though it explains without excusing. As a boy, he and his younger brother Radu were handed over to the Ottoman Sultan's court as hostages, a guarantee of their father's loyalty, and they grew up among the Turks, learning their language, their customs, their methods. Vlad came back from that hostage childhood with a deep familiarity with the empire he'd spent his adult life fighting, and, the sources suggest, a deep familiarity with exactly the kinds of punishment he later became famous for. His father and his older brother were both killed in the brutal Wallachian politics of the period, his brother reportedly blinded with hot iron and buried alive, and Vlad came to power in a world where that was simply how power changed hands. None of that put the stakes in the ground, but it's the soil they grew in. He used impalement constantly once he had the throne, against Ottoman raiders, against the Saxon merchants of the Transylvanian towns, Brasov, Sibiu, who'd backed his rivals and squeezed him on trade, against his own boyars, the nobles he didn't trust, and in some cases had good reason not to, against criminals, against the poor, against more or less anyone whose death he judged useful. The campaign against the Saxons matters more than it might seem, and not only for what he did to them, because the Saxons are the ones who wrote it all down afterward and made sure the world remembered. The defining image comes from 1462, when the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II, the same man who had taken Constantinople 9 years earlier and was not easily impressed by anything, marched an army into Wallachia and came upon what the sources call a forest. A field of stakes outside the old capital of Targovishte, bodies in every state of decay, and according to the Byzantine historian Laonikos Chalkokondyles, the number was around 20,000, spread over several acres. On the tallest stake of all was a high-ranking Ottoman officer named Hamza Pasha, set up above everyone else like a finial on a roof. Hamza was no random prisoner either. Some months before, Mehmed had sent him as part of an embassy to lure Vlad into a trap, and Vlad had seen the trap coming, captured the whole delegation, and impaled them. Hamza highest of all, because Hamza ranked highest. So the Sultan, marching in to punish the prince, arrived to find his own ambassador rotting on a pole above a field of the dead, placed there by the man he'd come to break, arranged by rank the way a court seats its guests. The story goes that Mehmed, a conqueror with a famously strong stomach, looked at the field for a long moment and turned his army around. Whether that's literally true or a detail the chroniclers polished, the fact that even a hostile Greek source and a friendly Ottoman one both reach for the same image tells you the display rattled people who were not easily rattled. That's the legend. Let me show you where the history gets careful, because this is one of those places where the careful version is more interesting than the dramatic one. The numbers attached to Vlad are enormous, and they don't agree with each other. A bishop named Nicholas of Modrush, who heard about it at the Hungarian court, put the total at 40,000. Another contemporary, Gabriele Rangoni, said 100,000. The forest at Targovishte gets 20,000. And a lot of the most colourful stories, Vlad dining at a table set among the impaled, Vlad impaling a woman because she'd sewn her husband's shirt too short, come to us through German printed pamphlets that were produced by people who had every political reason to make him look like a devil. The Saxons he'd punished ran the early printing presses. They were, in a real sense, the first people in history with both a grudge and a mass media machine to pursue it. More recent scholarship has tried to do the unglamorous arithmetic. A reassessment published in the Transactions of the Royal Historical Society, working through the sources with a cold eye and applying a plausibility rate to the wilder claims, suggests the field at Targovishte more likely held something on the order of 16 or 1700 bodies, not 20,000, and that the so-called forest was the accumulated work of 6 years of executions, averaging maybe 250 a year rather than a single monstrous afternoon. And I want to be clear about what that revision means, because it's easy to misread it as letting him off. It doesn't. 1,600 human beings on stakes in a field is not a softer fact than 20,000. It's a fact you can actually hold in your head, which makes it worse, not better. The legend turns him into a kind of horror movie figure operating at a scale beyond comprehension, a number so large it stops meaning anything. The corrected number puts him back into the world of the possible. where a real man with real soldiers spent 6 years doing this to real people, a couple of hundred at a time, and kept records of it, and considered it governance, ordinary statecraft, a Tuesday. The cartoon is easier to look at than the man. 20,000 is a monster from a story. 1,600 is a policy carried out by people who went home afterward. It's worth sitting for a second with where the Wilder version came from, because it's one of the cleanest examples in all of history of what we'd now call a smear campaign meeting a brand new technology. The most lurid Vlad stories, him dining at a table set out among the impaled and dipping his bread in the blood, him impaling a woman because she'd sewn her husband's shirt too short, and then impaling the replacement wife for the same offense, him having the turbans of insolent Ottoman envoys nailed to their skulls, come down to us through German-language pamphlets printed in the 1460s and after. And the people running those early presses in the German towns of Transylvania were the Saxons, the same merchant communities Vlad had punished, taxed, and in some cases impaled during his trade wars with them. They had a grudge, they had a printing press, and they had a market hungry for horror stories about the exotic prince on the eastern frontier. They were, in a real and slightly chilling sense, among the first people in history, with both a personal vendetta and a mass media machine to pursue it, and they used it the way people have used every such machine since. Some of what they printed is surely true. Vlad did impale people in large numbers, that's not in dispute. But the specific anecdotes, the dinner among the dead, the shirt, the nailed turbans, are exactly the sort of detail a hostile press invents and embroiders, and a careful reader holds them at arm's length while accepting the grim core. The man was terrible enough without the embroidery. The embroidery just made him sell better. What did Wallachia actually look like under this? We have to be honest that the day-to-day texture is thin. That's the nature of 15th century Eastern European sources. But the broad picture is consistent across friendly and hostile accounts alike. Impalement under Vlad was public. It was placed where people would see it, on roads and outside towns, and in the spaces where ordinary life happened. And it was constant enough that travellers remarked on it. A landscape with bodies in it, not as an exception, as a feature. And it worked, in the narrow sense that crime apparently dropped and his enemies were genuinely afraid of him, which is the entire grim logic of the method laid bare. The terror was the point. The bodies were the message. He was not trying to hide the cruelty. The cruelty was the policy. One story the Saxons told, true or not, gets repeated because it captures how the terror was supposed to function. Vlad was said to have left a golden cup at a public fountain in a town square, free for any traveller to drink from, and the cup stayed there, untouched and unstolen, for the length of his reign, because everyone understood precisely what would happen to the person who took it. Whether the cup was real hardly matters. What matters is that the story was believable, that people who knew the prince found it entirely plausible that a single visible threat could hold a whole town honest. That's a society organized around the certainty of the stake. The fear did the work that watchmen and walls and courts would have to do elsewhere. A man like that doesn't need many guards once the bodies on the roads have taught everyone the lesson on his behalf. One more episode is worth telling because it shows the method being used not just on prisoners, but as an instrument of war. In June of 1462, vastly outnumbered by Mehmed's invading army, Vlad did something audacious. He led a night attack into the Ottoman camp, the famous night raid, trying to reach the Sultan's own tent and kill him in the dark. And while the raid failed to kill Mehmed, it threw the camp into chaos. And the forest of the impaled that the Sultan found shortly afterward was, in part, the answer to that failure. When you can't beat an army in the field, you can still make the ground it has to march across unbearable to look at. Vlad understood that the stake was a weapon aimed at morale as much as at the body on it. Mehmed's soldiers had to walk past their own impaled comrades, including a man many of them would have known, Hamza Pasha, up on the tallest stake. You can break a stronger army by making it sick of the war before the battle even comes. That was the calculation. Whether it's admirable strategy or simple atrocity is a judgment I'll leave with you, because it's genuinely both. And pretending it's only one of those is how you end up lying about history. Vlad's own end had a grim symmetry to it, though the details are murky the way so much of his life is. He lost the throne not long after that campaign, spent years as a prisoner of the Hungarian king who was supposed to be his ally, and clawed his way back to power one last time in 1476, only to be killed within weeks, in battle or by betrayal, depending on which thin source you trust. What the sources mostly agree on is the ending. His body was cut up, and his head was carried off to Constantinople, to the Sultan's court, and put on display there. The man who had made a forest of impaled bodies to greet an Ottoman army ended as a head-on show for an Ottoman crowd, the same logic he'd lived by turned around and pointed at him. He'd spent his reign making examples of other people. In death, he was made into one himself, and the people who did it understood exactly the kind of message they were sending, because he'd taught the whole region how to read it. Leaving the stake there, with that field full of slow deaths drying in the Wallachian summer, the next method was, if anything, more bureaucratic, more carefully regulated, and somehow that regulation makes it land even harder. The breaking wheel. If you grew up in the German-speaking lands, or in France in the medieval or early modern period, and you committed a really serious crime, an aggravated murder, killing during a robbery, killing a member of your own family, treason, this is the death you feared. And it was, genuinely, one of the worst on the menu, which is saying something given the menu. Here's how it worked, and there were two main regional flavors, because Europe never did anything just one way. In the French version, the condemned was tied down, spread-eagled, either to a large cartwheel laid flat on the scaffold, or to a wooden cross or frame of beams, with the arms and legs stretched out and supported only at intervals, leaving deliberate gaps underneath the long bones, the forearms, the upper arms, the thighs, the shins, with nothing beneath them. The executioner then took an iron bar or a heavy wooden cudgel and methodically broke each limb across those gaps, blow by blow, often starting at the far ends and working inward, so that a man would feel his hands and feet shattered first, and know with perfect clarity what was travelling up toward the rest of him. In the German version, common across the Holy Roman Empire, the heavy wheel itself was the weapon. The condemned was stretched on the ground or on a low frame, and the executioner raised the wheel and brought it down onto the limbs, starting at the shins and working upward toward the body, sometimes with sharp-edged blocks of wood placed under the joints, so that each fall of the wheel shattered the bone more completely against the edge beneath it. Either way, the goal was the same. Not to kill the man, not yet, but to break every long bone in his body while he remained alive and aware, to reduce a person to something that could be folded, and the number of blows was specified by the court in advance. This was not a frenzy. A judge sat down, considered the severity of the crime, and wrote into the sentence how many times the man was to be struck and in what order, the way you'd write a recipe. The whole thing was codified in 1532 in the Constitutio Criminalis Carolina, the criminal law code of the Emperor Charles V, the first real body of criminal law for the German lands, and the Carolina named the wheel specifically for these aggravated crimes. There was even a 15th century document from Zurich, the Blutgerichtsordnung, the Blood Court Ordinance, that laid out the procedure in detail. People wrote manuals for this. There were professionals who studied them. A condemned man's fate, how long he'd suffer, whether he'd die in minutes or days, was a matter of clauses and sub-clauses, decided by men in robes who would never lift the bar themselves. And the grading was real. A court might sentence one man to a handful of blows, with the first struck to the chest, ending things quickly, and another to 30 or 40 blows beginning at the feet, with no mercy stroke at all, because the second man's crime was judged worse. The difference between those two sentences was the difference between a death of minutes and a death of days, and it was set down on paper in advance by someone weighing the offence like a sum. So a man waiting in his cell for the wheel wasn't only waiting to die, he was waiting to find out how many times, and where they'd start, and whether the court had granted him the small written mercy of a quick first blow, or had decided he didn't deserve it. Your suffering had a number attached to it, and the number had been chosen by a stranger reading your file. And the apparatus was simpler than the cruelty it produced, which is part of what makes it so chilling. A cartwheel. An ordinary wagon wheel, the same object that carried grain to market and hay to the barn, repurposed. That's why it lingers in the language and the imagery the way it does, why the wheel became a thing you'd see in religious art, the attribute of Saint Catherine, who in legend was to be killed on one before it miraculously broke. The everyday object turned into an instrument of death is its own quiet horror. There was nothing exotic about it. You could find one in any village. The executioner didn't need a workshop full of specialized tools. He needed a wheel, an iron bar, and the sentence read out by the court telling him how many times to swing. After the breaking came the part that's hardest to take in. The body was often still alive, bones shattered in a dozen places, but alive. The limbs, with every long bone broken, would have gone soft and shapeless, no longer able to hold a limb's normal line, and it's precisely this that the next stage exploited. The broken arms and legs were threaded through the spokes of the wheel, woven around the rim, because they no longer kept their shape and could be folded and laced where a sound limb never could. And the whole wheel was hoisted up onto a tall pole and left standing, so that the man, or what remained working of the man, was displayed against the sky for the crows and the weather. Germans had a grim phrase for the result, calling such a broken figure on the wheel something like a man made into a star, the splayed limbs through the spokes forming a rough wheel and spoke shape, a body turned into a fixed sign. Some accounts describe the condemned surviving up there for 2 or 3 days, dying slowly of shock and thirst and exposure, high up on a wheel, in full view of a road, while ordinary traffic passed beneath, while children were walked to church beneath, while the birds did the work the law had started. A person could live a long time like that, because the breaking, brutal as it was, didn't directly destroy anything the body needs minute to minute. The heart and lungs were untouched. What killed you up on the wheel was slower, blood loss into the shattered tissue, the deep shock that follows that kind of injury, thirst, the cold of the nights, infection setting into the wounds. The dying was drawn out over hours and days while the mind, for at least part of it, stayed clear enough to know exactly where it was. The cruelty of the wheel was never really in the blows. The blows were quick. The cruelty was in everything that came after the blows. The long, bright stretch of being alive and broken and on display with nothing left to do but wait. And that was the part the sentence was actually built around. But, and this matters, there was a mercy built into the system, and the existence of that mercy tells you the people running it knew exactly how bad the thing was. It was called the coup de grâce, the blow of mercy, a single hard strike to the chest or the neck early in the proceedings that would kill quickly and spare the rest. In France, there was an even more formal version, the retentum, a secret instruction from the court that the executioner was to strangle the condemned after the second or third blow, or in some cases of mercy before the breaking began at all, so that everything the crowd watched afterward was performed on a corpse. The crowd didn't know. The theatre continued, and whether you got that mercy depended on your crime and, frankly, on your connections. They had a phrase for the 2 approaches, von oben herab, from the top down, meaning a lethal blow first, for the less heinous cases, and from the bottom up, starting with the legs, drawing it out as long as the body would allow, reserved for the worst. Let me give you some faces, because the procedure on its own is just engineering, and these were people. In 1589, in Cologne, a man named Peter Stump was executed on the wheel. He's remembered now as the werewolf of Bedburg because under torture he confessed to a series of horrific murders and to having a magic belt given to him by the devil that turned him into a wolf, which tells you something about both the man and the era's idea of evidence. It's worth pausing on what that confession was worth, given how it was obtained. Stump was put to the rack, and what a man says on the rack is the thing his torturers most want to hear, not the thing that's true. And the werewolf belt and the pact with the devil are exactly the shape of confession that German courts of the 1580s were primed to extract during the witch panics. So whether Peter Stump was a serial killer, a scapegoat, a genuinely disturbed man, or some tangle of all three, the trial record can't really tell us, because the trial was built to produce a particular answer, and it produced it. What's beyond doubt is what they did to him afterward, because that part wasn't extracted. It was performed in public and printed. His death was a full program. They bound him to the wheel, and before the breaking, they tore his flesh with red-hot pincers in 10 places, then broke his limbs with the blunt side of an axe head, then beheaded him, then burned the body. His daughter and his mistress were burned alive alongside him, and all of this was recorded in an illustrated broadsheet, a printed news sheet with a woodcut by an artist named Lucas Meyer, published in Nuremberg, and the broadsheet says plainly what it's for. It says the execution was meant to be an example for everyone, to avoid such devilry. The death was content. It was made into a pamphlet so that people who couldn't attend could still receive the lesson. You bought it, you read it, you looked at the woodcut of the man on the wheel, and you went away properly frightened, which was the intended effect on the buyer just as much as on the crowd in the square. The whole system depended, though, on the executioner getting it right. And when he didn't, the spectacle could turn on the people staging it. There's a case from Tecklenburg in 1786, late in the wheel's history, where an executioner named Esmeyer botched the job badly. He was supposed to perform that secret merciful strangulation before the breaking, and he bungled it. And on top of that, the wheel he used was too light to do its work cleanly. So what the crowd watched was not the controlled, ritualized killing they'd come expecting, but a long, clumsy mess of a death. And the crowd was horrified, not at the crime, at the incompetence, at the suffering drawn out by error rather than by sentence. Esmeyer was actually prosecuted afterward for doing it wrong. That tells you the rules were real. There was a right way and a wrong way to break a man on a wheel, and getting it wrong was itself a crime. The cruelty was licensed, but only within the license. Step outside the procedure and even this society would point at you and say, no, not like that. The men who did this work occupied a strange place in their own communities. And it's worth a moment because they're the people whose hands actually carried out everything we're talking about. The executioner, the Scharfrichter in the German lands, the headsman, was both essential and despised. Towns needed him. They paid him, sometimes well. But he was unclean, socially polluted by the touch of death and blood. Often forced to live outside the town walls, barred from honest trades and from the church's full embrace, his children frequently able to marry only into other executioner families, so that whole dynasties of them grew up over generations, the trade handed down father to son because nobody else would have them and they could marry no one else. They were craftsmen of killing who were shunned by the very society that depended on their craft. And they knew their work intimately, the anatomy, the angles, how much force, where the mercy could be slipped in. Some of them moonlighted as healers and bone setters, because who understood the body's breaking points better than the man whose job was to break them? A person could go to the same man to have a dislocated shoulder set and, on another day, see him on the scaffold breaking a murderer's arms with an iron bar. That doubleness, the hands that healed and the hands that killed being the same hands, is one of those facts about the period that no amount of familiarity quite makes ordinary. A few years earlier, in 1581, there was a German robber and serial murderer named Peter Niers, and his case shows you both the upper limit of what the wheel was capable of and the limits of believing anything a torture chamber produces. Niers was credited with 544 murders, an almost cartoonish number, including, the record claims, 24 pregnant women whose unborn children he was said to have cut out for use in black magic. Serious historians like Joy Wiltonberg treat that staggering tally as a product of the rack rather than an honest accounting, a number swollen by the demands of torture and the appetites of the broadsheet trade, the same machinery that turned Peter Stump into a werewolf. Whatever Niers actually did, and he seems to have genuinely been a dangerous and prolific criminal, the figure tells you more about the era's storytelling than its bookkeeping. What's better attested is the death they gave him, because that was public and recorded. It went on for 3 days. On the third day, the 16th of September, 1581, at Neumarkt in der Oberpfalz, they brought him out for the end, and the wheel was brought down on his body 42 times, 42 separate blows, and he was still alive after them, still breathing, so they finished him by quartering, cutting the living remnant of the man into pieces. 42 blows of a wheel, and a man is still alive to feel the 43rd thing they do to him. I find I don't have a clever observation to set beside that. I just want it on the record, the way the clerk who wrote down the number wanted it on the record, for reasons that were the opposite of mine. And then there's the case that changed things, because it happened late enough, and to a sympathetic enough man, that the wheel itself started to feel indefensible to the people watching. Jean Calas, Toulouse, France, 1762. Calas was a Protestant cloth merchant, a Huguenot, getting on in years, who had run a quiet shop in Toulouse for decades, in a France that was officially and aggressively Catholic, where Protestants lived on sufferance and knew it. He had a wife, several children, and a household that included a Catholic servant who'd been with them for years, which matters, because it shows the family was not the den of fanatics the court later painted. One night his adult son Marc-Antoine was found dead in the family home, hanged, almost certainly by his own hand. Marc-Antoine had been melancholy, blocked from the legal career he wanted because he wouldn't renounce his faith, and the likeliest reading by far is suicide. But suicide carried monstrous shame and real legal consequences in that world. The body of a suicide could be dragged through the streets and denied burial, so the family, panicking, seems to have tried to make the death look like something other than what it was. That panic was all Toulouse needed. A rumor went around that the old man had murdered his own son to stop him converting to Catholicism, and the city, primed by a century of religious hatred, believed it instantly. The court, the Parlement of Toulouse, convicted Jean Calas by a vote of 8-5 on no real evidence, with the city baying for it. They tortured him first, the question, water forced into him to make him confess and name accomplices, and he named no one because there was no one to name. And on the 10th of March, 1762, in front of the cathedral, the old man was broken on the wheel, each of his limbs broken twice with an iron bar, and through the whole of it he kept insisting he was innocent and that he forgave the men killing him. Then he was strangled, and his body was burned and his ashes scattered, so that not even a grave would remain. What happened next is the part worth knowing. A writer you may have heard of, Voltaire, took up the case. He was skeptical at first, genuinely unsure whether the old man was guilty, and he did the thing that makes the story matter. He investigated. He gathered testimony. He reconstructed the night Marc-Antoine died. He became convinced that Toulouse had tortured an innocent man to death over religion, and he made it the great public cause of his life. He wrote a whole treatise on tolerance built around the case. He pulled every string he had across the courts of Europe, and in 1765 the verdict against Calas was formally annulled and his name cleared. It came too late for Jean Calas, obviously. He'd been ash for 3 years. His widow received some compensation from the king, a gesture that means everything and nothing at once. But his death, broken limb by limb in a cathedral square while he forgave his killers, became one of the central exhibits in the Enlightenment's case against this entire way of doing justice. People began to ask, out loud and in print, what truth a court could possibly arrive at when its instruments were the rack and the wheel. The wheel kept being used for a while yet. The last one in Prussia was as late as 1841, but something had shifted under it. The bandit cartouche had been broken on the wheel before an enormous Paris crowd back in 1721, and at the time the crowd was essentially a crowd at a show, there to see a famous criminal get his due. By the time of Calas, 40 years later, the same act in front of a similar crowd was starting to produce a different feeling. When the spectacle is supposed to teach a lesson, and instead the crowd begins to feel the wrong thing, begins to feel for the man on the wheel rather than for the law breaking him. The method's days are numbered, even if the numbering takes decades. The wheel didn't end because it stopped being horrible. It ended because horror, performed often enough in public, eventually trains the public to recoil from the performer instead of the performed upon. That was never the plan, but that's what happened. Alright, the next one is different from everything else we're going to talk about, and I want to handle it carefully, not because it's more disturbing, but because it's more uncertain, and the uncertainty is genuinely the most interesting thing about it. Soaring. Death by soaring. You've seen the image, even if you don't know where from. A person hung upside down by the ankles, legs spread, and a saw working down through the body from the groin, with the gruesome logic that being inverted keeps blood flowing to the brain, so the victim stays conscious and aware long past the point where any normal wound would have dropped them, right up until the blade reaches the vital organs in the abdomen. It's one of the most viscerally horrifying things the human imagination has ever produced, and the upside-down detail is exactly what makes it land, because it turns a killing into a deliberate machine for prolonging awareness. Whoever first imagined it understood that the horror isn't the saw, the horror is the staying awake. And when you actually go looking for this in the historical record, for documented cases, for a legal code that prescribes it, for a court clerk's note of it being carried out on a named person on a named day, you find something strange. You find almost nothing solid. The image is everywhere, in art, in legend, in the back of everyone's mind. The evidence sits almost nowhere. Let me walk you through what's actually there, because the gap is the story here. The single firmest written source is Roman, and it's about the Emperor Caligula. The biographer Suetonius, writing roughly 80 years after Caligula's death, in a long catalogue of the emperor's cruelties, says that he had many men of honourable rank sawn through the middle, media sera dissecuit, sawn asunder across the body. That one half sentence is the strongest textual anchor for the entire method. And notice the problems even with it, because they're instructive. Suetonius was a court gossip and a hostile source, writing generations after the events about an emperor who had become the empire's favorite shorthand for madness and tyranny, the figure every later writer reached for when they wanted an example of power gone insane. Caligula collected lurid stories the way a magnet collects iron filings, and we genuinely can't always tell which ones are true. And even taking Suetonius at his word, the death he describes is transverse, sawn across the middle, not the famous upside-down lengthwise version everyone actually pictures when they hear the word. The extra flourish you'll sometimes hear repeated, that Caligula watched the sawing while eating and called the spectacle an appetizer, isn't in Suetonius at all. It comes from a 20th century book on the history of torture, published in 1995, and it got welded onto the ancient story so firmly that it now circulates as though a Roman had written it down. So the firmest case we have is a single line from a hostile writer about the wrong version of the method, with a famous detail bolted on nearly 2,000 years later. That's the bedrock. It is not much of a bedrock. The most credible case that looks anything like a real judicial or near-judicial execution comes from Spain, from the brutal suppression of the Morisco revolt in the Alpujarras Mountains, the rising of Spain's Muslim converts against an increasingly intolerant crown in the late 1560s. A chronicler named Luis del Mármol Carvajal, who is generally regarded as the best historian of that savage little war, records that at Almeria in 1569, a Morisco man was sawn apart while still alive. Mármol is a serious source. A man who'd been a soldier and a captive in North Africa, who knew the world he was writing about from the inside. He's also a partisan one, writing to win favor at the royal court, describing a war that was drowning in atrocities on both sides, massacre answering massacre in the mountain villages. So what we have is genuine testimony from a credible and well-placed chronicler about a single instance in the middle of a conflict where the ordinary restraints had collapsed completely. That is the high watermark of the evidence for death by sawing. One man, one chronicler, one war, in a year when normal law had simply stopped applying in those mountains. Everything else is thinner than that, and most of it is far thinner. Almost everything else falls apart when you press on it. There's a famous claim that sawing was used during the fall of Constantinople against a Venetian captain named Antonio Rizzo, and you'll see it repeated confidently in a lot of places. Go to the actual near-contemporary chronicler, Ducas, and what he describes is impalement. Rizzo was impaled and his crew beheaded, not sawn. The sawing version is just an error that propagated, one writer copying another, the detail mutating slightly each time until a man on a stake became a man under a saw. That's worth holding on to as a warning, because it shows you exactly how these things travel. Nobody set out to lie about Antonio Rizzo. The story simply drifted, the way stories do, toward the more extreme image, because the more extreme image is the more memorable one, and memory is what survives. There's a Chinese case, a viceroy of Canton, supposedly sawn in 1644, that rests on a single weak 19th century source. And then there's the whole religious tradition, which is enormous, and which is almost certainly where the image really comes from in the Western imagination. The prophet Isaiah, according to a non-biblical text called the Ascension of Isaiah and a passage in the Talmud, was sawn asunder, a death the Hebrew Bible itself never records, and which the New Testament book of Hebrews seems to allude to when it lists the sufferings of the faithful and says some were sawn in two. The apostle Simon the Zealot is traditionally said to have been martyred by being sawn in half in Persia, and Simon is actually the figure who gets depicted in the upside-down position in religious art, the very image we all carry. Lucas Cranach the Elder made a woodcut of exactly that scene around 1512, Simon inverted, the saw at his groin, and that image was reproduced and copied for centuries, later reused to illustrate Luther's version of the Apostles' Creed. So a great many people across early modern Europe encountered the upside-down saw not as a thing that had happened to a criminal down the road, but as a sacred image in a book about the apostles, a picture of martyrdom, of holy suffering. The horror entered the culture through the church door, not the courtroom door. That's a strange route for an execution method to take, and it explains a lot about why the image is so much more vivid in our heads than the evidence is on the page. Here's where the careful historian lands, and I'll just say it plainly. There is no documented European legal code that prescribes sawing as a judicial penalty. None has turned up. A scholar who went through 1445 recorded executions in the canton of Zurich across 3 centuries, a dense regional record that should catch any method actually in use, found not a single one carried out by sawing. The closest thing in Roman law, a provision in the ancient 12 tables allowing creditors to literally cut up the body of an insolvent debtor, was, according to the writer Aulus Gellius, apparently never actually carried out, so rarely invoked that he says in his own day nobody could remember ever having seen it done. The law was on the books. The act, it seems, essentially never happened. And that gap between a written penalty and a performed one is the whole story of sawing in miniature. Many of the dramatic sawing reports we do have look, on inspection, like garbled versions of other things. The Chinese slow slicing penalty, Ling Chi, the death by 1,000 cuts, which was real and terrible, but is a different procedure. Waist chopping, also a real Chinese method, cutting a man in two at the middle with a heavy blade, fast, not a saw at all. Disembowelment, the cutting up of a body after death rather than the sawing of a living person in half. Even the careful survey works that gather up every claim end up saying in plain words that the method was probably never used as a routine judicial execution anywhere. And I find that more haunting than if it had been common, in a way. Because what we're left with is this, a method that may have been carried out in a handful of real instances, in wartime and under tyrants, but that mostly lived in the imagination, in scripture and martyrology and woodcuts, and the stories people told each other about how cruel the cruelest possible death might be. The saw became a symbol of the absolute limit of human cruelty, without ever needing to be a common reality. People built it in their minds, and the building of it was its own kind of artifact. We made the worst thing we could think of and hung it in churches as a picture of what a martyr might endure. That tells you something about us. It doesn't tell you much about medieval criminal procedure, which is exactly the point, and exactly why you should be a little suspicious the next time someone presents the upside-down saw as a standard medieval punishment. It mostly wasn't. It was mostly a nightmare we agreed to keep. Let me take you somewhere the records are dense and precise and completely real, where we know the names and the weights and the last words, because the next one happened in courtrooms and was written down by clerks. Pressing. The English called it, in the lawyer's Latin, peine forte et dure, strong and hard punishment. To understand this one, you have to understand a quirk of English law, and I promise the quirk is worth it because it produces one of the strangest incentives in legal history. In an English criminal trial, the accused had to enter a plea, guilty or not guilty. The trial by jury could not go forward until the defendant pleaded. The whole machine was jammed if the person at the center of it simply wouldn't speak. So what happens if the defendant refuses, stands there, mute, and won't play the game? The law had to do something with a person who would not plead, and what it landed on, hardening over the 13th and 14th centuries out of an earlier practice of harsh imprisonment, the Statute of Westminster in 1275 being one of the early steps, was this. You would be laid on your back in a low, dark cell, naked, your arms and legs stretched out and tied to the four corners of the room, sometimes with a sharp stone placed under your spine so that your own weight worked against you from below. And then a heavy board, sometimes a door taken off its hinges, would be laid across your body, and weights, iron and stone, would be piled on top of the board, and more would be added, day after day, slowly, until you either entered a plea or your ribs collapsed and you suffocated under the load. The diet, in the meantime, was deliberately vile. The accounts describe a system of alternation that someone clearly thought about. On the first day you got a few morsels of the coarsest bread and no water. On the next day, a few sips of stagnant water and no bread. Never both on the same day. Bread without water, then water without bread, until the press finished its work or you broke and spoke. They had engineered the waiting itself to be a torment on top of the crushing. The whole thing has the awful tidiness of a procedure that's been refined by use, the rough edges sanded off by repetition until it ran smooth. Sit with the strangeness of it for a second, because it's stranger than simple cruelty. The English legal system, in this period, was so committed to the idea that a man had to consent to be tried, had to open his own mouth and submit to the jury, that when a man withheld that consent, it would rather crush him to death than try him without it. The whole monstrous apparatus of the press existed to protect a principle, the principle that you couldn't be tried against your will. They would torture you to death to make you agree to a trial, but they would not simply hold the trial and skip the torture. That's law tying itself in a knot so tight it ends in a man under a door with stones on his chest. And the person living inside that knot was usually frightened, usually poor or else frightened for what little they had, and almost always alone in a dark cell with men they didn't know, listening to the next weight being lifted toward the board above them. Now here's the part that turns this from horror into something genuinely confounding. Why would anyone choose this? Why stand mute and be slowly crushed, rather than plead and take your chances at trial? The answer is money, property, inheritance. If you were tried and convicted of a felony, your goods were forfeit to the crown, and your lands could be lost to your family, your children left with nothing. But if you died without ever being convicted, without a verdict because you'd refused to plead, and the trial therefore never legally happened, Then in many cases your property passed cleanly to your heirs, as if you'd died an ordinary death. So a man with land and children faced a piece of arithmetic that's almost unbearable to follow to its conclusion. Plead, probably hang anyway given how stacked these trials were, and leave your family destitute, your name attainted, your land in the king's hands. Or refuse to speak, endure the press, die in agony over hours or days, and leave your children their inheritance intact. Some men did that math, looked at it clearly, and chose the weights. They were crushed to death to keep the farm in the family. There is no version of that choice that isn't terrible, and people made it with open eyes as a final act of provision for the people they were leaving behind. The law that was meant to force a plea out of them instead gave them a reason to die silent. The most piercing English case is a woman, Margaret Clitheroe, the one they later called the Pearl of York. She was a butcher's wife, well liked in the city, who had converted to Catholicism in an England where the old faith had been driven underground and where sheltering a Catholic priest was a capital crime. And she sheltered them anyway. She kept a priest hole in her house, hid the men the law was hunting, and was arrested for it in 1586. When she came before the court, she refused to plead, and her reason was specific, deliberate, and devastating in its logic. If she pleaded and the trial went forward, witnesses would be called, and the witnesses against her would have to include the members of her own household, her servants, and possibly her own young children, who would be made to testify to the priests they'd seen, implicating themselves and damning her with their own mouths. By refusing to plead, she stopped the trial before it could ever put a child of hers on the stand. She chose the press to keep her children from having to condemn their mother. That was the trade she made, with full understanding of what it cost her. We know the details because her confessor, a priest named John Mush, wrote an account of her death not long after, and it's unflinching. On the 25th of March, 1586, which fell on Good Friday that year, a coincidence of the calendar that her fellow Catholics did not fail to notice, she was taken to the toll booth on the bridge over the River Ouse in York. They laid her down and placed a sharp fist-sized stone beneath her back so that her own spine would be broken against it as the weight came down. A door taken from somewhere and laid across her body became the platform. And then the weights went on, stone and iron, until Mush reckons the load reached 700 or 800 weight, somewhere around 800 pounds. Her ribs broke and were forced through her skin. She lived, by the account, for about 15 minutes, and her last words were only the name of Jesus, repeated 3 times, asking for mercy. And there's a small detail in Mush's account that lodges in me and won't come out. The 2 town sergeants who were supposed to carry out the pressing couldn't bring themselves to do it, so 4 beggars were found and paid to do it instead. The official machinery of the execution flinched at its own cruelty and hired the poorest, most desperate men available to lay on the stones in its place. The Catholic Church canonized her in 1970, one of the 40 martyrs of England and Wales. But in March of 1586, she was simply a butcher's wife on a bridge on Good Friday morning, with a door on her chest and a stone in her back, dying so her children wouldn't have to speak. The other case you might know is the only one that ever happened on American soil, and it's the source of 2 famous words, Giles Corey, Salem, Massachusetts, 1692, in the middle of the witch trials. Corey was an old man, around 80 years old, a prosperous and notoriously stubborn farmer, and he'd been caught up in the accusations sweeping the town. His own wife, Martha, had already been accused, and Giles, to his lasting and well-documented regret, had said things early on that helped the case against her. Then his turn came, and he was charged himself, and he made a decision. He refused to plead. He stood mute before the court, and he kept standing mute. And whether his reason was to protect his estate for his sons-in-law, he'd deeded land to them earlier that same year, or out of pure contempt for a court, he could plainly see was a machine for convicting people, or some mix of the two. The record lets us argue about it, and historians still do. What's not up for argument is what they did to him. Between the 17th and the 19th of September, 1692, in an open field near the Salem jail, Giles Corey was pressed. We have it from an eyewitness, a man named Robert Califf, and his detail lodges in you and won't leave. As the old man was dying under the stones, his tongue was forced out of his mouth by the pressure on his chest. And the sheriff, a man named George Corwin, used the tip of his cane to push the tongue back in. That small, fussy, almost housekeeping gesture, tidying the dying man's face mid-execution, is somehow worse than anything dramatic. Califf recorded, almost as a clerk noting a precedent, that Corey was the first person in New England ever to be pressed to death. He was also, as it turned out, the last. The famous story that as the weights were piled higher, the old man answered the demand that he plead with only 2 words, "More weight," is firmly part of the tradition, told and retold for 3 centuries, woven into plays and poems. The contemporary documentation for those exact words is thinner than the legend that's grown around them, so I'll be honest that we're closer to folklore than to court transcript on the precise phrase. But true or polished in the retelling, it fits the man the records actually describe, a stubborn old farmer who'd worked out that the one thing left under his control was whether he'd give that court the satisfaction of a single word, and decided he would not. Even if he never said more weight, he died doing exactly what more weight means. The legend is faithful to him even where the wording might not be. His death seems to have done something to the town too. Pressing a respected old man to death in a field, slowly, over the better part of 3 days, was a harder thing for ordinary people to swallow than another hanging, and Corey's killing came near the very end of the Salem panic. Within weeks, the trials were losing their grip. The special court was dissolved, and the spell that had let neighbors accuse neighbors began to break. Salem later grew a legend that Corey had cursed the town and its sheriffs as he died, that Corwin and the men who held that office after him met bad ends because of it, and that's folklore layered on folklore. The plainer fact underneath it is that something in the community recoiled at what it had let happen in that field, and the recoiling helped end the thing. The old man who wouldn't speak ended up saying more, in the manner of his dying, than anyone who'd taken the stand. For context, this wasn't only inflicted on the principled and the saintly. Hardened criminals went under the press too. And their cases show you where the breaking point of an ordinary determined man actually sat, because most of them, unlike Clitheroe and Corey, eventually talked. A highwayman named William Spigot, in 1721, lay under 350 pounds of iron for about half an hour, refusing to plead so his accomplice's loot would stay out of the Crown's hands, before the weight broke him and he agreed to enter a plea. A man named Edward Burnworth in 1726 held out longer, more than an hour, under 422 pounds. Those weights tell you these were not gentle thresholds designed to elicit a quick answer. They were enough to kill, and the men who endured them and then gave in had been taken right up to the edge of death and chosen, at the last, to live and plead, which makes the handful who didn't give in, who took the full weight in silence, that much harder to look away from. The whole grim institution was finally abolished in Britain in 1772 by an act that changed the rule so that standing mute would simply be treated as a guilty plea, removing the awful incentive at a stroke. The last actual use of the press seems to have been at the Cambridge Assizes around 1741, though even that date rests on a single uncorroborated report, and a careful historian named Andrea Mackenzie has pointed out that no surviving court record or newspaper confirms it, so we're left with a small question mark hanging over the very last time a person in England was crushed for the crime of refusing to speak. It's a fitting kind of uncertainty to end on, for a punishment built entirely around a silence. We don't quite know when the last one fell silent under the stones for good. The last one is the most elaborate, the most explicitly theatrical, and the one the English state reserved for the crime it feared above all others: treason, hanging, drawing, and quartering. This wasn't a single act. It was a sequence, a program with stages, each stage carrying its own meaning, and the whole thing was designed from the ground up as a piece of public communication about what happens to a person who attacks the sovereign. It became formal English law under the Treason Act of 1351 in the reign of Edward III, though the practice was already in use before the statute pinned it down. And it was, by law and custom, a punishment for men. Women convicted of treason were burned at the stake instead, on grounds the period called public decency, the idea being that the full procedure involved exposure and mutilation, that it was considered indecent to perform on a woman's body in public, which is its own bleak window into how that society thought that a court could order a woman burned alive while telling itself it was sparing her an indignity. The mercy, such as it was, ran only as far as the costume. The fire was not gentler than the knife. It simply kept the body covered while it did its work. And that, to the men writing the law, counted as decency. Here is the sequence. First, drawn. The condemned was tied to a wooden hurdle, a kind of sledge or flat panel like a section of fencing, and dragged behind a horse through the streets to the place of execution, head down near the filth and muck of the road, sometimes for a mile or more across the city, while the crowd lining the route pelted him and shouted at him and threw whatever came to hand. By the time he reached the scaffold, he'd already been dragged through everything a city street held in an age before sewers, beaten by the journey itself, and put on display the entire way as a thing being delivered for destruction. The drawing was a procession, and the procession was part of the punishment. Second, hanged. By the neck, but, and this is the crucial cruelty, the whole grim hinge of the thing, not until dead. The aim was deliberately not the clean broken neck of a proper hanging. The aim was strangulation, slow, taken right to the edge of death, and then the man was cut down while he was still alive and still conscious, so that he would be awake for what followed. Everything after the rope depended on him being alive to feel it. Third, emasculated. The genitals were cut off and burned in front of him while he watched. The stated symbolism was the denial of descendants, the cutting off of his line, the declaration that nothing of him would continue. Fourth, disemboweled. The abdomen was opened and the intestines drawn out, and the entrails were burned before his eyes while, in the worst and most expertly cruel cases, he was still aware enough to see it. The reasoning the period actually gave for this, and they did give reasons out loud, was that the bowels were where the treasonous thoughts had been conceived and harbored, and so they had to be drawn out and purged by fire. The treason burned out of the very place it had supposedly grown. Fifth, beheaded, once the man was finally, mercifully past feeling. And sixth, quartered. The body was cut into 4 pieces, often after being parboiled in spiced water to slow the rot, so that the head and the 4 quarters could be carried to different towns and set up on gates and bridges and city walls. The warning spread out across the map so that the largest possible number of the king's subjects would pass beneath a piece of the traitor and understand. The whole thing also asked something almost unimaginable of the man holding the knife. Timing was everything in this death, and the timing rested entirely on the executioner's judgment. He had to bring the condemned down from the rope at exactly the right moment, conscious but not recovered, alive but past struggling, and then open the body and work in it while the heart was still going. That took anatomical knowledge, a steady hand, and a certain awful composure, because a botched hanging that killed too soon, or a slip that brought a quick death, cheated the sentence of its whole purpose, and a job dragged out clumsily could turn the crowd's stomach and its mood against the men running it. The skilled ones could keep a man alive and aware deep into the disemboweling. That was, grotesquely, the measure of doing it well. A good executioner at a treason killing was admired for how long he could keep the worst thing imaginable from ending. The same hands that some days set a broken bone or pulled a tooth in the town, on the day of a traitor's death reached into a living chest for the heart and held it up to the crowd, and the crowd, for the most part, cheered the competence of it. The Attorney General at the time of the Gunpowder Plot trial, Sir Edward Coke, one of the towering legal minds of his age, actually stood up in open court and laid out the symbolic meaning of each stage, almost like a teacher walking a class through a text. The traitor was to be drawn to the gallows, he said, because he was unworthy any longer to walk upon the earth he'd betrayed. He was to be hanged between heaven and earth as unworthy of both, belonging to neither. His privy parts were to be cut off because he was unworthily begotten and unfit to leave behind a generation of his own. His bowels were to be burned because in them he had conceived and harbored such horrible treason. His head, which had imagined the wickedness, was to be struck off, and his body was to be quartered, and the quarters set up so that they might become, in Coke's own phrase, a prey for the fowls of the air. They did not perform this in silence and let the meaning sit there implied. They stated it, A man trained in the law stood in a courtroom and explained, point by point, what each act of dismemberment was supposed to teach. The cruelty came with a curriculum attached, delivered in the measured Latin-flavored English of the common law, and that's almost the most unsettling thing about the whole English approach to treason. None of it came from rage, it came from scholarship, worked out carefully and reasoned through, every horror with a footnote behind it. And it's worth understanding why treason in particular drew this specific death, when murder, theft, even mass killing might draw a plain hanging. Treason was conceived as an attack not on a person, but on the entire order of the world. The king sat at the top of a great chain that ran down through the nobility to the commons and was supposed to mirror the order of heaven itself, God over the angels, the king over his people. To strike at the king was to strike at that whole structure, to try to pull down the order of creation. So the punishment had to be larger than any ordinary killing, had to unmake the traitor's body as thoroughly as he'd tried to unmake the body politic, had to scatter him in pieces across the kingdom precisely because he'd threatened to scatter the kingdom. The logic is medieval and it's alien to us, but it's a logic, and following it is the only way to understand why a relatively rational society spent so much careful effort on something so monstrous. They thought they were defending the fabric of the universe. The body on the hurdle was the price of holding that fabric together. The first prominent man recorded to suffer the full thing, all the stages joined into one sentence, was a Welsh prince, Dafydd ap Gruffydd, in 1283. He was the last native ruler of an independent Wales, brother of Llywelyn the Last, and he'd risen against Edward I in a final doomed bid for Welsh independence. Pointedly, Dafydd had launched his rebellion during Easter week, attacking an English castle on Palm Sunday, which let the English add the charge of sacrilege to treason, framing him not just as a rebel, but as a man who defiled the holiest days of the calendar. When he was finally captured, betrayed and handed over, Edward convened a special parliament at Shrewsbury to try him, and the death they devised for him seems to have been deliberately constructed as something new, a punishment built to fit a crime they considered without precedent. He was drawn through the streets of Shrewsbury at the tail of a horse for being a traitor. He was hanged for being a murderer, since men had died in his rising. He was disemboweled and his entrails burned for committing his sacrilege during Holy Week, and he was beheaded and his body cut into 4 quarters for plotting the king's death. Each element was assigned to a crime, the way Coke would later assign meaning to each stage in a courtroom 300 years on, and you can see the English legal mind already at work, building the punishment like an argument with sections. The 4 quarters were sent to York, to Bristol, to Northampton, and to Hereford, distributed to the corners of the realm. His head was bound around with iron, so it wouldn't fall apart, and set on a spear above the Tower of London, where, the chronicles note with grim economy, it kept company for years with the head of his brother Llywelyn, killed the year before. 2 brothers, the last princes of a free Wales, their heads side by side on the tower, looking out over a London that had just finished swallowing their country. They distributed Dafydd across England like a notice posted in 4 towns at once, and they kept the head where the most people would see it. The chronicles say his head was still recognizable on its spear years later, weathering above the gate, and there's a grim economy in that, in a man's face being made to outlast the man by so long, kept up there until it was less a head than a lesson, until the Londoners passing beneath had forgotten it was ever attached to a person who'd had a brother and a country and a losing cause he'd believed in. The name most people know from this list is William Wallace, the Scottish leader, executed at Smithfield in London on the 23rd of August, 1305. Wallace had led the Scottish resistance to Edward I for years, won a famous victory at Stirling Bridge, then lost at Falkirk, and spent his last years as a fugitive and a wanted man, while Edward methodically conquered Scotland around him. He was finally taken near Glasgow in August 1305, betrayed by a Scottish knight in English pay, and brought south to London under heavy guard. A journey of more than 300 miles with the most wanted man in Britain in chains, knowing exactly what waited at the end of it. They held a kind of trial at Westminster Hall, where he was made to stand wearing a laurel crown, a mockery of the rumour that he'd wanted to be king. The English wanted his death to be a humiliation as much as an execution. He was drawn from Westminster through the streets of London to Smithfield at a horse's tail, several miles of it, then hanged, cut down alive, emasculated, eviscerated with his entrails burned in front of him, beheaded and cut into four. His head was dipped in tar to preserve it and set on a pike on London Bridge, the first, it said, of many to be displayed there over the centuries that followed, and his 4 quarters were sent north to Newcastle, to Berwick, to Stirling and to Perth, scattered along and across the border he'd spent his life fighting over, so that Scotland itself would be made to hold pieces of him. At his trial, charged with treason, Wallace is reported to have answered that he could not be a traitor to King Edward because he had never been Edward's subject and had never sworn him allegiance, so there was no faith for him to break. Whether those are his exact words or a later improvement on them, the legal point inside them is real, and it cuts straight to the rotten heart of the whole proceeding. Treason is the betrayal of a lord you've sworn to. You cannot betray a king you never knelt to. By his own lights, Wallace was a soldier of a different country, taken in a war, and what England did to him at Smithfield was not justice, but conquest wearing the costume of justice. The court did not care. The verdict had been written before he opened his mouth, the laurel crown already made. The argument was sound and it changed nothing, and that combination of being right and being destroyed anyway is part of why the scene at Smithfield never quite leaves the Scottish memory. You may remember another name from this same kind of death, Hugh Despenser the Younger, the favourite and the rumoured lover of King Edward II, executed at Hereford in November 1326, when Edward's estranged queen, Isabella, and her ally Roger Mortimer overthrew the king. Despenser had spent years as the most powerful man in England after the king, and he'd used the position to grow grotesquely rich, seizing lands, extorting widows, bending the law around himself until half the nobility wanted him dead. When the regime collapsed and he was captured trying to flee with the king, the people who'd suffered under him finally had him, and they made the most of it. He refused food and water after his capture, apparently trying to die on his own terms before they could stage their show, so they hurried the execution along before he could cheat them. A gallows was built deliberately high, 50 feet by one account, so the watching crowd could see every stage. He was hanged from it near to death, then cut down and emasculated and disemboweled while still conscious, the chronicler Jean Froissart describing his heart and entrails thrown into a fire before him, and then beheaded and quartered, his head sent to London and his quarters to 4 cities. Whether every flourish of Froissart's account is exact, the core is well attested, and the scene became one of the iconic images of the medieval period, the king's favourite raised impossibly high by royal affection and brought impossibly low the moment the king could no longer protect him. Favour like that was always a loan. Despenser found out very publicly what it cost when it was called in. The most famous mass example is the gunpowder plot. In January 1606, the men who had conspired to blow up Parliament and King James I, along with most of the English ruling class assembled in one room, were brought out to die over 2 days. They'd been tried on the 27th of January, the verdict never in any doubt. On the 30th, 4 of them were executed: Everard Digby, Robert Wintour, John Grant, and Thomas Bates. And on the 31st, the remaining 4 were brought to Old Palace Yard, in the very shadow of the Houses of Parliament they had tried to destroy. A piece of staging the authorities clearly relished, killing the men who'd meant to blow up that building directly in front of it, so the building itself stood there as a kind of witness. Among that last group was Guy Fawkes, the man who'd been caught in the cellar with the barrels of powder and the slow match, the one face from the whole affair that history remembered. Fawkes had been tortured for days after his capture, racked until, the story goes, he could barely sign his own name, the famous shaky signature on his confession trailing off the page. By the time of his execution, he was a wreck of a man, and a contemporary account says he was scarce able to climb the ladder up to the gallows, having to be helped. And when he reached the top, whether he jumped deliberately or the hangman set the drop wrong, his neck broke in the fall of the hanging, and he died right there, on the rope, before the knife ever touched him. He missed the rest of it by seconds and a hard drop. They quartered his body anyway, because a sentence was a sentence, and a corpse could still be carved into a message and posted around the kingdom. But the disemboweling that the law specifically required him to be alive and aware for, the worst of it, he was spared, by accident, by the very weakness the torture had already left him in. A small, dark, unintended mercy folded inside the larger horror, and one of those bleak ironies the period produced without ever meaning to. The thing they'd done to break him in the cellar was the thing that delivered him from the worst of the scaffold. What was left of the 8 conspirators didn't simply vanish into a grave afterward. Their heads and quartered remains were set up on poles and over the gates of London and other towns, and the head of the plot's leader, Robert Catesby, who'd actually died weeks earlier in a shootout when the plotters were cornered, was dug up so it could be displayed too, mounted outside the very House of Lords they'd meant to destroy. So the building they'd targeted spent the following weeks watched over by the severed heads of the men who'd targeted it, which is about as direct a piece of state messaging as the period ever produced. London at the time was already studded with such things: heads on London Bridge, quarters over the gates, in numbers a visitor from abroad would remark on with horror. A foreign traveller counted dozens of heads on the bridge alone in those years. People walked under them on the way to market. Children grew up with them as part of the skyline. The plotters simply joined the display, 8 more faces among the rotting many, and that was precisely the intended afterlife of a traitor's body, to become ordinary, a permanent fixture, a thing the living stopped quite seeing, even as it kept doing its silent work on them. And the procedure outlived the Middle Ages by a very long way, which is the uncomfortable thread running through this entire subject. We file it as medieval. It was being carried out in the age of Newton and Pepys and the founding of the Royal Society. In October 1660, after the monarchy was restored and Charles II sat on his father's throne, the men who had signed the death warrant of King Charles I a decade earlier were hunted down and given exactly this death. The regicides. Killing a king was the purest treason imaginable, so the purest form of the punishment was reserved for them. The first to die was a major general named Thomas Harrison, a committed soldier of the old Puritan cause who'd signed the warrant and never repented of it, executed at Charing Cross on the 13th of October 1660. We know a great deal about that morning because Samuel Pepys, the diarist, went to watch it, the way ordinary Londoners went to watch these things, as an event. An outing. Pepys wrote in his diary that Harrison was hanged, drawn and quartered, and, with a kind of startled respect, that the man looked as cheerful as anyone could possibly look in that condition. Harrison apparently went to his death calm, even glad, convinced he was a martyr for a holy cause, and that composure unsettled the watching crowd, which had come expecting a broken and terrified man. By one account, he remained conscious through the disemboweling and even struck out at the executioner cutting him open, a detail that, if true, is almost unbearable to hold in the mind. Pepys recorded that the man was presently cut down, and his head and his heart were shown to the people, and that there were great shouts of joy from the crowd. And then Pepys, having watched all of this, went off about his day. The same diary entry that describes a man's heart being held up to a cheering crowd. Also notes, a little further on, the small, ordinary business of his mourning, because that's what these executions were to the people who attended them, a thing you saw and then went home from. The state wasn't finished with its revenge either. Cromwell himself, the dead Lord Protector, along with Ireton and Bradshaw, men already 2 years and more in their graves, were dug up, dragged to Tyburn, hanged in their decayed grave clothes, and beheaded, their heads set on poles, because the monarchy wanted the punishment performed on the bodies, even when the men inside them were long past any capacity to feel it. There is something almost desperate in that, in a victorious king's government exhuming corpses to hang them. The revenge had to be seen, even if there was no one left in the body to take it out on. And the hunt didn't stop at England's shores. Regicides who'd fled abroad were pursued for years, some tracked to the continent and to the American colonies, a few living out their lives hidden in cellars and caves in New England under false names because the new regime wanted every signature on that warrant answered for, and a man who escaped the knife at Charing Cross could still spend the rest of his life as a fugitive, listening for the footsteps of the people sent to bring him back to it. The last full instance in England came astonishingly late enough to feel like a clerical error in the historical record. A man named David Tyree was hanged, drawn, and quartered at Portsmouth on the 24th of August, 1782, for spying for France during the American War. The Hampshire Chronicle reported the whole thing the following week, in the flat, itemizing prose of a newspaper, and the report is one of the most disturbing documents in all of this precisely because of how matter-of-fact it is. Tyree was hanged for exactly 22 minutes, the paper says, counting it like a kitchen timer, then lowered onto the sledge. His head was severed from his body, his heart was taken out and burned. His private parts were cut off. His body was divided into 4 quarters, all of it set down in a list, the way you'd report the proceedings of a town council. And then the report describes something the law had not planned for. The crowd, which contemporaries put at around 100,000 people gathered on the common, surged forward once it was over, and people fought each other over the remains. The sailors in the crowd dug up the pieces and carried bits of the body away, each one taking a fragment, as a keepsake, a relic, a souvenir of the day. In 1782, the year before the American Revolution formally ended, the same year people in that crowd would have been reading about the Enlightenment in the newspapers and arguing about the rights of man, 100,000 of them tore a dead spy to pieces on a beach near Portsmouth and went home carrying parts of him. Whatever lesson about the majesty of the law the execution was supposed to teach, what the crowd actually did with it was turn the man into a kind of grim festival, a thing to scramble for. And that disconnect between the solemn legal meaning and the carnival the public made of it runs through the entire history of public execution. The authorities staged a sermon. The crowd often heard a fairground. The procedure was softened in stages after Tyree. By the early 19th century, men like the Cato Street conspirators in 1820, who'd plotted to murder the cabinet, were hanged and then beheaded, but spared the drawing and quartering, the Crown quietly commuting the rest of the old sentence because public taste could no longer stomach it. Edward Despard, executed in 1803, is often counted among the last to receive any significant part of the procedure. The full sentence in all its stages was formally abolished in 1870. The death penalty for treason itself lingered on the British books, almost forgotten, all the way until 1998, when it was finally removed, a quiet end to a law that had once required a man be drawn on a hurdle and burned in his own sight. What I keep returning to, walking back through all 5 of these, is how little of it was frenzy and how much of it was procedure. The number of blows specified in advance by a judge in a written sentence. The secret instruction to strangle early as a mercy slipped to the executioner so the crowd would never know. The diet of bad bread one day and foul water the next, alternated by design. The body parboiled in spices so the quarters would survive the journey to 4 cities. Edward Coke standing in a courtroom explaining, calmly and in order, what each act of dismemberment was meant to signify. The newspaper counting Tyree's hanging to the minute. These were not people who had lost control of themselves. These were people in complete, careful, documented control, building cruelty the way you'd build anything that has to last and has to work, with rules and roles and skilled labor and a precise sense of the message it was meant to carry, and a paper trail left behind for clerks and historians to find. And the message, when you strip away every justification and every piece of theology and law wrapped around it, was always the same simple thing. It was the body displayed, the figure raised upright on a sharpened stake against the sky, breathing for hours where everyone on the road could see. The shape woven through the spokes of a cartwheel, hoisted on a pole for the crows. The 800 pounds of stone on a butcher's wife on a bridge over the Ouse on Good Friday morning. The quarters of William Wallace nailed up in 4 border towns. The head of Dafydd ap Gruffydd in iron beside his brothers on the tower. The sailors of Portsmouth walking home with their fragments. The point was never only the death. Anyone can kill quietly. The point was that you would look at it, and that you would carry the looking home with you, and that you would tell the next person what you'd seen, and that the telling itself would keep the law standing upright in your mind long after the body on the wheel had gone to nothing. In that narrow, terrible sense, the thing worked. And it's still working, because here we are, hundreds of years later, still looking, still telling it, still standing at the foot of the stake that went into the ground before any of us were born. That's where I'll leave it. Thank you for sitting through a heavy one with me. I know it wasn't a light listen, and the fact that you stayed all the way to the end of something like this is not lost on me. If any of these stuck with you, or if you've got a method or a case you think I missed and should cover next time, put it down in the comments. I'll be back before too long with another one, probably something just as grim, knowing this channel. Until then, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next one. Erard de Severy was still talking when the rest of them noticed his nose. A sword had come down across the middle of his face during the fighting near Mansoura, opened it clean through, and left the nose hanging loose over his lips, so that when he spoke, it moved. The men around him could see this. They were trapped, surrounded, most of them already wounded, and one of their own was standing there asking what they should do next, with his own face coming apart as he formed the words. The knight who wrote this down was a few feet away. He remembered it for the rest of his life, and he lived a long time into his 90s, and when he finally dictated the story as an old man, he still put the nose in. The dangling nose over the lips. He could have left it out. He didn't. That's the thing about the men we're talking about today. They saw each other's faces come apart at arm's length, and they carried those pictures around inside their heads for decades. And we have proof, in their own words, that the pictures never left. Welcome in, by the way. If you've found this channel recently, and this is one of your first long ones, I'm glad you're here, and if you've sat through a few of these with me already, you know we don't rush. Before we get into it, do something small for me. Drop a comment and tell me where you are right now, the town, the country, whatever hour it is, wherever you're sitting. Because these videos go to some genuinely strange corners of the world, and I like knowing who's out there in the dark with me. And a real thank you to the people keeping the channel funded. You are the reason a video this long about a subject this grim can even get made. Right, Let's get into the bodies first, because you have to understand what these men's hands actually did before any of the rest of it makes sense. Begin with the weapons, because they tell you what the wounds looked like, and the wounds tell you what these men were looking at when they closed their eyes. A medieval battle was not a thing that happened at a distance. You were close enough to smell the man you were killing, close enough to feel his breath stop. Swords and axes cut, and a good cut from a long sword swung by a strong man could take an arm off at the shoulder or open a skull like fruit. But as the centuries went on and armor got better, the cutting weapons started bouncing off. Plate armor turned a sword stroke into a ringing slap that did nothing. So the weapons changed to keep up, and the things they changed into are some of the ugliest objects human beings have ever made for use on each other. The warhammer came out of that problem, a small, dense head on the end of a haft, sometimes with a hammer face on one side and a wicked curved spike on the other, and the whole point of it was that it concentrated every bit of a man's strength into a tiny patch of metal. It didn't need to cut through the armor, it punched through it, or it just transmitted the shock straight through the steel and into the body underneath. A man in full plate could be standing there feeling safe, untouched, not a scratch on his harness, and a war hammer to the side of the helmet would rattle his brain inside his skull until he dropped, concussed, blind, vomiting inside his own visor. Then the spike came down through the top of the helm and into the head. The poleaxe worked on the same logic, a longer weapon with an axe blade, a hammer, and a spike all on one head, built for men on foot grinding into each other in the press. We even still use the word. When someone says they were poleaxed, flattened, knocked sideways by news, they're using a 15th century word for what happened to prisoners who got a poleaxe head driven into the back of the skull. Stay with the intimacy of that for a second, because it's the whole reason this video exists. When a man killed another man in one of these battles, he was usually close enough to watch it happen. He saw the eyes. He felt the resistance of bone giving way travel up the haft into his own arms. He got the spray on his face and in his mouth. Modern soldiers can go a whole war and kill people they never see, just shapes at a distance or coordinates on a screen. These men did it with their hands, repeatedly, for hours, on people whose expressions they could read. And then they had to live afterward, in a world that told them this was the most honorable thing a man could possibly do. We're not guessing about the wounds either. We have the bodies. In 1996, during work near the village of Towton in Yorkshire, a mass grave turned up from one of the worst days in English history. Towton was fought on Palm Sunday in 1461 in the snow during the Wars of the Roses, and the chroniclers gave numbers for the dead that are almost certainly too high to believe, 28,000 in some accounts, with messengers riding out the next day to count corpses in the fields. The real number was probably lower, but nobody who has looked at the ground thinks it was small. It was a slaughter. And the grave that came up in 1996 let us look directly at what that slaughter did to individual men. A team from the University of Bradford pulled out the remains and started reading them the way you'd read a document. At least 61 people in one pit, all of them male, ranging from teenagers to men around 50. The skulls were the worst part. Of 27 skulls they examined closely, they counted over 100 separate wounds, which works out to roughly 4 blows to the head per man, and that's just the ones that hit bone hard enough to leave a permanent mark. Some men had been struck 10 times or more in the head alone. One individual, catalogued by the team as Towton 25, became something close to famous among people who study this kind of thing. He was a man in his late 30s or early 40s. He had survived a serious head wound years earlier, a healed fracture, which means he'd been in this kind of fighting before and walked away from it once. On the day he died, he took 8 separate wounds to the head. The osteologists could reconstruct the order because the later cuts veered toward the old weak spots in the bone. His face and skull had to be physically pieced back together before anyone could even study him. Whoever killed him kept hitting him after he was certainly already dead. One of the archaeologists who worked on it, Christopher Knuzel, put it in a way I've never been able to shake. He said the wounds looked like one of those scenes in a film where a crowd closes in on a cornered man. Except the camera usually has to cut away because you're not allowed to actually show what happens. At Towton, nobody cut away. The blows kept coming. Daggers went into the backs of heads, throats were opened, faces were deliberately destroyed, sometimes after the man was already dead, so that he couldn't be recognized. And that destruction has a cold quality to it that's almost worse than the heat of the fighting. Somebody stood over a corpse and took the time to ruin its face. The men in that pit weren't tidied up or buried with their armor and dignity. They were stripped of anything valuable and dumped, lying at odd angles packed in together. And these were not helpless peasants caught in the open. Many of them had the healed wounds of previous fights, the thickened bones of men who'd trained with weapons their whole lives. They were soldiers. They knew exactly what was coming, and it still ended like that for them, on their faces in the snow with their skulls in pieces. Some of them had defensive wounds on their hands and forearms, the marks you get from throwing your arms up, which tells you they were awake and aware and trying to stop it right up until they couldn't. An older grave runs even larger, and in some ways it's more disturbing because of who was in it. In the summer of 1361, a Danish army landed on the island of Gotland off the coast of Sweden and marched on the town of Visby. The defenders weren't a professional army, they were the islanders. Farmers, mostly the men of Gotland, and among the bodies that were later dug up were the old and the very young, people who should never have been on a battlefield at all. They went out to meet a force of trained, well-equipped mercenaries, and the result was not a battle so much as a harvest. Swedish records remembered afterward that more than half the farmers of Gotland had been killed. The fighting happened in July, in the heat, and there were so many dead that the victors didn't bother stripping them. They buried them in mass graves, still wearing their mail and their padded coats, because in that heat, the work of pulling armor off 1,000 swelling corpses wasn't worth it. That decision, made out of pure disgust and practicality, is the reason we know so much. Starting in 1905, excavations at Visby pulled out the remains of well over 1,000 individuals, the largest collection of medieval battle dead anywhere in Europe, and because the armor was left on, the wounds were preserved in a way that's almost unbearable to read about. A researcher named Bo Ingelmark went through them in the 1930s and counted the injuries. Hundreds of cuts from swords and axes, more than 100 punctures from arrows and crossbow bolts, and the pattern of where the wounds landed tells its own story. The torsos were relatively protected by mail, so the attackers went for what was exposed, the legs and the head. They cut men's legs out from under them and then split their skulls when they fell. One body became the example everybody cites, and once you've heard it, you don't forget it. A man who had both of his lower legs cut off, both of them, apparently by a single sweeping blow that caught the right shin and carried through into the left. The cut went almost all the way through the bone on both sides. Whoever swung that was strong and committed, and the man it happened to went down and did not get back up. Other skeletons at Visby carried 5, 6, 7 separate arrow and bolt wounds in a single body. These were not clean deaths. These were men being chopped down piece by piece, some of them probably still alive and aware as it happened, bleeding out in a field in the July heat, surrounded by their neighbors and their sons. The war hammer and the poleaxe took over for a reason, and it pays to linger on what they did to a man inside his armor, because the armor is the part people get wrong. We picture a knight in full plate as protected, sealed up, hard to hurt, and against a sword that's largely true. But plate didn't make you safe. It changed the way you died. A man in good harness couldn't easily be cut, so the fight against him became a fight to get a concentrated, blunt, brutal force through the steel and into the soft body it surrounded. The hammer side of the weapon dented the helmet inward and drove the shock of the blow straight into the skull. The spike side was made to catch on a joint, an armpit, the slot of a visor, the gap behind a knee, and punch through. And the close work, the wrestling and grappling that real armored combat came down to, ended with a man being forced to the ground and held there while someone found the gaps with a narrow blade, a rondel dagger, and put it through the eye or the throat or up under the arm into the heart. Plate armor didn't save you from that. It just meant that to kill you, somebody had to get on top of you and do it slowly, by hand, while you were still alive to feel them looking for the opening. The arrows and crossbow bolts deserve their own grim mention, because the longbow and the crossbow were the weapons that could reach across the field and find you before you ever got close enough to swing. A heavy war bow, drawn by a trained man, could send an arrow through mail and into the body behind it, and at close range the bodkin points were designed to punch through armor plate, or at least to find the weak spots and the visor slits. A man could be hit before the lines even met, dropped in the advance, an arrow in the thigh or the gut or the face. The Visby graves carried that evidence in the bone, those 5 and 6 and 7 separate punctures in single skeletons, men who'd been shot again and again, sometimes while already down. And an arrow wound to the body in that age was very often a slow death, not a quick one. The point lodged in you. The shaft broke off or was pulled out, taking flesh with it. The wound festered, and you died of the infection days or weeks later, in agony, far from the field, of a wound that hadn't even seemed mortal when you took it. That slowness is the part that gets lost when we talk about battles as events with casualty numbers. The men who died at Towton and Visby and Mansoura mostly didn't die cleanly in the moment of the blow. They died over hours and days. The field after a battle was not silent. It was full of the wounded, men lying among the dead, calling out, bleeding into the ground, some of them slowly freezing, some of them slowly burning with fever, all of them at the mercy of whoever came across the field next. And the men who came across the field next were not medics. They were looters. The dead and the wounded were stripped of anything worth having: armor, weapons, boots, rings, coins, and a wounded enemy who couldn't pay a ransom and couldn't be moved was a problem with one common solution: a dagger to the throat or through the visor. The mercy stroke, the coup de grace, the blow that ended the suffering and also happened to clear the field. Whether it was mercy or just tidying up depended on who was holding the knife, and the man on the ground rarely got a say. For a knight, there was at least the possibility of a different outcome, because a knight had ransom value, and a captured nobleman was worth more alive than dead. One thread of self-interest ran through medieval war and softened it at the edges: the fact that the man trying to kill you might decide halfway through that you were worth more as a prisoner. But that calculation only protected the men who could be recognized as worth saving, the ones in the good armor, with the heraldry that proved who they were. For everyone else, the common soldiers, the archers, the spearmen, the men whose deaths nobody would pay to prevent, the field was simply where they ended. And even for the knights, the ransom system could fail. At Towton, some of the men in that pit had defensive wounds and were cut down anyway, the expected quarter never coming, the recognition never happening. The day too far gone for anyone to be taking prisoners. They died expecting to be spared and were not. Hold on to that physical reality, the work the hands did and what the bodies looked like afterward. Hold on to it, because everything we're about to talk about, all the fear and the guilt and the broken sleep, grew out of men doing that over and over, and then being expected to go home and be fine. Now I want to bring in the man who saw it up close and wrote it all down, because the chronicles are full of dry accounts of who won and who lost. And then occasionally, one survivor decides to tell you the truth about what it was actually like to be standing in it. Jean de Joinville is that survivor. He was the seneschal of Champagne, a French nobleman, and in 1248 he took the cross and sailed east with King Louis IX of France on the crusade we now number the 7th. He was in his mid-20s. He came back changed, and decades later, an old man in his 80s, he sat down and dictated the whole experience as part of a life of the king, and what he produced is one of the most honest accounts of war that survives from the entire Middle Ages. He doesn't hide his fear. He tells you when he was terrified. He tells you when he thought he was going to die, and he tells you what it did to the men around him. The campaign aimed at Egypt because Egypt was the soft center of Muslim power, and the Crusaders thought that breaking it would unlock Jerusalem. They took the port of Damietta without much trouble, which may have been the worst thing that could have happened to them, because it made them confident. Then they pushed inland, toward a town called Mansoura, and that is where the whole enterprise began to come apart. The fighting at Mansoura in early 1250 was a disaster dressed up at first as a victory. The king's brother, Robert of Artois, led the vanguard charging into the town's narrow streets, ignoring orders to wait, and the defenders simply let them come in and then closed the trap. The Crusaders got funneled into lanes where their horses were useless, and the locals could hit them from the rooftops and the doorways. Robert of Artois died in there. So did most of the men who'd followed him. It was in this kind of close, ugly, street-by-street fighting that Erard de Sévère took the sword across the face that I started this whole thing with. The trap at Mansoura is worth slowing down on because it shows you how fast a medieval battle could turn from triumph into slaughter, and how little the dying men could do about it once the turn came. The Crusaders had crossed the river at a ford a local guide showed them, and the vanguard, led by Robert of Artois, fell on an enemy camp at dawn and scattered it. That should have been the end of the caution. The plan had been to wait for the rest of the army to cross and assemble before pressing on, because a vanguard alone, however brave, was a small thing to throw against a defended town. Robert wouldn't wait. Flushed with the easy success of the dawn attack, he drove on toward Mansoura itself, and the knights with him, including a large contingent of Templars, went with him into the streets. The defenders, under the Mamluk commander Baibars, did the one thing that turned the Crusaders' strength into a death sentence. They opened the town and let them in. A mounted knight in the open field was nearly unstoppable, a wall of armored men and horses that could ride down almost anything. A mounted knight in a narrow medieval street, hemmed in by buildings, unable to maneuver, unable to charge, unable even to turn his horse easily, was a target. The Crusaders poured into the lanes of Mansoura and the lanes closed around them. Men appeared on the rooftops and in the doorways and the upper windows, raining down missiles, dropping beams, hurling whatever came to hand onto the heads of men who couldn't reach them and couldn't get away. The horses panicked in the press. The formation, the thing that made heavy cavalry deadly, dissolved into a mob of individual men fighting and dying separately in a maze they didn't know. Robert of Artois died in there, the king's own brother, cut off and overwhelmed somewhere in the streets, and the manner of his death was uncertain enough that it was still being argued about afterward, which tells you how complete the chaos was. Nobody could even say for sure how the king's brother had fallen. The Templars who'd followed him in were destroyed nearly to a man. One account holds that of close to 300 Templar knights who entered Mansoura. Only a handful came out. The rest left dead in the streets of a town they'd held for less than a morning. These were among the best fighting men in the Christian world. Professional warrior monks who'd given their lives to this exact work, and they were swallowed whole by a town that had simply opened its gates and let them ride into a place where everything that made them formidable counted for nothing. That was the texture of the disaster Joinville was living through in the days around it. The sense of an army that had been winning suddenly finding the ground gone from under it. He and the men with him fought in the chaos that followed, the main body of the army grinding forward into the trap that had already swallowed the vanguard, and the fighting was the close, exhausting, terrifying kind, where you can't see the larger shape of the battle, and you don't know if you're winning or losing or already doomed. You just know the man in front of you is trying to kill you and you have to deal with him before the next one arrives. This is the fighting where Erard de Sévère took the sword across the face. This is where Joinville fixed his spear in the earth and braced for what he was sure was the end. The vanguard was already dead in the streets ahead of them, the Templars already gone, and they were pushing forward into the same jaws, not entirely knowing it. And the Crusaders, by the brutal arithmetic of the place, more or less held the field at the end of that first terrible day, and that is the cruelest part of it. They could call it a victory, technically. They'd taken ground, they'd inflicted losses, they hadn't been driven off. but a victory that costs you the king's brother and most of your Templars, and leaves you trapped on the wrong side of a river with the enemy intact and your supply line about to be cut, is not a victory in any sense that matters. It was the high water mark of the whole crusade, and everything after it was decline, the slow strangling of a trapped army by hunger and sickness and the fire in the night, until the surrender. The men who'd ridden into Mansoura thinking they were about to crack Egypt open were, within weeks, sick and starving and waiting to find out whether their captors would ransom them or cut their throats. Joinville carried the specific images of those days for the rest of his very long life, and that is what makes him such a witness. He wasn't a chronicler assembling a tidy account from reports. He was a man who'd been in the streets, who'd seen the friend with the ruined face still trying to give orders, who'd braced for a charge he expected to kill him, who'd watched the army he came with die by inches in the mud and the river. And 60 years later, an old man dictating his memories, he could still bring it all up in detail, the particular wounds, the particular fear, the particular sounds, and that is not how ordinary memory works. Ordinary memory softens and blurs and lets things go. The memories that stay that sharp for that long, that can be summoned whole decades later as if no time had passed, are a specific kind of memory. The kind that gets burned in rather than written down, and we have a name now for the condition that burns them in that way. Joinville didn't. He just remembered, with a clarity that never faded, the worst thing that ever happened to him, and he wrote it down so it wouldn't be lost. Joinville himself nearly died several times over the following days. He describes taking wounds, losing men, a lance going clean through one of his soldiers, the constant grinding terror of being a small group of exhausted men surrounded by an enemy who kept coming. At one point he fixed his spear in the ground and braced for a charge, fully expecting it to be the end. He survived. A lot of the men beside him did not. And then, with the army trapped, unable to advance and unable to easily retreat, cut off from supply when their boats were taken on the Nile, the thing that finished them off arrived, not a sword, sickness. Joinville called it the host sickness, and from his description it was a combination of scurvy and dysentery, made worse by the fact that the men were eating fish out of a river that was full of the dead. Bodies from the fighting upstream, both Christian and Muslim, came floating down, and the eels and the fish fed on them, and the soldiers caught those fish and ate them because there was nothing else. What scurvy does to a body over weeks is its own quiet horror. The gums swell and rot, the flesh of the mouth goes black and dies. Old wounds that had healed years before open up again as if they'd never closed, because the body literally loses the ability to hold itself together. Teeth loosen. The breath turns foul. And the men in that camp had it as badly as it can be had. What the barbers did about it is the part that stays with you. The dead flesh in the men's mouths had to be cut away before they could eat at all. So the camp barbers, who doubled as surgeons, went around with their blades cutting the rotted gum tissue out of living men's mouths so that food could get past it. Joinville says the sound of it was like nothing else. He wrote that you could hear the men crying out as the flesh was cut, and he compared the sound to women in the pains of childbirth. That comparison, from a hard old soldier who'd seen everything, tells you how bad it was. Grown men, Knights screaming while someone carved the dying meat out of their own mouths so they wouldn't starve, and outside the tents the river kept bringing down more bodies. Then there was the fire. The defenders had a weapon the Crusaders had heard about but never really faced, the incendiary the Greeks had perfected and the Muslims had learned to use, and Joinville's account of it is one of the great pieces of fear writing from the medieval world precisely because he doesn't try to be brave about it. The Crusaders were holding a position behind makeshift wooden towers, and at night the enemy would hurl this fire at them. Joinville says that when it came, it was as broad in front as a barrel of vinegar, and the burning tail streaming out behind it was as long as a great spear. It made a sound like thunder coming out of the sky. It looked, he said, like a dragon flying through the air. It threw off so much light that the whole camp lit up as if it were daytime in the middle of the night, and the men could see each other's faces in that glare. And what those faces were doing tells you everything. Every single time the fire was launched, the men in the towers threw themselves down on their elbows and knees and prayed, because there was nothing else to do. An old knight named Walter of Curail said it plainly to the men on watch. He told them they were in the worst danger they'd ever been in, because if the fire took hold of their wooden towers they would burn alive, and if they abandoned their posts to escape it, they'd be disgraced. So the only thing that could possibly save them was God. Burn or run in shame, the choice this weapon forced on men. Burn or run and live in shame. Joinville says the king himself, hearing the fire go up each night, would sit upright in his bed and weep and pray aloud, asking God to protect his people. A king sitting up in the dark, crying, listening for the next dragon of fire, the most powerful man in the camp, and he was as helpless against it as the lowest foot soldier. The army couldn't hold. Sick, starving, surrounded, they finally tried to retreat back toward Damietta, and the retreat collapsed into a surrender. In April 1250, the King of France and most of his nobles were taken prisoner, Joinville among them. And captivity brought its own particular terrors, because the value of a prisoner depended entirely on his rank and his ransom, and the men who had no ransom value were simply not worth keeping alive. The wounded who couldn't travel, the common soldiers, the ones nobody would pay for, many of them were killed where they lay. Both the Muslim and the Christian sources agree on this. You did not keep and feed a wounded enemy who was worth nothing to you. You finished him. Joinville lived under the constant awareness that the negotiations keeping him alive could fail at any moment. At one point during the captivity, the prisoners were told, more or less openly, that they might all be put to death, and they had to sit with that, not knowing from one day to the next whether the next men through the tent flap were coming to discuss terms or to kill them. He describes the fear without dressing it up. He was a brave man by any standard. He'd already proven it a dozen times in the fighting, and he was openly, plainly afraid in that captivity, and he says so. There's no shame in his telling of it, just the honesty of a man who'd been close enough to death enough times to stop pretending he wasn't scared. I want to pull one more thread out of Joinville's account, because it's the closest thing the whole crusade gives us to a direct look at trauma settling into someone's mind in real time, and it comes from the Queen. Margaret of Provence, Louis's wife, was pregnant and stuck in Damietta while all of this was happening, and when the news came that the king had been captured, it broke something in her. Joinville says that after she heard it, every time she fell asleep she dreamed her room was full of Saracens come to kill her, and she would wake up screaming for help. She was so frightened of being alone with those dreams that she had an elderly knight sleep in her chamber, beside her bed, holding her hand through the night so that when she woke up screaming there'd be someone there. She was days from giving birth. And when the child came, a son, she named him Jean Tristan. Tristan, from the French for sorrow. She looked at her newborn in the middle of all that fear and named him for grief. It's worth staying inside Joinville's account a little longer because the man gives us something most medieval sources don't, a sustained first-person view of a campaign falling apart around the person describing it, told without the usual armor of glory. He notices things a chronicler writing from a safe distance would never bother with. He tells you about the practical degradation of it, the way an army of proud men is reduced by sickness and hunger to something barely human. By the time the host sickness had taken hold, the camp was a place where men too weak to stand fouled themselves where they lay, where the smell was its own kind of enemy, where the living moved among the dying, and the dying among the dead, and the line between the three got harder to see by the day. Joinville himself fell ill. He describes his own body failing, his own legs barely carrying him, a man who'd ridden into Egypt as a vigorous young knight, reduced to something that could hardly move, and the river kept feeding it. The Nile ran between the two armies, and the dead of the fighting went into it, and the current carried them down, and when the bodies reached the Crusader lines, they snagged and gathered, because a broken bridge or a barrier of stakes caught them and held them. Joinville describes having to deal with the corpses physically, the work of clearing the dead out of the water so the army could function, men dragging bloated bodies out of the river by whatever they could grab. Some of those bodies were friends, some were enemies. After a while in that heat, the distinction stopped meaning much, because a corpse a week in the Nile doesn't look like anyone in particular, and the fish that the men were eating had been feeding on exactly those bodies, and so the sickness and the river and the hunger all braided together into one slow catastrophe that killed more of the army than any battle did. The king himself, Louis IX, comes through Joinville's account as a man being slowly broken alongside his men, though he held it better than most. Louis was sick too, badly, with the dysentery that was sweeping the camp, so sick that the story goes the bottom had to be cut out of his clothing because he couldn't manage otherwise, a king of France reduced to that, and he refused to leave his men. When the retreat finally came and the army was collapsing, Louis could have saved himself, could have gone ahead to safety, and he wouldn't. He stayed with the army, sick as he was, and was captured with it. There's a particular kind of horror in watching the most exalted figures in a society dragged down into the same filth and helplessness as everyone else. The king with his bowels failing, the queen waking up screaming, the great lords being led away in chains, the whole shining apparatus of crusade and chivalry reduced to a column of sick, frightened, defeated men shuffling into captivity in a foreign country, not knowing if they'd be ransomed or killed. And the captivity itself was a long exercise in controlled terror. The prisoners were valuable, in theory, but their captors made sure they understood how precarious that value was. Joinville describes the threats, the moments when it seemed the whole arrangement might collapse and the killing might start. At one point, by his account, the prisoners were threatened with a device meant to terrify them into compliance, the barnacles, a kind of torture instrument, the threat of it held over them to break their will during the ransom negotiations. The sick were separated from the well, and the sick, the men who couldn't recover fast enough to be worth feeding, were killed. Cold arithmetic again. A prisoner who's going to die anyway, or who's too sick to ever be worth a ransom, is just a mouth to feed and a body to guard, and the solution was the obvious one. The men who survived the captivity survived partly because they recovered fast enough to seem worth keeping, and they knew it, and they lived every day of it aware of which side of that line they were on. Louis got out eventually through an enormous ransom and the surrender of Damietta, and so did Joinville and the surviving nobles. But getting out wasn't the end of it for the men who'd been there. Louis stayed in the Holy Land for years afterward, and Joinville stayed with him, and when Louis finally went home, he was not the same king who'd left. He'd watched his army die of sickness in the mud, watched his brother die in the streets of Mansoura, been captured and humiliated, and he carried it. He became more austere, more penitential, more consumed by religion and by the sense that the failure had been a judgment, a punishment for the sins of the army and of Christendom. He wore the failure like a hair shirt for the rest of his life. And 2 decades later, an old and sick man, he went on crusade again, to Tunis this time, against the advice of nearly everyone, including Joinville, who flatly refused to go because he thought it was madness. Joinville was right. Louis died there, of disease, in the camp, the same way so many of his men had died in Egypt. The crusade had its hooks in him so deep that it pulled him back to die in a camp in North Africa rather than in his own bed in France. Joinville's refusal to go on that second crusade tells you something too. Here was a man who'd been the king's loyal companion, who loved Louis, who'd stood by him through the whole Egyptian nightmare, and who, when the king asked him to do it all again, said no, flatly. He'd seen it once. He knew exactly what it was, and no amount of love for the king or duty to the cause could make him walk back into it. That's not cowardice, from a man who'd already proven his courage a dozen times over in the worst fighting of the age. That's a man who'd looked at the thing clearly and decided he would not let it happen to him twice. He went home, lived to a very great age, and decades later wrote it all down, the fear and the filth and the dying and the dead in the river, because he wanted it remembered, and because some part of it was clearly still with him, still vivid enough at 90 to put on the page exactly as it had been. That's a woman experiencing something we'd recognize instantly today. The intrusive images, the same terror replaying every time she closed her eyes, the inability to be alone with her own mind, the need for another human being physically present just to get through the night. The crusade put that in her, and she carried it. And she wasn't even on the battlefield. She just heard the news of what was happening to the men, and her mind did the rest. Now, before we go further, I should be honest about something because it matters for the rest of the video. Nobody in the 13th century had a word for what was happening to these people. They didn't have trauma, they didn't have post-traumatic anything, they didn't have a category for a wound that lived in the mind instead of the body. When the Queen woke up screaming, the people around her didn't reach for a diagnosis. They reached for a knight to hold her hand, and they prayed. So everything I'm describing, all the fear and the broken sleep and the things that wouldn't leave these people's heads, comes to us wrapped in the only language they had for it, which was the language of sin and the soul and God and the devil. Keep that in your back pocket, because it's going to matter enormously when we get to the question of what these men were actually suffering from. Let's stay with the experience of it a while longer, before we get to the explanations though, because the explanations are the modern part, and the experience is the medieval part, and the experience is what these men actually lived. And the best guide we have to the inside of a knight's head, the actual values and fears that shaped how he understood his own violence, comes from a Frenchman who wrote the book on it, literally wrote the book. His name was Geoffroy de Charny. Charny is one of those figures who feels almost designed to make this point, except he was completely real, and we know a fair amount about him. He came from a family that was noble but not rich, minor aristocracy that had the bloodline and the obligations, but not the money, and he made his entire life and reputation through one thing: fighting. He first shows up in the records around 1337, at the very start of the long war between England and France that we call the 100 Years' War, and from then on he was almost constantly at war. He fought across France. He fought in the Mediterranean. He was captured by the English, ransomed, and went straight back to it. He rose, through nothing but skill and relentlessness, from minor nobility all the way up to royal councillor, a trusted man of King John II of France. And he was given the highest honour a French fighting man could be given. He was made the bearer of the Horrifying, the sacred red war banner of the French crown, the flag that meant the king himself was committing to battle and no quarter would be given. He was also, as a strange side note, the first recorded owner of the cloth we now call the Shroud of Turin, which surfaced in the possession of his family. That's a whole other video. The point about Charny is that he was the real thing, a working soldier who'd spent his life in the actual filth and terror of medieval war, and that's what makes the book he wrote so valuable. Sometime in the early 1350s, probably as a guide for a new order of knights that King John was founding, the Company of the Star, Charny sat down and wrote a book about what it meant to be a knight. Not a romance, not a fantasy of jousts and fair maidens, but a practical, hard-edged account of the life from a man who'd actually lived it. We call it the Book of Chivalry. And it is not the gleaming, polished thing people imagine when they hear that word. Charny's chivalry is brutal. His whole framework is built on suffering, on the idea that the more a man endures, the more he's worth. He keeps coming back to the same refrain, that he who does more is worth more. And when he lists what a knight has to do, it's not pageantry, it's a catalogue of misery. Wealth poured out and lost, equipment that costs a fortune, physical hardship that grinds the body down, being crushed and wounded, and, always hanging over it, the danger of death. He ranks deeds of arms by exactly how dangerous and how painful they are, and the ones that involve the most suffering rank highest. To Charney, that's the entire point. The suffering is the worth. He's almost contemptuous of comfort. He writes that too great a desire to coddle the body is against everything good, and he has no patience for the soft man-at-arms who wants the glory, but dreads the hardship that earns it. He describes, plainly, men who have to go to sleep late and get up early, who adapt themselves to the weather instead of escaping it, who endure the cold when it's cold, and put up with the heat when it's hot, because they have no choice. Scholars who've studied his text point out that he's describing men who were routinely sleep-deprived, exhausted and underfed, who slept outside on hard ground in whatever weather came, with nothing between them and the sky. And he's holding that life up as the highest calling a man can have, not in spite of the misery, because of it. What makes Charney's book so useful is that he wasn't trying to write about trauma at all. He'd have had no idea what you meant. He was trying to write a manual for making good knights, and in the course of doing that he kept describing, almost by accident, the actual physical and mental conditions of a life spent at war, and those conditions are brutal in a way the romances never admit. He talks about the man-at-arms who has barely eaten, who's been in the saddle so long his body aches everywhere, who's soaked through and frozen and exhausted past the point of sense, and who has to fight anyway, well, and win. He's describing chronic deprivation as the baseline of the profession, not the exception, not the bad day, the normal condition. These men were tired in a way that's hard to imagine, the deep, grinding exhaustion of people who never get enough sleep and never feel safe enough to sleep deeply when they do. He writes about the loneliness of it too, in his way. The knight is away from home for months and years, away from his wife, his children, his lands, living among other armed men in conditions that would horrify the people back home, doing things the people back home would never see. Charney frames the separation as part of the sacrifice, part of the worth, the willingness to give up comfort and family and safety for the honor of the thing. But strip the framing away and you've got men living for years at a stretch in a state of constant low-level dread, never quite able to relax, surrounded by violence and the threat of violence, far from anyone who knew them before they became what the war made them. He's almost proud of how hard it is. He keeps insisting that the difficulty is the point, that the suffering is what gives the life its value, and you can read that two ways, as a genuine philosophy, which it was, and as the thing a man tells himself to keep going, which it also was. The detail about sleeping on the ground stays with me. Charney describes knights sleeping outside, on the hard earth, exposed to whatever the weather did to them, and he holds it up as admirable, the willingness to endure it. Years of that. Years of sleeping in your clothes, in the cold, on the ground, never warm enough, never dry enough, never safe enough to fully let go, waking at every sound because the sound might be the enemy. The body doesn't shrug that off. The mind doesn't either. We know now what chronic sleep deprivation and chronic stress do to a person, how they wear down judgment and emotional control and the capacity to recover from frightening things. Charney didn't know any of that. He just knew that the life was hard, and that the men who could endure it were worth more than the men who couldn't, and he wrote it down as a virtue, and in doing so he left us a fairly precise description of the conditions that produce exactly the damage this video is about. And he was honest in a way that surprises people about the fact that not everyone could take it. The romances pretend that real knights were fearless, that courage was simply a quality you had or didn't. Charney knew better. He knew the fear was universal, that everyone felt it, the brave and the cowardly alike, and that the difference was only in what you did with it. The brave man was afraid and stayed anyway. He says it almost casually. The way a man says a thing he's known so long it doesn't seem remarkable to him anymore. The fear is a given. The question is whether you let it move your feet. That's a far more truthful account of courage than the songs ever gave, and it comes from a man who'd stood in the line and felt his own legs want to carry him away, and had stayed over and over until the day at Poitiers when staying killed him. And then there's the passage that for me is the heart of the whole book, the place where Charney stops being a tough old soldier listing hardships and accidentally tells you what it actually felt like to stand in a battle line. He's writing to encourage young knights, to steel them, and to do that he has to name the thing they're afraid of, so he names it. He tells them they will often be afraid. He says it directly. You will be afraid when you see your enemies coming toward you with their lances lowered to run you through and their swords drawn to cut you down. Bolts and arrows are coming at you and you don't know how to protect yourself. You see people killing each other, fleeing, dying, being taken prisoner. And you see the bodies of your own dead friends lying on the ground in front of you. He doesn't flinch from that. The dead friends lying there where you can see them while the fight goes on around them. He puts it right in the text. In a book meant to inspire young men to do this for a living. And then he gives them the way out and the reason to refuse it. Your horse isn't dead, he says. You could turn and run and the horse is fast enough to carry you away to safety. But if you run in dishonor. And if you stay, you win honor that lasts forever. And then he asks the question that to me cracks the whole thing open. Is he not a great martyr, he says, who puts himself through such work? A martyr. He uses the word for a holy person who suffers and dies for the faith. That's how Charney understood the knight standing in the line, watching his friends' corpses, choosing not to run. A martyr. That word is doing an enormous amount of work. And I want to slow down on it because it's the bridge between the experience and the explanation. Charney had clearly stood where those young men were going to stand. He'd seen the friends on the ground. He'd felt the fear he was describing because you can't write it that precisely without having felt it. And the way he made it bearable, the way his entire culture made it bearable, was to wrap it in the language of holy suffering. The knight who endures the unendurable isn't just a man being ground up in a war. He's a martyr, earning honor on earth and salvation in heaven through his pain. The terror is real. The dead friends are real. But the meaning laid over the top of them transforms them from trauma into something sacred. You can almost feel him doing it on the page, naming the horror and then immediately reaching for the frame that makes it survivable. Care less about death than about shame, he tells them. The coward clings to life and fears dying. The man of worth doesn't mind whether he lives or dies, as long as his life is good enough that he can die with honor. When you move against your enemies, he says, never let the idea of defeat into your head. Never think about being captured or about fleeing. Just be firm and confident and expect to win. That's not bad advice for a man about to go into combat. It's also, very clearly, a set of mental tools for managing fear that's already there. You don't tell people to push the thought of fleeing out of their minds unless the thought of fleeing is in their minds. Charney knew it was. He'd had it himself. The whole book is, in a way, one experienced and frightened man trying to hand the next generation the tricks that had kept him standing in the line. And here's the part that makes Charney more than just an author to me. He lived it all the way to the end. In 1356, at the Battle of Poitiers, everything he'd written about got put to the final test, with him in the middle of it. Poitiers was a catastrophe for the French. King John II, the man Charney served, was on the field, and the battle turned into a disaster, the sort of collapse where the army comes apart and the leaders are taken or killed. The Company of the Star, the order Charney had probably written his book to guide, was effectively destroyed, and Charney was holding the Oriflamme, the sacred banner, which meant he was the visible heart of the French resistance, the man the king's enemies most wanted to bring down. He didn't run. Everything in his book said don't run, and he didn't. The Oriflamme bearer's job was to keep that banner up as long as the king was committed to the fight, and Charney kept it up until they cut him down. He was hacked to death on the field, clutching the banner, with the king he served being captured nearby. Richard Cuyper, the historian who's done the most to bring Charney back to modern attention, put it in a line I've never improved on, that Charney was hacked to death in the great set-piece battle he had probably longed for his entire life. The man who wrote that the knight in the line is a martyr became one. His contemporaries called him a true and perfect knight. He'd written the theory of righteous suffering and then proved it with his own body, going down under the blades with the flag still in his hands. When we ask what these men suffered, Charney is the witness who tells you the experience from the inside and also shows you the machinery the culture built to contain it. The fear was constant. The dead friends were constant, and the answer the medieval world offered wasn't therapy or rest or a way out. It was meaning. Suffer well, suffer for honor and for God, and your suffering becomes the most valuable thing about you. That worked, for a lot of men, for a long time. But it's worth asking what it cost to hold that frame in place, and what happened to the men for whom it slipped. Because it did slip for some of them, and when it slipped, the thing underneath came out at night, and that brings me to the strangest, most haunting individual case in this entire video, a knight whose own household couldn't sleep under the same roof as him. His name was Peter of Béarn, and we know about him because of one of the great gossips of the Middle Ages, a chronicler named Jean Froissart. Froissart was a writer who travelled around collecting stories, and in the winter of 1388 he spent time at the court of Gaston III, Count of Foix, a brilliant and slightly terrifying nobleman in the south of France, in the foothills of the Pyrenees. Gaston's court was full of stories, and Froissart soaked them up, and among the people he heard about was Gaston's own illegitimate half-brother, Peter of Béarn. Peter, by the accounts Froissart gathered, was a strong and capable man, a hunter and a fighter, nothing obviously wrong with him in daylight, but at night, something else took over. Every night, Peter of Béarn got out of bed in his sleep. He would rise, still asleep, and seize his sword, and then he would fight. He fought an enemy nobody else could see, swinging the blade, shouting and roaring, thrashing through his chamber in the dark, as if he were in the middle of a battle for his life. Froissart's informants described the noise as something monstrous, as if all the devils of hell were in the room with him. And this happened night after night after night. It wasn't a one-time thing. It was his life. Imagine being in the next room and hearing that, every single night, a grown man with a sword fighting things that aren't there and screaming like the damned. His wife and his children couldn't take it. They left. They abandoned him, packed up and went, because no household could survive living alongside that nightly terror. A man rising in the dark with a real sword in his hand, fighting phantoms, was a genuine danger to everyone under his roof, and beyond the danger there was just the unbearable horror of it, the screaming, the certainty that something was deeply wrong that nobody could fix. So they fled, and Peter was left alone with whatever was coming for him in his sleep. Now, what was actually wrong with Peter of Béarn is a question we can't answer with any confidence, and I'm not going to pretend we can. The people around him reached for the explanation their world made available, which was a curse. The story Froissart was told tied it to a hunt. Peter had killed an enormous bear in a forest in Biscay, a famous and dangerous animal, and when he brought the carcass home, his wife took one look at it and fainted. She later said that the bear was connected to a prophecy involving her own father, who had once been hunting that same beast and heard a voice telling him to stop, that the bear meant him no harm. To the people telling the story, the nightly sword fighting was the bear's revenge, a curse for killing it, and the wife's flight with the children was her trying to escape a doom she could see coming. That was how the medieval world explained it, and it sits in Froissart's chronicle alongside ghost stories and tales of spirits and curses, the company his informants thought it kept. I'm not going to stand here and tell you Peter of Béarn had a specific modern condition, because the honest answer is that we're looking at a story passed through several mouths before it ever reached a page, and the man explaining it thought a bear's ghost was responsible. What I can tell you is that the behavior described, a fighting man rising in his sleep night after night to battle invisible enemies with a weapon in his hand, roaring as if his life depended on it, is the sort of thing that makes modern readers sit up, because it sounds so much like the violent sleep disturbances that haunt some people who've lived through extreme violence. Peter was a warrior in a violent age. Whether the trigger was the bear or the battlefield or something we'll never recover, the picture Froissart paints is of a man whose nights were a war he kept fighting and could never win, and whose own family chose to lose him rather than keep living inside that. The gap between what was happening to Peter and how the people around him explained it is the thing I want you to notice, because it's the whole problem in one man. Something was tormenting him in his sleep, violently, repeatedly, in a way that destroyed his family and isolated him completely. And the only tools his world had to understand it were curses and ghosts and the revenge of a dead animal. They couldn't see it as a wound because they didn't have the idea of a wound that lives in the mind and replays itself at night. So a man who might, in another century, have been recognized as someone broken by violence was instead a man under a supernatural curse, to be pitied and feared and ultimately abandoned. The suffering was real either way, only the name changed. And that gap is exactly where we have to start being careful, because this is the point in the video where a lot of people want to plant a flag and announce that medieval knights had post-traumatic stress disorder, full stop, case closed. I understand the appeal. The stories line up so neatly with what we know now. The Queen's repeating nightmares, Peter's nightly battles, Charney's frank account of fear, the men screaming as their mouths were cut. It's tempting to just stamp the modern label on all of it and feel like we've solved something. But the truth is more interesting than that, and getting it right actually makes these men's suffering clearer, not muddier. So let's talk about what we're really looking at. Post-traumatic stress disorder is a young idea, much younger than most people realize. It only became an official medical diagnosis in 1980, when it was added to the manual that American psychiatry uses to define mental conditions. And the thing that pushed it onto the page was a very specific population at a very specific moment, the soldiers coming home from Vietnam, alongside survivors of the Holocaust and other catastrophes, people whose suffering the existing categories simply couldn't hold. Before 1980, the condition had other names, and the names track the wars that produced them. In the American Civil War, they called it soldier's heart, or irritable heart, after a doctor named DaCosta who studied men whose hearts seemed to race and pound with no physical cause. In the First World War, it was shell shock, because at first people thought it was literal damage from the concussion of exploding shells. In the Second World War, it was battle fatigue, or combat fatigue. Same wound, new name, every generation. And when psychiatry first defined it formally, it defined it around fear. The original framework for PTSD was built on the idea of a threat to your own life, a fear response that gets stuck in the on position. The classic symptoms are about danger and survival. Hypervigilance, always scanning for the next threat, jumping at sounds, the body convinced the war is still happening, intrusive memories of the moment your own life was in danger, avoiding anything that reminds you of it. For decades, the whole concept was organized around the experience of being terrified for your own survival and never being able to fully come down from it. That's a fear-based model. It's about what was done to you, what nearly happened to you, the threat you couldn't escape. Here's where it gets complicated for our knights. Some of what we've seen fits that model beautifully. The Queen's nightmares are almost a textbook case of intrusive re-experiencing. Peter's nightly battles look like a violent sleep disturbance of the kind that fear-based trauma can produce. Charney's whole project of teaching young men to push fear down is a response to exactly the terror the fear model describes. So far, so neat, but there's a whole dimension of medieval warfare that the fear model doesn't touch at all, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. Because these men weren't only afraid, they weren't only victims of violence, they were also the ones doing the killing, with their hands, up close, repeatedly, on people whose faces they could see. And that's a different kind of wound. In the last few decades, the people who study combat trauma have started to recognize that a lot of what breaks soldiers isn't fear at all. It's not what was done to them, it's what they did, or what they saw, or what they failed to stop. A psychiatrist named Jonathan Shea, working with Vietnam veterans, started using a phrase for it in the 1990s. He called it moral injury. And the idea is that there's a wound that comes not from your life being threatened, but from a betrayal of what's right, from doing or witnessing something that violates your own deepest sense of how the world should work. Shea argued that veterans could often recover from the fear, from the horror and the grief, as long as what they understood to be right hadn't also been broken. It was the breaking of what's right that left the deepest, most lasting damage. Other researchers built on it and widened it. The wound of moral injury, as it's understood now, comes from perpetrating, failing to prevent, or witnessing acts that violate your own moral beliefs. And the symptoms it produces are not the same as the fear symptoms, where PTSD in the fear model shows up as hypervigilance and a body stuck in survival mode. Moral injury shows up as guilt, shame, a sense of being stained or corrupted, a loss of trust, a feeling that you can no longer be among decent people because of what you've done. The people who run the major veterans programs draw the distinction clearly now. The hypervigilance, the constant high alert, that's typical of fear-based PTSD and isn't usually a feature of moral injury. Moral injury is the soul wound. It's the part of you that knows you crossed a line and can't stop knowing it. And once you have that idea in your hands, the medieval evidence suddenly snaps into a much sharper focus. Because the medieval world was absolutely soaked in the language of moral injury, even though they'd never have called it that. They didn't talk about hypervigilance or flashbacks. They talked about sin. They talked about the soul being stained by blood. They talked about guilt and penance, and the danger of damnation for the man who killed. The historian Catherine Hurlock has made exactly this argument, that if you go looking for fear-based PTSD in the medieval sources, you'll find some of it, but you'll miss most of what's actually there, because the medieval experience of combat trauma was expressed through religion, through the conviction that killing wounded the soul and that the wound needed to be cleansed. Force these men into the modern fear-based box and you constrain your ability to see what they were actually going through. Look at them through moral injury, through the wound to the conscience, and the sources light up. And the single best piece of evidence, the thing that to me settles the question that the medieval world itself understood killing as a wound, isn't a knight's diary or a chronicler's gossip. It's the official machinery of the church. After the Norman conquest of England, after the Battle of Hastings in 1066, the Norman bishops issued a set of rules, a penitential ordinance that survives and that we can read. And what it says is extraordinary when you really take it in. It laid down formal penance for the men who had won, not the losers, the winners. The victorious army was required to do penance for the killing it had done in a battle the church itself had blessed. The terms were specific. Anyone who knew he had killed a man in the great battle had to do 1 year of penance for each man he had killed. 1 year per man. If you knew you'd struck someone but weren't sure whether you'd killed him, you did 40 days of penance for each man you'd wounded. The archers, who couldn't possibly count the men they'd hit at a distance, were given a blanket penance of 3 periods of Lenten fasting. And for men who simply couldn't reckon up their own kill count, who'd done so much killing they'd lost track, the rule offered a way out. You could do penance 1 day a week for the rest of your life. Or you could build or endow a church and let the stone and the prayers stand in for the years of penance you owed. William the Conqueror himself took that last option. He founded an abbey on the very ground where the battle had been fought. Battle Abbey, built on the field of Hastings, partly to mark his victory and partly to atone for the blood it had cost. The religious weight on these men is hard to overstate, and it cuts in two directions at once, part of what made the knight's position so impossible. On one side, the church told him that fighting could be holy, that defending Christendom and going on crusade could wash away his sins, that a man who died in a righteous war went straight to paradise. The crusade was preached as a kind of armed pilgrimage that could wipe the slate clean. On the other side, that same church told him that killing stained the soul, that the blood he spilled had to be answered for, that he stood in constant danger of damnation for the very acts that defined his life. He was a holy warrior and a sinner in the same breath, blessed and stained by the same sword stroke, and he had to carry both of those truths around inside him at the same time. The military orders grew straight out of that contradiction. The Templars, the Hospitallers, the orders of warrior monks who took religious vows and then fought and killed, were the medieval world's attempt to square the circle, to make a man who could fight without imperiling his soul, a killer who was also a monk. It was a strange and somewhat desperate solution, and the fact that it was tried at all tells you how badly the problem needed solving. Ordinary knights couldn't take those vows and keep fighting in the world. They had to find their own ways to manage the contradiction, and they did, through confession, through penance, through gifts to the church, through pilgrimage, through the hope that a good death in a good cause would settle the account at the end. But the contradiction never went away. It sat in the middle of the knightly life like a stone in a shoe, always there, occasionally unbearable. You see it in the way some knights tried to die. The pull toward religion at the end of a violent life, the desire to put on a monk's habit before death, to be received into an order, to give away land and money and beg for prayers, shows up again and again. These were men trying to settle accounts they could feel coming due. A lifetime of killing, however righteous, left a debt, and as death approached, the debt felt heavier, and the dying knight reached for whatever might pay it down. The deathbed conversion, the gift of land to a monastery in exchange for perpetual prayers, the retirement into a religious house for the last years, these weren't just piety, they were repair work. A man trying to fix something he knew was broken before he had to face whatever came next. And the fear of damnation was not abstract for these people. It was as concrete and immediate as the fear of the enemy's lance. They believed, genuinely and with their whole hearts, in a hell that waited for unrepented sin, and they believed that the killing they did, if not properly answered for, could send them there. So the man who'd spent his life in war wasn't only carrying the memory of the faces he'd seen and the friends he'd lost. He was carrying the conviction that those acts had endangered his immortal soul, that he might be damned for them, that the price of the life he'd led might be eternal. That's a kind of dread the modern secular mind has trouble feeling its way into, but for them it was the water they swam in. Every act of violence was also a spiritual wound, a mark against them in a ledger that would be read out at the end of the world. Set that next to the modern idea of moral injury, and the resemblance is uncanny. The modern soldier with moral injury feels stained, corrupted, unable to forgive himself, convinced that what he did has separated him from the company of decent people, sometimes from any possibility of peace. The medieval knight felt stained, sinful, in danger of damnation, in need of cleansing, separated by his acts from a state of grace. They're describing the same wound in different languages. One reaches for psychology and the other reaches for theology, but the thing underneath, the sense that killing does something to the killer that has to be reckoned with, that doesn't just wash off, that follows you and demands an answer, is the same in both. The medieval world simply had a more developed vocabulary for it, because it took the wound seriously enough to build an entire system around treating it. Take in what that means. These were not pacifists. This was a society that celebrated war, that made its highest heroes out of killers, that handed out land and glory for success in battle. And that same society looked at a man who had killed other men in a fully sanctioned, blessed, victorious battle and said, "You still have to do penance for that." Killing leaves a mark on the soul. Even righteous killing, even necessary killing, even killing your own side calls holy, and the mark has to be dealt with. That is moral injury, recognized and institutionalized 8 centuries before anyone invented the term. The Church had built an entire system for cleansing the stain of blood from men who'd been ordered to spill it, because everyone understood at some level that the spilling did something to the man who did it. The great theologian Thomas Aquinas, writing in the 13th century, worried about the same thing from the other direction. He warned that soldiers could be carried away in the fighting, swept past necessary killing into something darker, into savage slaughter that needed forgiveness. The Church was watching for the moment when a man stopped being a soldier doing grim work and became something that frightened even himself. And the penance, the confession, the pilgrimages, the gifts to monasteries, the retirements into religious houses, all of it was the medieval world's toolkit for treating a wound it could feel but couldn't name. They managed the guilt the only way they knew how, through the soul, because the soul was where they located the damage. If you want to understand why the medieval Church felt it needed all that machinery, you only have to look at what these men actually did when a war reached its worst point, because the battles in the open field were not even the bottom of it. The bottom of it was the siege. When an army surrounded a city and the city refused to surrender, and then the walls were finally breached and the place was taken by storm. What followed was the most concentrated horror the period could produce. By the customs of the time, a city that had to be taken by force had forfeited any claim to mercy. The garrison could be slaughtered. Often the population went with them, and the men doing the slaughtering were the same knights who, back home, were celebrated in songs and held up as the flower of Christian manhood. The siege that everyone reaches for, because the accounts are so vivid and so awful, is the capture of Jerusalem in 1099, at the end of the First Crusade. The Crusaders had marched and starved and died for years to get there, and when they finally broke into the Holy City, what happened was a massacre that shocked even contemporaries who were inclined to celebrate it. The eyewitness accounts are almost beyond belief. One of them, a soldier's account, says the slaughter was so great that the men were wading in blood up to their ankles. Another writer, a priest who was there, described the area around the temple and said that men rode through blood up to the knees and the bridles of their horses. He described piles of heads and hands and feet lying in the houses and the streets, so that you had to pick your way through the parts of human beings to move through the city at all. Now, historians today read those blood-up-to-the-knees descriptions with some caution, because the writers were reaching for imagery out of the Bible, and the actual physical volume of blood they're describing isn't possible. A man cannot literally ride through knee-deep blood. The picture is symbolic as much as literal. But every serious historian agrees the massacre itself was real, and that it was exceptionally savage even by the brutal standards of the age. The killing went on for a long time, and there's a detail that strips away any comfort you might take from the symbolic blood, because it's coldly practical rather than poetic. After the killing, the Crusaders went through the bodies of the dead Muslims and sliced their bellies open, looking for gold, because there was a belief that the defenders had swallowed their coins to hide them. So men walked among the corpses they'd made, opening abdomens, searching the insides of the dead for money. That's not biblical imagery. That's just what they did. And the dead didn't disappear when the killing stopped. The bodies were dragged outside the gates and piled up, and there were so many that they couldn't be dealt with quickly, and they sat there and rotted. A crusader named Fulcher of Chartres, who came to Jerusalem a few months later, wrote about the smell. He said the stench from the Saracen corpses still rotting outside the walls was so overpowering that they had to hold their noses and cover their mouths to get past them. Months later, the men who took the city had to keep living in it, walking past the rotting evidence of what they'd done every time they left the gates, breathing it. Out of that environment came the men who needed the penance. That's the sort of memory a knight carried home and tried to fold back into a normal life, a normal marriage, a normal old age. And the Storm Massacre wasn't some rare aberration that everyone agreed was a tragedy. It was the expected, customary outcome of taking a city by force. Everyone knew the rules. Surrender early and you might be spared. Force us to break the walls, and your men, and maybe your wives and children, will pay the customary price. The knights who carried that out weren't monsters in their own eyes, or in the eyes of their world. They were doing the normal work of war, the work they'd been trained and praised for. And then they had to be men again afterward. Husbands, fathers, lords managing their lands, going to Mass on Sunday in the same hands that had done that. The horror of the storm wasn't unique to Jerusalem, and that's the part worth holding on to, because if it had been a one-time madness you could file it away as an aberration. It wasn't. The sack of a city taken by force was a recognized, almost ritualized event, with its own grim logic that everyone involved understood. When a town's walls were breached after a refusal to surrender, the attacking soldiers were often effectively given the place, the lives and property inside it, as their reward for the danger and misery of the siege. The men who'd been dying of disease in the siege camp for weeks or months, who'd watched their friends rot with dysentery and get cut down in failed assaults, poured into the streets in a state somewhere past rage, and what followed was killing, looting, and worse, carried out by men whose restraint had been ground away by everything that came before. The knights led it and took part in it. These weren't separate from the chivalric world. They were the same men the songs celebrated, doing in the captured streets what the songs left out. And the victims, very often, weren't soldiers at all. A garrison might fight to the last, but behind the garrison were the people of the town, the families, the old, the women, the children. And when the killing started, it didn't stop neatly at the line between combatant and civilian. The customary right to sack a stormed city was a right to the whole place, and the people in it knew it, and that is exactly why cities so often surrendered before it came to that. Surrender, and there were rules, mercy, ransom, a chance. Force the storm, and there were no rules left. The choice was understood by everyone, the besiegers and the besieged alike. And so the moment of decision, the moment a town chose to hold out or give up, carried so much weight. People were gambling their entire population on a wall. For the knight, taking part in a sack was one more thing to fold into the divided life. He could tell himself the people had brought it on themselves by refusing to surrender, that the customs of war permitted it, that the cause was just. The framing was always available, but the framing had to cover a lot. Men remembered the sacks. They show up in the chronicles described with a mixture of triumph and unease, the writers torn between celebrating the victory and recoiling from what the victory had actually involved. And the men who'd done it carried it home, the same way they carried the battles, into the same Sunday masses and the same family tables, and added it to the account they'd have to settle at the end. The penance system existed precisely because there was so much to do penance for, and the sack of a city, with its slaughter of people who'd never lifted a weapon, was about as heavy as the account got. What strikes me, reading across all of it, is how clearly the medieval world understood that war made men into something they then had to be cleansed of. The whole structure of penance and confession and pilgrimage assumes that the man who comes back from the war is carrying something he didn't take with him, something that has to be removed before he can be fully part of ordinary life again. They didn't have the language of psychology, but they had a deep, practical, institutional awareness that you could not simply send a man to do those things and then have him walk back into his old life unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Something had happened. Something always happened. And the rituals were the medieval world's way of managing the gap between the man who left and the man who came back, of giving him a path back across it that didn't require anyone to name what the war had actually done to him. I keep thinking about how that splits a person. The same man, the same set of hands, doing the unthinkable in one place and then sitting at his own table at home. The chivalric system Charney wrote about was, among other things, an attempt to hold those two men together inside one body, to give the killing a frame that let the husband and father survive it, suffer for honor, kill for God and king, do penance for the blood and be cleansed and carry on. For a lot of men, the frame held. They went to war, did terrible things, came home, did their penance, built their churches, and lived out their lives without ever, as far as we can tell, coming apart. The frame was strong. It had to be, because the alternative was a society full of men who couldn't live with themselves. But the records do let us see the places where it strained. where men reached the end of a life of violence and seemed desperate to set the weight of it down before they died. And the clearest version of that is the death of the man often called the greatest knight of the entire Middle Ages, William Marshall. Marshall was a legend in his own lifetime and an even bigger one after. He'd risen from a younger son with nothing, a boy once nearly hanged as a hostage when he was small, all the way to one of the most powerful men in England, regent of the kingdom, the man who held the realm together for a child king. As a young knight on the tournament circuit, he'd been almost unbeatable, and the story went that over his career he had bested 500 knights. 500. He was the embodiment of everything Charney would later write about: prowess and honor and success in arms, the dream made flesh. And when he came to die in 1219, an old man who'd done it all, what he wanted was to become a monk. Specifically, he wanted to die as a Knight Templar. Years before, in the Holy Land, he had made a vow to join that military religious order, and he'd kept the Templar mantle waiting, and on his deathbed, he had himself formally received into the order. He died in the white mantle of the Templars and was buried in their church in London, where you can still find his effigy today. A lifetime of violence, closed by withdrawal into a holy order, the warrior trying to die as something cleaner than a warrior. And the scene at his deathbed has a tenderness in it that catches you off guard, because taking the Templar vow meant he could no longer touch his wife. The vow demanded it. So at the end, knowing he was being separated from her even before death took him, he asked her to come close. "Kiss me now, my dear love," he said to her, "because you will never be able to do it again." And she came forward and kissed him, and the account says they both wept. The greatest knight in the world, the man who'd beaten 500 others, weeping with his wife at the end, because the price of dying holy was that he couldn't hold her anymore. The pull toward religion at the end of a violent life shows up again and again in the records. Men endowing monasteries, going on pilgrimage, retiring into religious houses. All of it a kind of long exhale, an attempt to put down a weight they'd carried for decades. We can't crawl inside their heads and know exactly what they felt. But the pattern is consistent, and it points the same direction as the penance and the chivalric framing and everything else. These men knew at some level that what they'd done had to be answered for, and as the end approached, the answering became urgent. And the chronicles, when you read them looking for it, are full of fear and breaking, not just glory. The terror of waiting for a battle to start. The sound of a cavalry charge coming, which men described as something that went through the whole body. Joinville fixing his spear in the dirt and bracing for what he was sure was death. The men on the night watch throwing themselves flat as the fire roared overhead like thunder. The king sitting up in bed weeping and praying. The queen waking up screaming with a knight holding her hand. Charney naming the fear out loud in a book meant to inspire courage, because you can't manage a fear you won't admit is there. Peter of Béarn rising in the dark to fight his invisible war until his family gave up and left him to it. None of these men had a word for what was happening to them. They had God and the devil and sin and curses and the soul, and that was the whole vocabulary available for the thing we'd now split into fear and guilt, into trauma and moral injury. The man the Bradford team called Towton 25 stops, being a data point the longer you look at him. He was somewhere in his late 30s or early 40s when he died, which made him an old soldier by the standards of that fighting. And we know he was a soldier of long standing because his bones told on him. He carried a healed fracture from an earlier blow to the head, a wound he'd taken in some previous fight and survived, the bone knitting itself back together over months while he went on living. So here was a man who had already been in this once, already felt a weapon land on his skull hard enough to break it, already lain there bleeding and somehow come through it and gone home and recovered, and then, at some point, picked up his weapons and gone back. He knew exactly what he was walking into on that Palm Sunday in 1461. He'd felt it before. And on the day he died, the violence done to him went so far past killing that it's hard to read about without flinching. 8 wounds to the head, not one clean killing blow, 8 separate strikes, and the osteologists who studied him could tell that the later ones landed near the old healed fracture, as though his skull gave way along the line of the wound he'd survived years before. His face was destroyed. The reconstruction the team had to do just to study the skull involved piecing fragments back together because someone had not simply killed him, but had gone on hitting him after he was dead, reducing his face to pieces. That deliberate destruction of the face, which shows up on a number of the Towton dead, has a particular coldness to it. It's not the heat of the fight. It's something done to a body that has already stopped fighting back. The work of a man standing over a corpse, taking the time to make sure the dead man could never be recognized, or simply venting something the killing itself hadn't satisfied. He had a name, once. A wife, maybe. Children, maybe. People who knew his face before it was destroyed, who'd have recognized him across a room, who were waiting somewhere for news that Palm Sunday and got, at best, word that he'd fallen and would not be coming back, and never got his body, because his body went into a pit with 60 other men and stayed there. Anonymous, until a road crew turned it up in 1996. He'd survived war once. He'd carried the scar of it in his skull and presumably in his sleep, the way these men did. And he'd gone back anyway, because that was the life. Because there was money in it, or duty, or honor, or simply no other way for a man like him to be. And the second time, the war kept the promise. It had only half kept the first time. When I think about what coming home meant for the men who did make it back, Towton 25's first survival is the version that stays with me. The man who went home with a broken head that healed and a head full of things that maybe didn't. We have no diary from him, we have no record of his nights, but we have men like Peter of Béarn rising in the dark to fight nobody, and we have a queen waking up screaming with a knight holding her hand. And we have Joinville at 90, still able to summon the dangling nose and the screaming gums and the dragon of fire as if they'd happened that morning. And it's not a wild leap to think that a man who'd survived a skull fracture in close combat carried some of that home too. The homecoming itself is the part the records are quietest about, because nobody thought to write down what a returned soldier was like at 3 a.m, in his own bed, in the dark, with the war over and the war still going on inside him. We only catch it sideways in the penance rolls, in the deathbed conversions, in the gifts to monasteries, in the occasional story of a man whose family couldn't live with him anymore, And those returned men were everywhere. That's the thing the numbers don't quite convey. Medieval Europe was full of them. Men who'd been to the wars and come back, in every village and every castle and every great hall, carrying whatever they carried, mostly in silence, because silence was the expectation, and there was no other framework on offer. The ones we hear about, Charny and Joinville and Marshall and poor Peter of Béarn, are the visible ones, the ones who wrote books or served kings or had chroniclers gossiping about their knights. Behind them stand thousands and thousands of ordinary men-at-arms and archers and spearmen who came home from the same battles with the same images in their heads and left no record at all. Who did their penance if they could afford it, and lived with it if they couldn't, and went to their graves with whatever the war had put in them still there. We can't hear them. But Charny was writing for them, and Joinville was one of them, and the penance system was built for them, all those silent men carrying the invisible wounds that nobody yet had a way to see. What they did have, and what comes through across all of it, is the unmistakable sense that war did something to a person that didn't heal on its own. That a man who had killed was not the same as a man who hadn't, and that the difference lived somewhere deep, somewhere the body's wounds didn't reach. They built churches over it. They did penance for it. A year at a time, 1 year for every man. They wrapped it in martyrdom and honor to make it survivable. They reached for holy orders at the end to set it down. And some of them, the ones for whom none of it was quite enough, lay awake in the dark with a sword in their hands, fighting an enemy that wasn't in the room, while the people who loved them listened through the wall and finally, quietly, packed their things and left. That's where I'll leave Peter of Béarn, actually, because nobody recorded how his story ended. Froissart tells us about the knightly battles and the family that fled, and then the account just stops, the way so many of these do. We don't know if it got worse. We don't know if he found any peace. He's alone in his chamber, in the dark, somewhere in the foothills of the Pyrenees in the late 1380s, sword in hand, fighting something only he can see, and the record closes the door and leaves him there. That's where I'll stop today, with Peter in the dark and the door closing. Heavy one, I know, and I appreciate you giving it the time. If a detail in here stuck with you, the comments are open and I do read them. Somebody always catches the thing I missed. The folks who chip in are the reason these longer ones get made at all, so if that's you, thank you. If not, a subscribe helps more than you'd guess. More of these are already brewing. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you next time. A fragment of skull bone, set in gold, travelled around Europe for centuries as one of the most valuable objects a church could own. Pilgrims paid to kneel near it. Kings detoured their journeys to see it. The bone had been cut from the top of a man's head by a sword that swung so hard it snapped against the stone floor underneath. And the man it belonged to had been alive and praying when the blade came down. His name was Thomas Becket, and the reason that piece of him became holy rather than simply discarded is a story that runs through cold cathedral stone. A hair shirt crawling with vermin, and 4 armed men who could not quite decide, even at the last second, whether they meant to do it. We will get to all of that, slowly, because Becket's death deserves the slow version, and he is only the first of 5 today. Quick hello before we go any deeper. Welcome in. Tell me down in the comments where you are listening from. Genuinely, I love seeing how far these videos travel. The little map that builds itself out of usernames and time zones. Settle in. Grab whatever you drink while you listen. This one covers 5 deaths, and I have arranged them not by gore, though there is plenty, but by the strange ways each body kept mattering after the person inside it was gone. Heads sent as gifts, bones gathered up by grieving sisters, a grave with nobody in it. Let's start in Canterbury, in the dark, at the end of December. Thomas Becket was not born to any of this. His father was a London merchant, a man named Gilbert, comfortable enough but not noble. And Becket climbed the way clever men climbed in the 12th century, through the church and through sheer usefulness, through being the most capable man in any room. He caught the eye of the Archbishop of Canterbury, was sent to study, was given responsibilities, proved himself, and rose to become Chancellor of England under Henry II, the second most powerful office in the kingdom. And in that role he became something more than a minister to Henry. The two men were close in a way that went well past politics. They hunted together, they drank together, they argued and joked and rode and feasted together, and Becket as Chancellor lived in a style so lavish it outshone the king's own household, throwing banquets, leading soldiers in the field during Henry's wars, dressing in silks and furs. There is a famous scene where the two of them are riding through London in winter, and Henry, seeing a beggar shivering in thin rags, suggests to Becket that it would be a fine charitable act to give the poor man a warm cloak, and then wrestles the expensive fur-lined cloak off Becket's own back, laughing, and hands it to the astonished beggar. That was the texture of the friendship, rough and intimate and full of play. Henry trusted him without reservation. So when the Archbishopric of Canterbury, the most senior position in the entire English Church, came open in 1162, Henry handed it to his friend, over Becket's own reluctance, fully expecting that he had just installed a loyal ally at the head of the church, a man who would smooth the path for royal power, who would let the king have his way in the long, grinding quarrel between the royal courts and the church courts over who had the right to judge a clergyman accused of a crime. He thought he was placing his own man in the chair. He could not have been more wrong about what would happen next. That expectation died fast. Becket took the Archbishop's office and seemed to become a different man, or perhaps the man he had always meant to be once he had the excuse. He resigned the chancellorship without asking, which already unsettled Henry, who had wanted his man holding both offices at once, the church and the royal administration bundled into one loyal pair of hands. Becket gave the second one back and kept only the one that would let him oppose the king. He started defending the church's privileges with the same stubborn energy he had once spent serving the crown, and the change seems to have felt, to Henry, like a personal betrayal rather than a policy disagreement, because the two things were never really separate between them. The argument hardened around a document called the Constitutions of Clarendon, drawn up in 1164, which tried to pin down royal authority over the clergy in writing. The piece that mattered most concerned what people called criminous clerks, clergymen accused of serious crimes, even murder, who could claim trial in church courts where the worst punishment was usually defrocking rather than death. Henry wanted those men handed over to royal justice, to the rope and the block like anyone else. Becket, after first seeming to bend and accept the constitutions, pulled back and refused them, and the refusal was the thing that turned a quarrel into a war between two stubborn men who had once loved each other. There was a council at Northampton where Becket was hit with crushing financial demands clearly designed to break him, and rather than submit, he fled, crossing in disguise to France and throwing himself on the protection of the French king and the Pope. The exile lasted 6 years, 6 years of letters and threats and failed reconciliations conducted across the Channel. Two former friends unable either to make peace or to let each other go. When he finally came back to England in December of 1170, it was not a peace. It was a man returning to a country that no longer had room for him, and he seems to have known it. There had been a meeting in France earlier that year, a supposed reconciliation between him and Henry, but it was a hollow thing that settled none of the real grievances, and both men seemed to have understood it would not hold. Becket crossed the Channel anyway, and the manner of his return reads, in hindsight, like a man walking deliberately towards something he had already accepted. He sent word ahead, settled his affairs, and behaved in several accounts like someone who did not expect to live very long, even speaking openly of his coming death. As he made his way toward Canterbury, crowds of common people came out to line the road and greet him, which can only have sharpened the alarm of his enemies. And almost as soon as his feet touched English soil, before any of the old wounds could begin to close, he confirmed the excommunication of the bishops who had taken part, in his absence, in crowning Henry's eldest son as junior king. That coronation had been Canterbury's ancient and jealously guarded right to perform, and it had been carried out instead by the Archbishop of York and others deliberately as a calculated insult to Becket while he was stuck powerless in France. Excommunication was not a small or symbolic thing. It cut a man off from the sacraments, from the company of other Christians, from any hope of salvation in the eyes of everyone around him, and it could be lifted only by the authority that had imposed it. Becket had just done it and confirmed it against some of the most powerful churchmen in the kingdom, very publicly, within days of landing. The excommunicated bishops did not wait around to plead with him. They sailed straight for Normandy to lay their complaint before the king, and they reached Henry's Christmas court, carrying exactly the sort of grievance most likely to detonate the king's temper, and they delivered it into his ear. The news reached Henry in Normandy during the Christmas court, carried by the excommunicated bishops, who had every reason to make it sound as black as possible, and Henry came apart. You have probably heard the version where he cries out, "Who will rid me of this turbulent priest?" And I have to be straight with you about that line, because it is one of the most famous sentences in English history, and Henry almost certainly never said it. The wording we all know is a Polish job, smoothed into that neat shape centuries later, in the 1700s. The men who were actually present recorded something rawer and angrier and far less quotable. Edward Grimm, the clerk we are going to be leaning on heavily today because he was about to watch the murder happen with his own eyes, set down a version in which Henry rages that he has nourished and promoted in his own household a pack of cowards and traitors, faithless men who would stand by and let their lord be treated with such contempt by a single low-born clerk. There was no clean order in it. No name was spoken, no instruction to kill. It was the venting of a furious, betrayed, exhausted king in front of the armed men who served him, the way powerful men have always vented when they want a thing done, but cannot afford to be heard asking for it. And 4 of the men in that room decided, or chose, to hear a command inside the rage. Whether Henry meant one is a question that has never been settled and never will be. The knights who acted on it would later be able to say truthfully that the king had given no order. The king would be able to say truthfully that he had commanded nothing. And a man would still be dead on a cathedral floor. 4 of those knights took it as enough. Reginald Fitzurse, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Richard le Breton. They were not nobodies, not hired thugs, but men of standing, some of them former vassals of Becket himself from his days as Chancellor, which adds a layer of the personal to what they did. They did not ride out together in a dramatic column. They crossed the channel separately, quietly, by different routes, and reconverged at Saltwood Castle in Kent, which belonged to Ranulph de Broc, a man with his own long list of grievances against Becket. There, on the night of the 28th of December, they seem to have planned what they meant to do, or at least what they meant to demand. And from there they rode the short distance to Canterbury the next day, gathering a few more armed men along the way, men of the de Broc household and others, and they arrived in the early afternoon of the 29th. Here is a detail that tells you something about the strange hesitation running underneath the whole day, the sense that even the killers were not quite sure how far they meant to go. They did not storm in with weapons drawn. They left their mail coats and their swords outside, hidden under a mulberry tree in the courtyard, and walked into the Archbishop's hall as men come to talk. Becket was finishing his dinner. They sat down with him on the floor among his clerks and would not return his greeting, and then Fitzurse began to deliver the king's demands, that Becket go to Winchester to answer for himself, that he absolve the excommunicated bishops. Becket refused, and as the exchange went on, his refusals grew sharper and the knights' threats grew louder until the room was full of shouting, the knights warning him and Becket telling them he did not fear their swords, that he had not come back from exile to run again. The knights sprang up, told the monks present to guard the archbishop and keep him from fleeing, and stormed back out to arm themselves, Fitzurse calling out the old Norman war cry as he went. Whatever they had told themselves on the boat over, the line had been crossed now, and everyone in that hall knew it. It was getting toward dusk, and the monks around Becket were frantic, trying to move him into the cathedral for the Vespers service, partly out of routine and partly, you suspect, in the desperate hope that the sanctity of the great church might shield him where words could not. He resisted at first, unwilling to look as though he were fleeing, and they half pushed, half carried him through the cloister and in through a side door as the knights came back armed, in mail now, swords drawn, with an axe among them taken up to break down doors if they had to. The monks tried to bar the heavy door of the cathedral behind them. Becket would not allow it. He turned and ordered the door opened, and the line he is supposed to have said, recorded by more than one of the witnesses, is that it is not right to make a fortress out of a house of prayer, that the church should not be barred like a castle. The door came open. The knights came through into the dim, half-lit transept in the failing winter light, calling out for the traitor, Fitzurse, shouting into the gloom, "Where is Thomas Becket, traitor to the king and the kingdom?" And out of the shadows Becket answered them, came down a few steps from the stair toward the altar rather than hiding, and said, "Here I am, no traitor to the king, but a priest of God." He could have hidden. The cathedral was a warren of crypts and side chapels and dark corners, and the monks were begging him to hide. He walked toward the voices instead. What happens next we know with a level of detail almost unheard of for the 12th century, because 5 separate eyewitnesses wrote accounts, and several of them were standing within arm's reach of the killing. Edward Grimm, the visiting clerk, was the closest. William Fitzstephen, who had served Becket for years and wrote one of the fullest lives of him, was there in the cathedral. John of Salisbury, the great scholar, was nearby. Between them they preserved the scene almost minute by minute, and the accounts agree on the essentials in a way that makes the whole thing unusually solid for the period. The knights did not kill him immediately. They first tried to seize him, to drag him out of the cathedral, because even now there seems to have been some idea of arresting him rather than butchering him on consecrated ground, or perhaps of killing him outside so the murder would not pollute the church. They laid hands on him, tried to hoist him onto Fitzurse's back or shoulders to carry him out, and Becket, who was a big, strong man, fought them. He grabbed Fitzurse, shoved him back, called him a pander, a pimp, told him he owed him fealty, and in the struggle nearly threw one of the armoured knights to the floor. He would not be moved. He clung to a pillar, set his feet, and refused to be carried out of his own cathedral, bowing his head and commending himself to God and Saint Denis and the saints of the church. And it was that refusal, that immovable resistance, that seems to have tipped the knights from manhandling into killing. If they could not take him out, they would do it where he stood. Edward Grimm was the only one who did not flee or shrink back when the swords finally came up. He had only arrived at Canterbury a few days earlier, a clerk from Cambridge come to visit the famous archbishop. And when the first blade swung, he did something most people would not have the nerve to do. He threw his own body and his own arm into the path of the sword to shield Becket. The first blow was aimed at Becket's bowed head. Grimm threw his arm up into its path. The sword sheared into Grimm's arm between the elbow and the shoulder, very nearly severing it. An injury that would trouble him for the rest of his life, and the blade continued on with enough remaining force to slice into the crown of Becket's head, drawing the first blood, cutting the tonsure, the exact place that had been anointed with holy chrism at his consecration as archbishop. Becket did not fall. He felt the blood run down over his face and eyes, and he wiped it away with his forearm, and when he saw the red on his sleeve he is recorded as saying that he commended himself and the cause of the church to God, to the Blessed Mary, and to the patron saints of the cathedral. A second blow struck him on the head in the same place, and still he kept his feet, swaying. Then he sank, slowly, deliberately, to his knees and then onto his elbows, folding himself down toward the pavement, composing his body as if for prayer, and as he went down he was heard to murmur that for the name of Jesus and for the protection of the church he was willing to embrace death. He was down now, kneeling and bent forward over the cold stone, no longer resisting, his hands folded, his head bowed and exposed. And the third blow is the one Edward Grimm could not stop describing for the rest of his life, the image that fixed itself behind his eyes. One of the knights, generally identified as Richard Le Breton, struck Becket's lowered head so violently that the sword sheared clean through and continued down and shattered against the stone floor beneath him, the blade snapping in two on the pavement, the force of it that great. The whole upper portion of Becket's skull, the crown that had been anointed when he was made archbishop, was severed and came away. And Grimm, a clerk reaching for language to hold something that should never have to be held, wrote the line that has carried down through 8.5 centuries. He wrote that the blood, white with the brain, and the brain, no less red with the blood, stained and reddened the floor of the cathedral, that it painted the pavement with the colours of the lily and the rose, the white of the lily and the red of the rose. A man who had just watched his archbishop's brains spread across the stones, standing there with his own arm half cut through and bleeding, found in the middle of his horror a phrase about flowers, about the white and the red. People remember that sentence not because it is beautiful, though it is, but because it is the sound of a human mind trying to survive what the eyes have just shown it, reaching instinctively for something ordered and lovely to lay over something that has no order and no loveliness in it at all. That was not quite the end of the desecration. A fifth man had come into the cathedral with the knights, not one of the four, but a clerk who had attached himself to them, a subdeacon named Hugh of Horsia, remembered by the bitter nickname Hugh Morclerk, which means something like Hugh the bad clerk, Hugh the evil cleric. He stepped up to the body as it lay there. He set his foot down on Becket's neck, planting it on the neck of the man whose blood and brains were still spreading across the floor, using the corpse as a brace, and he put the point of his weapon into the opened skull and deliberately scraped and scattered the brains out across the pavement, scooping them onto the stones so that nothing whole would remain to be gathered. And as he did it, he called out to the others that they could leave now, that this one would not be getting up again, would not be rising. Then the knights turned and went, and on their way out of the precinct they did not flee in horror at what they had done. They looted. They ransacked the archbishop's palace, seizing horses, gold and silver plate, vestments and Becket's own documents and papers, loading up what they could carry, and then they rode off north into the winter dark, leaving the monks alone in the cathedral with the broken thing on the floor. The monks were left with the body, and what they found when they came to prepare it changed everything. Becket's reputation up to that moment, even among many churchmen, was that of a proud, worldly, difficult politician who had picked a fight he could have avoided. The monks undressed him for burial, and under the fine outer vestments of an archbishop they found layer after layer of clothing, growing rougher as they went down, and at the very bottom, worn directly against his skin, a hair shirt of coarse goat hair. And the hair shirt was not empty of life. As the body cooled, the lice and vermin that had been living in the garment, feeding on him, began to crawl out of the seams in such numbers that a chronicler describes them seething and boiling over the edges of the cloth, like water boiling over the rim of a pot. The monks watching apparently broke into a kind of helpless weeping and laughing at the same time, an awful overflowing of feeling, because here in front of them was the evidence that this proud man had been secretly mortifying his own flesh, punishing his own body in private, the entire time they had judged him. One historian put it about as plainly as it can be put, that it was the hair shirt, and not the murder, that truly made the martyr. The blood and brain matter on the floor did not get washed away and forgotten. The faithful soaked it up with cloths. It was gathered into a vessel. Before long it was being diluted with water into something they called the water of St. Thomas, sold to pilgrims as a healing draught, a literal commodity made from a murdered man's blood. The monks buried Becket quickly, the very next day, down in the crypt, partly out of grief and partly out of fear, because there were rumors that the killers might return to drag the body out, to behead it again or hang it on a gibbet or fling it in a bog, the treatment reserved for a traitor's corpse rather than a saint's. The news went out from Canterbury and moved across Europe faster than almost any news of that century, and the reaction was something close to universal horror. An archbishop, the highest churchman in England, cut down inside his own cathedral on the steps near the altar during the days of Christmas by knights of the king's own household. It violated every protection the age believed in at once, the sanctuary of the church, the sanctity of a priest, the truce of the holy season. Churches across England were said to have stopped their services, their bells silenced, their altars stripped, until the pollution of the murder could be cleansed and the cathedral reconsecrated, because blood had been spilled on holy ground and the place was considered defiled until it was purified. The Pope, when word reached him, was said to have shut himself away for days and refused to speak to any Englishman. Henry II, the king whose anger had set the whole thing moving, understood at once the scale of what had landed on him. He had not, by his own account, ordered the killing, and the distance between a furious outburst and an explicit command became the hinge his entire defense would hang on. He shut himself up and fasted and wept, partly from grief for the friend, and partly from sheer political terror, because the most dangerous thing imaginable had just been done in his name. The miracles started almost at once. Within roughly a decade, the monks of Canterbury had recorded over 700 of them attributed to Becket. Cures of blindness and paralysis and leprosy and madness, drownings reversed, the dying called back, and the 2 monks who kept the official registers, Benedict of Peterborough and William of Canterbury, could barely keep up with the volume of people arriving to swear out their stories. Benedict's collection alone runs to hundreds of cases from the first 2 or 3 years. The water of St. Thomas, that diluted blood, was carried away in small lead flasks called ampullae, stamped with the saint's image, and these became the badges pilgrims wore to prove they had made the journey. A whole industry of pewter and faith built on the contents of that basin. The speed of his canonization is genuinely startling for the period. He was made a saint by Pope Alexander III in February of 1173, a little over 2 years after the murder, when the wheels of Rome usually ground far slower than that. The murder had handed the church the most useful martyr imaginable, a man killed inside his own cathedral by the agents of a king who had tried to subordinate the clergy, and the church made full use of him. The 4 knights were excommunicated and, after a period in which they sheltered at Hugh de Morville's castle in the north while the country's horror settled over them, were sent on a 14-year penance to the Holy Land. The records of what became of them are thin and tangled, but the tradition that hardened around them is that none ever came home, that they died abroad in the dust of their penance, and Fitzurse in particular is generally said to have ended his days far from England. Their names became a byword. To be descended from one of Becket's killers was a thing families either hid or, strangely, sometimes claimed. And Henry II, the friend who had ranted in that room in Normandy, the man whose words 4 knights had chosen to hear as a command, eventually made his own pilgrimage of a very different kind. In the summer of 1174, with his sons in revolt against him and his reign seeming to come apart, he came to Canterbury, dismounted before he reached the cathedral, and walked the last stretch barefoot through the streets as a penitent, his feet cut on the stones. At the tomb he knelt, confessed, and bared his back, and the monks and bishops of the cathedral each took a turn, striking him with a rod, blow after blow, while he prayed at the grave of the man he had helped to kill. We have several accounts of this, from Fitzstephen and others, and whatever mixture of genuine remorse and hard political calculation drove it, the image is its own kind of strange, a king of England scourged at the tomb of his murdered archbishop. A whole economy of pilgrimage grew up over the spot where the brains had been scraped from the floor, an industry of inns and badges and relics that sustained Canterbury for centuries. 200 years later, Chaucer's pilgrims are still riding toward that exact place, telling stories to pass the miles. All of it grows out of one bad temper. 4 armed men who first left their swords under a tree, and a sword that broke on the floor of a church. Becket's killers at least meant to leave a recognizable body behind. The next man on our list was not granted even that, because the people who killed him set out, very deliberately, to make sure there was no whole body left to bury at all. Simon de Montfort, Earl of Leicester, gets remembered now mostly for the respectable part of his career. He summoned commoners to a parliament, an early step on the long road toward representative government, and there are statues of him and plaques bearing his name, and his face once looked down from the wall of the United States House of Representatives as one of history's great lawgivers. Strip away the later admiration, though, and put him back in the heat of the summer of 1265, and he is something far simpler and more dangerous. The losing side of a brutal civil war, a man whose enemies had decided that merely defeating him was not enough, that he had to be unmade, obliterated, removed from the world so completely that there would not even be a body left to honor. The name itself carried weight and menace before this Simon ever set foot in England. His father, also Simon de Montfort, had been one of the most feared crusading commanders of the age, the military leader of the Albigensian Crusade against the heretics of southern France, a campaign remembered for its massacres, and he died with a stone from a siege engine crushing his skull beneath the walls of Toulouse. The son inherited the father's iron will and the father's certainty that he was doing the work of God, and he carried both to England, where he pressed a claim to the earldom of Leicester through his grandmother, charmed and forced his way into the confidence of King Henry III, and then married the king's own widowed sister, Eleanor, in a secret ceremony that scandalized the court and broke a vow of chastity she had taken. For years he was the king's brother-in-law, an intimate of the royal family, sometimes favoured and sometimes furiously at odds with Henry over money and lands and command. He served as the king's governor in Gascony, where his harshness generated a flood of complaints. He was, by every account, brilliant, rigid, devout, abrasive, physically and morally fearless, a man who inspired fierce loyalty in some and pure hatred in others, with very little space in between. He had risen high, and he had made bitter enemies on the way up, which matters for understanding what was done to his corpse. Montfort was not even English by birth. He was French, a younger son of a famous and ferocious crusading father, and he had come to England to claim the earldom of Leicester through his grandmother, charming and clawing his way into the inner circle of Henry III, even marrying the king's own sister Eleanor in a match that scandalized the court. For years he was the king's brother-in-law and sometime favorite, and then, as Henry's misrule and favoritism toward foreign relatives curdled the barons against him, Montfort became the hard, uncompromising leader of the opposition, a man with a reputation for rigid principle, fierce temper, and a conviction that he was carrying out God's will. The men who came to hate him, Prince Edward chief among them, did not hate him as a stranger. They hated him as a former intimate who had humiliated the crown, beaten the royal family in battle, and held the king and the heir as prisoners. That kind of hatred, the hatred for someone who was once inside the family, is the kind that does not stop at killing. At the Battle of Lewes in May of 1264, Montfort, outnumbered, won an extraordinary victory through a surprise dawn march and a disciplined attack, breaking the royal army and capturing King Henry III in open battle, along with the king's brother Richard, the king of the Romans, who was famously dragged out of a windmill where he had taken refuge and mocked in a popular song for it. And, most valuable of all, the king's son and heir, Prince Edward, a tall, hard, physically imposing young man who would one day become Edward I, the king they would call the Hammer of the Scots and the Conqueror of Wales. With the king and the heir both held in his custody, Montfort effectively ruled England for more than a year through a governing council, the captured royals serving as his living guarantee against a royalist resurgence, the king reduced to a figurehead signing whatever was put in front of him. It was the high water mark of his life, an English baron holding the crown itself in his hand. But holding a prince hostage is a fragile and temporary kind of power. Princes are clever, dangerous, and surrounded at all hours by men working day and night to free them, and in the spring of 1265 Edward escaped. The story, and it has the ring of the prince's own cleverness about it, is that during one of his permitted rides under guard, he asked to try the paces of his keeper's horses one after another, racing each mount in turn, until every animal was blown and exhausted, and then, at the agreed moment, swung up onto a fresh horse that had been held in readiness and simply rode away to allies waiting at the edge of the field, leaving his winded guards unable to follow. The escape plan is often credited to the wife of a powerful marcher lord named Roger Mortimer, a woman named Maud de Braouse, and I want you to hold that name lightly for now, because she is going to come back into this story near the end of it in a way you will not enjoy. With Edward loose, the royalist cause came roaring back together. Allies peeled away from Montfort. His own son, also named Simon, was caught off guard with part of the army at Kenilworth. His men surprised and scattered or captured while some were reportedly bathing, an embarrassment that crippled the reinforcement Montfort was counting on. And on the 4th of August, 1265, the elder Montfort found himself near the town of Evesham, hemmed into a tight loop of the river Avon, with the only bridge out of the loop at Bengeworth, blocked by Mortimer's men, facing a royal army roughly twice the size of his own. He had also been deceived in the cruelest possible way. Edward's forces had captured the banners of Montfort's son at Kenilworth, and they came marching up under those very banners, so that Montfort and his lookouts at first believed the relief column had arrived, and only realized as the troops drew close and the wrong faces resolved under the familiar flags that they were looking at their own deaths dressed in the sun's colors. A storm was gathering over the field as the armies closed, the sky going dark in the middle of the day, thunder and a sudden rain, and several chroniclers noted the unnatural blackness of that morning, as though the weather itself had turned out to witness what was coming. Montfort was a professional soldier to the marrow, and he read the field that morning for exactly what it was. There was no false hope left in him once the banners resolved. Looking out at the disciplined royal advance closing the mouth of the loop, the formation tightening to pin his smaller force against the river at its back, he is supposed to have said, half in bitter professional admiration and half in resignation, that they had learned that order of battle from him, that the very formation now closing in to kill him was his own teaching turned against its teacher. And then, more quietly, that they should commend their souls to God, because their bodies belonged to the enemy now. He had perhaps a few hundred knights and a body of Welsh foot, many of them tired and short of supply, against a royal host roughly double his strength, and full of men with personal scores to settle. He was also dragging the captive King Henry along with his own army, the old king he had held for over a year, and in the chaos of the fighting Henry, dressed in borrowed armor and unrecognized, would be wounded and nearly cut down by Edward's own men before he managed to cry out who he was and be hauled to safety. When word reached Montfort that his son Henry, fighting at his side, had fallen, the old man is said to have asked whether it was certain, and on being told it was, simply answered that then it was time to die, and turned back into the press on foot to meet what was coming. He did not run. There was nowhere to run to, with the river at his back and Mortimer on the bridge. But the accounts agree he did not even try, that he went down fighting in the centre of his men. What made Evesham different from an ordinary medieval battle, where a wealthy nobleman was usually worth far more captured and ransomed alive than killed, was a decision Prince Edward made beforehand. He selected a squad, around 12 men according to an eyewitness account that survives in the records of the College of Arms, and gave them a single assignment: cut through the fighting, ignore everyone else, find Simon de Montfort, and kill him. Not capture, kill. The man who recorded it wrote that these men knew they were to slay the Earl of Leicester and to break through by force until they reached his person. This threw out the unwritten rules of war between noblemen, the whole system of ransom and chivalric restraint, and it turned the battle into something closer to a targeted execution carried out inside a massacre. The fighting itself was short and lopsided, perhaps 2 hours from start to finish, and something like 4/5 of Montfort's army died on the field, a casualty rate that puts Evesham well outside the normal arithmetic of medieval battle, where the losing side usually broke and ran and lived. Here they were hunted. A chronicler, Robert of Gloucester, wrote that such was the murder of Evesham, for battle it was none. He reached for the word murder deliberately, and once you know what the squad did when they finally cornered him, you understand the choice. They got to Montfort in the thick of the fighting, where he had dismounted to fight on foot among his men once his horse was gone. The squad cut their way through to him, and they brought him down and they killed him, and which hand struck the fatal blow is one of those things the sources genuinely disagree on. The Mortimer family tradition gives the kill to Roger Mortimer himself, the great Marcher lord whose wife had helped engineer Edward's escape, and who had every personal reason to want to be the one. Robert of Gloucester, writing close to events, names a man called William Maltravers as the one who actually did the butchery, the one whose blade finished him and began the work on the corpse. I will let both names stand side by side, because the disagreement is old and real and unresolved, and I would rather hand you an honest uncertainty than a tidy lie. What is not in doubt is that this was an execution and not a battlefield death in the ordinary sense. A man of Montfort's rank in normal medieval warfare was supposed to be taken alive, his armor and his person worth an enormous ransom, and a knight who killed a downed and capturable nobleman where he could have been spared was committing something close to a crime against the rules of his own class. Edward had set those rules aside on purpose. The squad knew their orders. There would be no ransom and no mercy and no captivity, only the killing, and then the part that came after, which was the real reason for the whole exercise. And so the squad did the thing they had truly been sent to do, the thing that turned a death into a statement. They went to work on the corpse where it lay. They cut off his head. They cut off both his hands, they cut off both his feet, and they cut off his testicles, and they took those and draped them across his dead face, hanging one on either side of his nose. None of this is a rumor pulled from some lurid later legend invented to blacken his enemies. It sits in the London Civic Chronicle, compiled by a man named Arnold Fitz-Thedmar within months of the event, reported back to the mayor and the sheriffs of the City of London, set down almost in the dry register of municipal business as a fact that everyone knew. The head severed from the body, the testicles cut away and hung on either side of the nose, and in that condition, the mutilated, castrated head was packed up and sent across the country as a trophy, a gift to a specific person, to Maud, the wife of Roger Mortimer, at Wigmore Castle. A second account has the testicles stuffed into the dead man's mouth rather than hung across his face. The difference between the two versions hardly matters. The intent behind either is identical, and it is not an intent that requires much explaining. The deliberate unmanning and degradation of a great and feared enemy, the reduction of a man who had ruled England to a piece of obscene wreckage to be laughed over at someone else's table. According to the account attached to Maud Mortimer, when this grim package arrived at Wigmore Castle, she did not recoil from it. She had the head brought into the great hall and set up where everyone gathered could see it. displayed during a feast held that very night to celebrate the victory, the head still mounted on the lance point it had been carried in on, a severed, castrated head presiding over the high table at a victory dinner, the centerpiece of the celebration. Robert of Gloucester's line about the head being sent to that foul woman, Maud the Mortimer, carries a contempt that survives the 7.5 centuries between his pen and your ears, and it is worth remembering that Maud was not some marginal figure, but the wife of one of the most powerful lords in England, a noblewoman of the first rank. And this was understood by her and by everyone at that table as a fitting and even honorable trophy of war. That is the distance between their world and ours, that the mutilated head of a defeated enemy could be a centerpiece, a gift between great families, a thing to toast over. The rest of him went out across the country in pieces, scattered like cuttings handed out from a garden. This was a known and deliberate practice along the Welsh marches, the violent borderland between England and Wales, where displaying the dismembered pieces of a defeated enemy functioned as a kind of grim currency between lords, a way of broadcasting victory and binding allies together in shared triumph, what one modern historian has called a culture of dark trophies. One of Montfort's hands was sent from one marcher lord to another. A foot was sent onward to Llywelyn, the Prince of Wales, with whom Montfort had been allied, the gift carrying its own pointed message about what became of the prince's friends. The monks of Evesham kept a hand of their own quietly as a relic. One of Montfort's own surviving followers took a foot away with him and treated it from then on as something holy, an object of veneration. And his son, the younger Simon, who had been racing south to reach the battle, arrived too late to do anything but see his father's head raised on a pike against the dark storm sky. That was the last sight he had of his father, and he carried it into a long, embittered exile in Italy, where years later he and his brother would murder their cousin, Henry of Almaine, in a church in Viterbo, in revenge for Evesham, hacking him down at the altar in front of horrified witnesses. The mutilation at Evesham did not end at Evesham. It went on breeding violence for years, down through the next generation, one severed family answering another. What little remained of the body, the trunk and whatever the squad had not carried off was gathered up by the canons of Evesham Abbey and buried in front of the high altar. Almost immediately, ordinary people began coming to the grave to pray, treating the murdered earl as a saint, and the ground itself as holy. This irritated King Henry III enormously, this stubborn popular devotion to the man who had imprisoned him and beaten his armies. He declared that a man who had risen against his anointed king deserved no sacred resting place, and the remains were moved somewhere quieter and more hidden, probably the crypt, specifically to break up the gathering cult before it could harden into something the crown could not control. It did not entirely work. A book of miracles accumulated around Montfort's name, somewhere near 200 entries, cures and visions and rescues credited to the dead earl, and the cult had a surprisingly long and stubborn reach, drifting up into the north of England and across the Scottish border through the chronicle traditions of certain monasteries kept alive by men who had reason to remember a baron who had stood against a king. He was never officially made a saint. The Church could not and would not canonize a man whose defining act was armed rebellion against a crowned and anointed king, and the political winds were entirely against it. But the people who had no stake in that calculation made him one anyway, in their own way. At a grave the king kept trying to empty of meaning. A man chopped into pieces and mailed across England as gifts to the wives of his enemies, turned by the poor and the powerless into a figure they knelt down and prayed to. From a body scattered deliberately across a whole country, we moved to a death where the cruelty was gathered up instead and concentrated into a single hill on a single freezing March morning, where the man dying could lift his eyes and look down the slope at the castle he had loved most in all the world, and where the whole point of the thing was not to hide the killing in the chaos of a battle, but to stage it slowly, in public, with an audience. Both men, Montfort and the one we are turning to now, ended as traitors in the eyes of a king. But Montfort died fighting, sword in hand, and learned only afterward what would be done to his body. This next man was given a long, cold, conscious walk toward his own end, with time to feel every step of it. The next two deaths belong together, and I want to take them as a pair, because they happened within a year of each other, under the same king, and the two men involved stood on opposite sides of the very same battle. One of them won that battle, one of them lost it, and both of them ended up executed as traitors anyway by the same king, and that pairing tells you almost everything about the dangers of serving Edward II of England. Edward is one of the great failures to wear the English crown, a man who inherited a strong and feared kingdom from his ferocious father, Edward I, the Hammer of the Scots, the same prince who had ordered Simon de Montfort cut to pieces at Evesham 2 generations before, and who proceeded to lose nearly all of it through favouritism, incompetence in war, and an apparently total inability to manage the great men around him. He raised up favourites and lavished them with titles and wealth past all sense, first Piers Gaveston and then the Despensers, and let those favourites bleed the nobility and the crown alike, and he lost a catastrophic battle to the Scots at Bannockburn that broke English power in the north for a generation. The two men whose deaths we are about to follow, Thomas of Lancaster and Andrew Harclay, were as different from each other as two noblemen could be, one the richest prince of the blood in the realm, and the other a self-made soldier from the border, and the one thing they shared in the end was Edward. Both of them, at different moments and for opposite reasons, found themselves on the wrong side of the king's anger, and the king's anger in the early 1320s had finally been given the power to express itself in full. Start with the man who lost because he died first. Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, was the single wealthiest nobleman in England, the holder of 5 separate earldoms, Lancaster and Leicester and Lincoln and Salisbury and Derby, lands and castles and revenues that made him the richest subject in the realm by a wide margin, and first cousin to the king himself, grandson of King Henry III, with royal blood on both sides of his family. For a time, in the years when Edward II's incompetence and favouritism had turned the baronage against the crown, Lancaster was the most powerful man in England after the king, and arguably more powerful than the king in practice. He led the baronial opposition, He pushed through reforms meant to restrain Edward, and he was the man most directly responsible for the killing, in 1312, of Piers Gaveston, the Gascon knight Edward had loved and showered with titles and favour past all reason and all political sense, the favourite whose arrogance had made him loathed by the entire nobility. Gaveston's death was itself an ugly business that fed directly into Lancaster's own. Captured by the barons after a siege, Gaveston had been promised his life, held under a kind of guarantee, and then Lancaster and his allies seized him, gave him a hasty mockery of a hearing in which he was not allowed to speak in his defence, and had him run through and beheaded on Blacklow Hill, on Lancaster's land, with Lancaster watching. Edward never forgave it. And he was not a man who let a grievance like that soften with the passing years. He nursed it for a decade. Through the 1310s, the relationship between the king and his over-mighty cousin decayed from rivalry into something close to two armed camps occupying one kingdom, neither able to destroy the other, the realm half paralyzed between them. By the early 1320s, the rise of new royal favourites, the Despensers, father and son, grasping and rapacious in the way Gaveston had been but far more dangerous, pushed the kingdom finally into open civil war, and Lancaster, this time, was on the losing end of it. His rebellion went badly from the start, marked by hesitation and half measures that did not match his enormous resources, as though the richest man in England could not quite believe it had come to actual war or could not bring himself to commit fully to it. He marched north, possibly hoping to link up with the Scots, a hope that would later be turned into the treason charge that killed him, and at the Battle of Boroughbridge on the 16th of March 1322, his force was caught at a crucial crossing over the River Ure, the bridge and the ford held against him. The man holding it was Andrew Harclay, the northern knight we are coming to next. And Harclay had packed the narrow bridge and the ford with dismounted men-at-arms and spearmen and archers in the tight schiltron formation he had learned from years of fighting the very Scots who had been humiliating English armies with it. Lancaster's attempt to force the bridge collapsed in blood. The Earl of Hereford, one of his chief allies, leading the assault across the planks on foot, was killed in a particularly grisly way. A Scottish-style spearman hidden beneath the bridge thrusting a long spear up through the gaps between the boards and into his body from below, and he died there on the bridge. The cavalry charge at the ford was broken by the arrows. Lancaster, his attack shattered and his nerve gone, pulled back into the town for the night and agreed to a truce until morning, and during the night much of his army simply melted away into the dark, his men slipping off rather than face the next day. He was taken the following morning, almost without resistance, and brought under guard to Pontefract Castle, which was his own. His favourite of all his many residences, the place he had poured fortunes into building up, the seat of his power in the north, and which had been seized by the king's men while he was off losing his war. There is a specific and deliberate cruelty in being condemned to death inside the walls of the home you loved best, made to die looking at your own castle. And the evidence suggests that Edward, after 10 years of swallowing his hatred, savoured every single hour of it. They put Lancaster on trial, if you can dignify it with that word, in the great hall of his own castle, before a tribunal stacked entirely with men who hated him, including the king himself, The two dispensers, the Earl of Arundel and others who had every reason to want him gone. And the central feature of the proceeding was that Lancaster was given no chance to speak. He was not permitted to answer the charges read against him. He was not permitted to have anyone speak in his defense. He was not allowed counsel. He simply stood and listened as his death was pronounced. This was a deliberate and exact echo of the rough, lawless way Gaveston had been put to death a decade before. The same denial of any voice, a mirror held up so that Edward could repay the old injury measure for measure, 10 years late and with interest. The charges piled up, treason chief among them, the rebellion itself, the levying of war against the king, and the damning evidence of secret correspondence with the Scots. Letters in which Lancaster had apparently corresponded with the enemy and used a code name for himself, calling himself King Arthur in his dealings with James Douglas, which to the court looked exactly like a man plotting to seize the throne. The sentence was the full traitor's death, to be drawn through the streets behind horses, hanged and beheaded. And then, because Lancaster was of royal blood, the king's own first cousin and the queen's uncle, the drawing and the hanging were set aside as beneath a man of his rank, and they left only the beheading. A small mercy folded inside an enormous cruelty, a recognition of his blood that came one breath before they spilled it. The brute chronicle gives us the day in real, miserable detail, and it is built entirely out of humiliations stacked one on top of another. When Lancaster heard the sentence pronounced in his own hall, he wept and cried out, "Alas, St. Thomas, fair father, shall I die in this way?" The cry of a man who had spent his life as the second most powerful person in the kingdom, suddenly facing the block like a common felon. They set on his head a worn and ragged hood, and the chronicle is precise about this small cruelty, an old torn thing not worth a halfpenny, jammed onto the head of a man who had worn coronets, a deliberate and pointed mockery of a great lord's dignity. They stripped away his fine clothing. They put him on a thin, sorry grey mount, by some accounts barely more than a mule, with no proper saddle and a worn old bridle, the meanest animal they could find, so that the wealthiest man in England would ride to his death looking like a beggar dragged from a ditch. And as they led him out through the gates of his own castle toward the place of execution, a crowd had gathered along the route, made up partly of people who had suffered under his power and partly of those who simply turned out for the spectacle, and the crowd threw snowballs at him, pelted him with snow and filth and mud as he passed. The richest man in England, the king's own first cousin, jeered and pelted with snow as he was paraded through the cold toward the block. He bore it, and he kept praying aloud as he went, lifting his bound hands toward heaven, saying that the King of Heaven should grant them mercy, because the earthly king had forsaken them. They led him up a small hill just outside the town, a low rise from which, if he lifted his eyes, he could look back and down and see Pontefract Castle itself, his own castle, the home he had loved best of all his many properties, sitting there in the snow while he knelt outside its walls waiting to die, and they made him kneel facing north towards Scotland. This was the final calculated insult, a piece of cold political theatre, forcing his own body to point toward the Scottish enemy he had been condemned for conspiring with, so that even the direction he faced in his last moment would stand as testimony to the charge against him. By some accounts, he asked to be allowed to face east, toward Jerusalem and the holy places, as a Christian was supposed to die, and was refused and turned forcibly back to the north. He stretched out his neck over the makeshift block, and then the execution itself went wrong. The man with the blade, whether from nerves or lack of skill or the simple brute difficulty of the act, swung and did not do the job. The first stroke failed to take the head. By the accounts that survive, it took 2 strokes, and some sources say 3, to sever the head of Thomas of Lancaster. Sit for just a moment with the plain physical reality of that, and then let it go, because it does not improve with familiarity, and it is not there for entertainment. A kneeling man in the snow, already wept out and humiliated and pelted with filth, and an executioner hacking at his neck more than once to finish what a single clean stroke should have ended. That was how the wealthiest nobleman in England, the king's cousin and the queen's uncle, left the world on a cold hill above the castle he loved, facing a country that was not even his own. His body was taken in by the monks of the Cluniac Priory at Pontefract and buried near the altar. And then, against every wish King Edward had, the thing the king most wanted to prevent happened anyway, and happened fast. Ordinary people began treating Thomas of Lancaster as a saint and a martyr almost before the snow on that hill had melted. Miracles were reported at his tomb within weeks. Crowds came to pray, so many that the king tried to post guards to keep pilgrims away from the grave and tried to have the cult suppressed from the pulpit, and none of it held. A painted tablet of Lancaster was set up in St. Paul's in London and became a site of devotion until the king ordered it removed. His hat and his belt were borrowed and passed around as holy relics. The hat laid on the heads of people suffering from headaches and madness. The belt wrapped around women in the agony of childbirth to bring them safely through. And these objects were still being used that way, still treated as instruments of healing, right up until the Reformation tore the whole practice down 2 centuries later. The irony that Edward could not seem to escape was that the more brutally he had erased his cousin, the more powerfully the dead man's legend grew. After Edward II was himself deposed and then killed in 1327, almost certainly murdered, Parliament formally reversed Lancaster's conviction, restored his family's honour, and his brother Henry took up a petition to have him made a saint in earnest, a campaign that drifted on for years without ever quite succeeding. The king had staged that scene on the hill outside Pontefract to crush a rival and wipe him from the world, and it curdled, almost in the very moment of the axe falling, into a shrine that outlasted the king himself. Lancaster's death did not happen in isolation, and it is worth seeing what surrounded it, because it tells you what kind of moment this was. His execution opened the floodgates. In the weeks after Boroughbridge, Edward and the Despensers hunted down the lords and knights who had followed Lancaster into rebellion, and they killed them in numbers and with a savagery that shocked even a hard age accustomed to political violence. Somewhere around 20 or more of Lancaster's supporters were executed across the country in a coordinated wave, hanged and drawn and quartered, their bodies left swinging in chains at the gates of cities from London to York to Bristol, deliberately distributed so that no part of the kingdom could miss the lesson. Some of the corpses were left hanging for 2 and 3 years, rotting in their chains, because Edward forbade their burial. For a king who had spent a decade as the weaker man, humiliated and cornered by his own barons, 1322 was the year he finally had the power to answer all of it at once, and he answered it in bodies. Lancaster was simply the largest and most spectacular of them, the cousin at the top of the pile. That is the climate Andrew Harclay was living in when he made his own fateful decision. A kingdom where the king had just demonstrated, in the most graphic possible terms, exactly what happened to a great man who crossed him. Harclay knew all of this. He had helped make it happen, and he crossed the king anyway. There is one more thing worth holding about Lancaster before we leave him, because it shows how little the king's brutality actually bought him. Edward had killed his cousin precisely to erase him, to end his influence and his name, and instead the killing created something the king could not kill at all. Within weeks of the beheading, people were walking to that hill outside Pontefract and to the priory where the body lay, kneeling, leaving offerings, claiming cures. The king's response was to treat the dead man's cult as a public order problem. He posted guards. He had the gates of the priory watched. When pilgrims kept coming, he leaned on the clergy to preach against the false veneration of a convicted traitor. When a painted panel honoring Lancaster appeared in St. Paul's in London and crowds began to gather before it, Edward had it taken down. None of it worked. The harder the crown pressed, the more the dead earl looked like a martyr to the very people the dispensers were busy robbing and crushing, and Lancaster, who in life had been a difficult, grasping, often ineffective man, whom plenty of his contemporaries disliked, became in death a symbol of resistance to a hated regime, his memory polished into sainthood by the simple contrast with the men who had killed him. The crown got its execution. It did not get the silence it wanted, and within 5 years the regime that staged the killing was itself swept away, and the dead man's conviction wiped from the record. The cult that grew at Lancaster's tomb has its own grim irony folded into it, because the man being venerated as a holy martyr had himself put Piers Gaveston to death a decade earlier with the same denial of a defense, the same summary contempt that was now used on him. The people praying at Pontefract were not weighing that. To them, he was simply the great lord who had stood against a hated king and the grasping dispensers, and who had been humiliated and hacked apart on a hill for it, and that was enough to make him a saint in the popular imagination. The miracles kept being reported, the pilgrims kept coming. The relics kept passing from hand to hand, and the harder Edward pressed down on the memory of the cousin he had killed, the more that memory swelled and spread, until Lancaster's tomb was one of the busiest unofficial shrines in England. The dead man was winning the argument that the living one had lost. The man who had actually beaten Lancaster at Boroughbridge, the winner of that battle, was a hard, capable knight from the far north of England named Andrew Harclay, and the reward he received for that victory, less than a single year later, was a death so much worse than the one Lancaster suffered that it almost reads as the universe trying to balance some terrible ledger. Harclay was not born into the high nobility. He was a Cumberland man, a knight of the violent Anglo-Scottish border, the son of a local landholder, and he had made his name doing the brutal, unglamorous, unending work of holding England's northern frontier against the raids of Robert the Bruce. For years he defended the city of Carlisle, holding it through a major Scottish siege in 1315, when Bruce himself brought up siege engines and assault towers, and Harclay's garrison threw them back through rain and mud, holding the line while the kings and earls of the comfortable south barely seemed to register that the entire north of England was being burned and bled and carried off into Scotland year after year. He knew the border the way only a man who had fought across it his whole life could know it. He had been captured by the Scots once and had to be ransomed. He understood the war in his body. Boroughbridge was the peak of his career, the day all that hard frontier experience paid off. He had stopped Lancaster's rebellion almost single-handedly, deploying his men in the Shiltron formation he had learned from years of fighting the Scots, packing the bridge over the Ure with spears so that Lancaster's cavalry could not force it. And King Edward, delighted to have his great enemy delivered to him, raised Harclay on the spot, creating him Earl of Carlisle and girding him with the sword of the earldom with the king's own hands, lifting a border knight into the highest rank of the nobility in a single ceremony. So understand exactly what Harclay was at the start of 1322. A self-made soldier the king had personally honoured, decorated and elevated, a man trusted with the defence of the entire northern march, raised higher than his birth had any right to carry him, all of it given by Edward's own hand. The making of him had come years earlier and at real cost. When Robert the Bruce brought the full weight of a Scottish army against Carlisle in the summer of 1315, fresh from his triumph at Bannockburn the year before, it was Harclay who held the city. For more than a week, the Scots threw everything they had at the walls, scaling ladders, a great wooden belfry tower rolled toward the defences, sows and engines to undermine the gates, and a constant rain of stones from siege machines, all of it through foul, wet weather that turned the ground to a mire and bogged the heavy engines down. Harclay's garrison met every assault and threw the attackers back off the walls until Bruce gave it up and withdrew, and the defence of Carlisle made Harclay's name across England as one of the few men who could actually beat the Scots at something. He had also tasted the other side of the border war. Some years before, he had been captured by the Scots in a raid and held until a heavy ransom could be raised to free him, so he knew in his own body what it was to be on the losing end of this conflict, knew the fear and the cost and the helplessness of it. He had spent his adult life inside the war that the Southern Court treated as a distant nuisance. He had bled for it, paid for it, and watched the North suffer for it year after year, and that long, intimate physical knowledge of the war is precisely what would lead him, in the end, to the decision that killed him. But Harclay had spent his whole life fighting the Scots up close enough to understand something the king in the soft and distant south did not want to hear and would not accept. The war could not be won. Not under Edward II, not with a crown either unwilling or simply unable to actually defend its northern subjects, not after the catastrophe at Bannockburn and the long, grinding string of defeats and raids that followed it year upon year. The people of the North were being destroyed, their fields and villages burned, their cattle driven off into Scotland, their families killed or carried away to be ransomed, whole districts paying protection money, what they called tribute, to the Scots simply to be left unburned for a single season, and the king in the south did nothing that helped. final straw came late in 1322. Edward led a great campaign into Scotland that achieved nothing, found the country stripped bare before him, so his army starved. And then on the retreat, the king was very nearly captured at Old Byland in Yorkshire, the Scots falling on his position so suddenly that Edward had to abandon his own baggage and treasure and flee in undignified haste, leaving the north more exposed and more humiliated than ever. For Harclay, watching all of this as the man responsible for the border, something seems finally to have broken. He reached his conclusion, and at the very start of 1323, on his own authority and without asking anyone's permission, knowing exactly what it would look like, he rode to Lochmaben and sat down with Robert the Bruce and negotiated a peace, recognizing Bruce as the rightful king of an independent Scotland in exchange for a firm end to the raids and the burning and the bleeding of his people. He was a soldier choosing the welfare of the living over the pride of a crown. And he must have known, even as he set his seal to it, that he was very likely signing his own death warrant along with the treaty. To Harclay, it was the only sane and humane thing left to do, an act of mercy toward the people he had spent his life protecting. To Edward, it was treason, flat and naked and unforgivable, a great noble going behind the king's back to deal directly with the enemy, to recognize the very Scottish independence the crown had spent decades and fortunes and rivers of blood denying. It did not matter that Harclay was right. It did not matter that within a year the crown itself would sign a truce on almost identical terms. A subject had usurped the king's own authority to make war and peace, and for that there was only one answer. A local rival of Harclay's, Sir Anthony de Lucy, arrested him by a trick, walking in among Harclay's men inside Carlisle Castle with armed followers and concealed weapons, and seizing the Earl while he sat in his own great hall dictating letters, taken without a chance to reach a weapon. And on the 3rd of March, 1323, what they staged for him was not really a trial at all. It was a ceremony of unmaking, scripted and public, designed above all to be watched and remembered. They told him plainly, to his face, that he was a traitor to the king, and that the king's will was that he be reduced to nothing, his rank and his honour stripped entirely away, so that other knights of lesser degree, watching or hearing of it, would see what came of a man who set his own judgment above the crown's and would be afraid to do the same. And then they took him apart in stages, deliberately, narrating each step aloud as they performed it, a piece of ritual theatre carried out in front of an assembled crowd. The degradation of a knight was its own established ceremony, the formal reversal of everything that had been done to raise him up, and they ran through all of it. They hacked the gilded spurs from his heels, the spurs being the very emblem of knighthood, struck off rather than removed. They took his knight's sword and broke it over his head, and this was the same sword, or stood for the same sword, that the king had girded on him with his own royal hands barely a year before, when he made him Earl of Carlisle, the gift now smashed across the skull of the man who had received it. They stripped him of his furred mantle, his hood, his furred coats, his fine belt, pulling away the garments of his rank layer by layer until he stood there as nothing. And as the last of it came off, one of them spoke the line that formally ended his standing as a man of any rank at all, that now he was no knight, but a knave, a nobody, a common criminal. They unmade the earldom on his living body, undid the king's own act of creation piece by piece, before they ever began on the body itself. He stood through all of it, by the chronicle accounts, without breaking. And then came the part that Lancaster, by royal blood, had been spared, the full and unmerciful traitor's death in every one of its stages. He was stripped to a shirt, tied to a hurdle, and dragged by horses through the streets of the very city he had defended for years, past the people he had kept alive through siege and raid, out through the gates to the place of execution traditionally placed at Harrowby, a low hill just south of Carlisle. The man who had held this town for the crown against everything Robert the Bruce could throw at it was now dragged across its cobbles in the dirt as the crown's worst enemy. What followed was the standardized horror that English law reserved for traitors, refined over the previous decades into a sequence designed to inflict the maximum of pain and degradation while keeping the condemned conscious for as much of it as possible. The Lanercost Chronicle, written not far from where these events happened and broadly sympathetic to the northern man, dwells on his composure at the sentence, and it is genuinely hard to take in. Hearing what was about to be done to his body, the disemboweling and the burning and the quartering, Harclay is recorded as answering without apparent fear that they might divide his carcass among themselves as they wished, and that he commended his soul to God. He lifted his eyes upward and clasped his hands, the Chronicle says, as a man at prayer rather than a man about to be torn apart. There is no record of him begging, no record of him recanting or pleading the rightness of his treaty, though he must have believed in it to the end. He was hanged by the neck, and then, while the life was still in him and before the rope could finish the work, he was cut down. He was stretched out and his belly opened and his bowels and entrails drawn out of his living body, the guts regarded in the gruesome theology of the punishment as the seat of the treasonous thoughts that had betrayed his king, the same logic that had been applied to William Wallace not 20 years before. And those entrails were burned to ash in a fire kindled in front of him, while he could still, for whatever few moments remained, see and feel it being done. Then he was beheaded, and then, the man finally and mercifully dead, his body was hacked apart into 4 quarters, butchered like a carcass on a block. And then they distributed him, in the same fashion Simon de Montfort had been distributed 2 generations earlier, except that now it was carried out as cold, recorded, official procedure, rather than the hot improvisation of a battlefield. His head was sent first to the king, so that Edward could look upon the face of the man he had raised and then destroyed, and from there it was carried to London and set up on a pole on London Bridge, where it remained, exposed to the weather and the birds and the eyes of every traveller entering the city, for 5 years. The 4 quarters of his body were dispatched under guard to 4 towns across the kingdom to be displayed as warnings, nailed up where the most people would pass them. The official records, the parliamentary writs, name the destinations precisely: Carlisle and Newcastle and York and Shrewsbury, though some accounts substitute other towns, so that the man who had given his life to defending the north now hung rotting in pieces across that same north as a lesson to anyone tempted to mistake their own judgment for the king's. 5 years that Head looked out over London Bridge. It was not until 1328, after Edward II had himself been deposed and murdered, and his young son Edward III sat on the throne, that Harclay's sister, a woman named Sarah de Leyburn, was finally granted royal permission to go and collect the scattered pieces of her brother, to gather the 4 quarters down from their 4 towns, and take the weathered skull from London Bridge, and to bring them together at last for Christian burial. The practical reality of that errand sits heavily once you let it settle. A woman travelling the length of the country, town by town, to retrieve the rotted quarters of her own brother from 4 sets of city gates and a bridge, 5 years after they were nailed up, and carry them home. She buried what she could recover in the parish church at Kirkby Stephen, in Westmoreland, near the land the family came from. His conviction for treason was never formally reversed, even after his nephew petitioned for it. He had been right about the war, as the next few years would prove beyond any argument when the Crown made its own peace with the Scots, and being right saved him from absolutely none of it. The last of our 5 takes us out of England entirely, across the Channel and the breadth of Europe, down into the dukedom of Bavaria, and the whole texture of the story changes when we get there. No battlefield this time. No rebellion, no army, no treason against a crown. The 4 men we have followed so far were all players in the great game, archbishops and earls and rebels, men who had taken their chances in the violent contest for power and lost, and whatever was done to them was done within that brutal logic, the logic of kings destroying threats. The last of them was none of those things. She held no office, commanded no soldiers, threatened no throne in any way she chose. Her entire crime, the whole of what she had done to earn what was done to her, was to be loved by a young man whose father had decided that love was an inconvenience to be drowned. A young woman who loved the wrong man, and a father-in-law who concluded that the cleanest available solution to that love was a river in autumn. Agnes Bernauer was born somewhere around 1410, and almost everything about her early life is uncertain in a way that the later legend papered over with confident invention. The tradition makes her the daughter of an Augsburg barber surgeon named Caspar Bernauer, though even his existence cannot really be confirmed, and later storytellers turned her into a bathhouse attendant, a profession that carried a whiff of disrepute in the medieval imagination and made the scandal juicier in the retelling. What can be said with reasonable confidence is that she was a commoner. She came from Augsburg, a wealthy free city of merchants and craftsmen, and around 1428 she crossed paths with a young man named Albert, almost certainly at a tournament. A tournament was a glittering public event where the sons of dukes came to be seen and to show off, and where a beautiful woman from the merchant town below might catch a prince's eye across the lists. By every account that survives, Agnes was strikingly beautiful, and that beauty is most of what history bothered to record about her before it recorded her death. She enters the story as a face and leaves it as a body in a river, and the years in between belong almost entirely to the men around her. The young man was no ordinary admirer. Albert was the son and sole heir of Duke Ernest of Bavaria Munich, one of the most powerful princes in the German lands, a Wittelsbach, member of a dynasty that had ruled in Bavaria for generations and would go on ruling it into the 20th century. His marriage was not his own to give. A duke's heir was a piece of dynastic property, his eventual wife chosen to seal an alliance with another princely house, to bring a dowry and lands, to braid two noble bloodlines together for the benefit of the family. Bavaria in this period was fractured, split among rival branches of the same Wittelsbach family who eyed each other's territories and watched each other's marriages and inheritances like hawks, and the legitimacy of an heir, the unimpeachable nobility of his blood on both sides, was a weapon and a shield in those rivalries. A duchess pulled up out of an Augsburg barber's household gave every rival branch an opening, a reason to question whether Albert's future children were fit to inherit, a crack to drive a wedge into. Duke Ernest understood that the moment he heard of it. Albert knew all of it too, and he took Agnes anyway. He brought her first toward Munich, and then settled her at Straubing on the Danube, in territory he governed, and he lived with her openly as if she were his wife, gave her a household, treated her as his lady. There is real reason to think the two of them may have actually married in secret, somewhere around 1432, which would change everything, transforming Agnes from an embarrassing mistress, the sort of thing a noble family could tolerate and outlast, into something far more dangerous, a commoner with a genuine, sacramentally valid claim to one day be a duchess, and any children of the union with a claim to the duchy itself. A mistress dies or is set aside and is forgotten. A wife is a permanent fact, and her sons are heirs. That distinction is most likely what killed her. To Duke Ernest, all of this was a slow-motion catastrophe aimed straight at the heart of the Wittelsbach line. His only son, his sole heir, the single point on which the whole future of his branch of the family depended, was bound body and soul to a barber's daughter, threatening to carry common blood into the succession of one of the great princely houses of the empire, and to hand his rivals a permanent weapon against the legitimacy of everything that came after. Ernest tried the ordinary pressures first. He pressed his son repeatedly to put the woman aside, to set her up comfortably somewhere out of sight if he must. But to marry a princess as a duke's heir was bound to do his duty to the family and the duchy. And Albert, who seems to have loved her past the point of calculation, refused. Worse than refused. He declared openly that Agnes was already his lawful wedded wife, that there was nothing to set aside, that the thing was done and sealed before God. With that declaration, the situation became, in Ernest's eyes, impossible to manage through any normal means. A son could be argued with, a mistress paid off, a youthful infatuation waited out. A marriage, a sacrament, a wife with a claim could not be wished away or negotiated around. There was, as far as the old Duke could see, exactly one solution left that would actually solve the problem at its root, permanently and beyond appeal. If the marriage could not be undone by persuasion, then the marriage could be ended the only other way a marriage ends. The wife could be removed entirely. He waited until his son was safely out of the way. A hunt was arranged, conveniently far from Straubing, drawing Albert off into the field with companions for days, long enough for the thing to be done before he could possibly hear of it and ride back. Some accounts hold that the neighbouring Duke, Henry of Bavaria Landshut, helped arrange the hunt as a favour to Ernest, keeping the young man occupied and distant. With Albert gone, and unable to interfere or protect her, Duke Ernest moved. He had Agnes seized. The charge they fixed on her was witchcraft, and the precise shape of the accusation matters, because it was the only charge that could make her killing look like justice rather than murder. The claim was that she had used sorcery to ensnare the young prince, that no natural woman of her low station could possibly have drawn the heir of Bavaria into so binding and unreasoning a love by ordinary means. And so it must have been magic, a spell, a bewitching, an unnatural craft. Set aside for a moment that this was almost certainly a fiction invented to fit a sentence already decided in the Duke's mind. The accusation of witchcraft was the standard, reliable, legally usable instrument across medieval and early modern Europe for transforming an inconvenient woman, a woman a powerful man needed to be rid of, into a criminal who could be lawfully condemned and put to death, and it worked precisely because it could almost never be disproven. How does a woman prove she has not enchanted a man who plainly loves her? The very strength of Albert's devotion became, in this twisted logic, the evidence against her. There is little sign that any real trial, anything resembling a fair hearing where Agnes could answer the charge or call anyone to speak for her, ever took place. The conclusion came first, and the proceeding, such as it was, came after. The sentence was death by drowning, a method with old and deliberate associations to witches and to the disposal of women, and on the 12th of October 1435 they carried it out from the bridge over the Danube at Straubing. And here the record gives us something far more harrowing than a clean sentence quietly carried out. The chronicler Andreas von Regensburg, writing close to the event, set down what actually happened when they threw her from the bridge. Her hands and her feet had been bound for the drowning, the standard way of ensuring a condemned person could not save themselves, but one foot had either worked loose in the struggle or had never been fully tied in the first place. And with that single free foot, Agnes managed to do what no one watching can have expected. She swam, bound in the cold grey October water of one of the great rivers of Europe, the current pulling at her. She fought her way back toward the surface and kept herself up and worked herself toward the bank, kicking with the one foot she had. And she was crying out the whole time, calling for help in a voice the chronicler describes as hoarse and miserable and broken, the voice of a person drowning slowly and not yet dead and still, against all reason, hoping. She got close to the shore, close enough to be seen clearly, close enough that for a moment it must have looked as though she might actually live. And the executioner who had pushed her from the bridge saw her nearly reach the bank, and he did not feel relief or mercy. He felt fear, because the one thing in the world more dangerous to him than drowning this woman was failing to drown her, was having to go back to Duke Ernest and report that the witch had swum free in front of a crowd. So he ran. He ran along the riverbank, keeping pace with her in the water, and he caught up a long pole, one of the poles used to push boats, and he reached it out over the water and worked the end of it down into her long hair, where it would catch and hold, and he twisted it tight, and then he used that pole to force her head back down beneath the surface of the river, and to hold it there, leaning his weight on it, pinning her under the water while she struggled at the end of her own hair, until at last the struggling weakened and slowed and stopped, and Agnes Bernauer drowned a few feet from solid ground. Let me separate what is solid here from what the centuries added, because Agnes's story did not stay in the 15th century. It became a national legend in Bavaria, retold and reshaped for 400 years, fuel for a famous 19th century tragedy by Friedrich Hebel, and later a folk opera by Karl Orff. And a great deal of the version most people half know is romantic invention layered on by later hands. The bathhouse girl, the elaborate love scenes, the tender speeches between the prince and his commoner bride, the noble defiance, the changeling rumours, those belong to drama and not to the record. What stands on documented ground is leaner and in its way worse for being so plain. The relationship itself is real. Albert's refusal to give her up is real. Duke Ernest's order to kill her while his son was away is real. The pretext of witchcraft is real, and so is the absence of anything resembling a fair trial. The drowning from the bridge over the Danube at Straubing on the 12th of October, 1435, is real, recorded close to the time by more than one chronicler. And the most harrowing detail of all, the free foot, the desperate swim back toward the bank, the cry for help, the pole twisted into her hair to hold her under, comes not from the romantic legend at all, but from Andreas von Regensburg, a chronicler writing within living memory of the event. And that is exactly why it earns its place in the account when so much else has to be set aside. The legend softened her death into tragedy and gave her last words and noble dignity. The chronicle gives her something more disturbing and more human, a woman fighting to live in cold water, and a frightened man with a pole making sure she could not. When Albert returned from the hunt and learned what his father had done in his absence, he came close to tearing Bavaria apart over it. He renounced his father openly, refused his obedience, and allied himself with one of Duke Ernest's bitter political rivals, Duke Louis of Bavaria-Ingolstadt. And for a stretch of months, it genuinely looked as though father and son would go to open war over the body of a drowned woman, the duchy splitting along the line of a grief Ernest had caused with his own order. The Emperor, Sigismund, may have intervened to keep the peace, leaning on both men to step back from the brink. In the end, they were reconciled within a matter of months, father and son sitting back down together, and there is something cold in how quickly the dynastic machinery absorbed even this, smoothed it over, moved on. Within a year, Albert had made exactly the respectable, advantageous marriage his father had wanted from the beginning, taking Anna of Brunswick to wife in 1436, and going on to a long and successful reign as Duke, remembered by history as Albert the Pious. He had children, an inheritance, a dynasty preserved, all the things his father had killed to protect. But Albert did not simply forget her, whatever else he did. He endowed a perpetual mass for Agnes, an annual memorial in a Straubing cloister, paid for in money and obligation so that her soul would be prayed for in perpetuity, year after year, long after everyone who remembered her face was gone. And Duke Ernest, the man who had given the order, the man whose fear of common blood had put her in the river, paid to have a chapel built for her in the cemetery of St. Peter's in Straubing, as an act of expiation, a quiet admission carved in stone that something had been done that needed atoning for, though he never called it murder and never stood trial for it. dukes did not stand trial. The chapel still stands today, and people visit it. Inside is a red marble tomb effigy of Agnes, carved with a rosary in her hands and two small dogs at her feet, the conventional medieval symbols of piety and faithfulness, given in death to a woman her own killers had condemned in law as a witch. Her actual body was never recovered from the river. The Danube kept that part, carried it off downstream, and never gave it back. So the grave the Duke paid for marks a death rather than a burial, a fine carved monument with no one underneath it, raised by the very man who had made certain there would be something to atone for, over a woman whose only recorded crime was being loved by the wrong man and being born too low to be allowed to keep him. That is where I will leave it. 5 people, 5 deaths, and the strange thing they have in common, that the people who did the killing so often could not leave the bodies alone afterward, kept needing to do something more to them, or with them, or about them. Thank you for sitting through all of that with me, genuinely. Tell me in the comments which of these stayed with you, and if there is a death from the medieval world you think I have been avoiding, name it. I probably have been, but I will look at it. Take care of yourselves, and I will see you in the next one.